Hello everyone and welcome to Worlds 2022 for our final day of the knockout stage here at the Hulu Theater in Madison Square Garden. Yesterday, two Titans went toe-to-toe in a series for the ages, and the victorious Gen G now await the winner of our last quarterfinal face-off between the reigning world champions EDG and the dark horse DRX. One best of 5 left to go here in New York City, this beautiful venue of the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden, which has played host to the World Championship for the past 3 weeks. I am joined on this final day of quarterfinals by Emily Rand, Kobe, and Chronicler to break down all of the action. Thank you so much for joining us all here today. And before we get into this final best of 5 quarterfinal, we absolutely must reflect on the series that we saw yesterday. Following 2 kind of dominant 3-0 finishes on the first couple days, we got the full 5 games yesterday, Chronicler, with Gen G taking it.
What I tell you? Everyone was telling me after the 2-0 from Gen G, oh, Chronicler, you hyped it up way too much, it's never gonna deliver, and then it did.
This is the kind of series that makes me jealous that I wasn't on this day.
I went so hard. Relate, Emily. How does it feel?
But there's only actually 2 series in my mind that come ahead for me personally, and yeah, yesterday was just amazing.
And the fact that the game and the entire series was close until this final fight is the most mind-blowing to me. If Ruler doesn't position the way you do there, going left, right, front and center, Lahens doesn't hit that bubble on Showmaker, maybe Dokdom gets an extra second, and maybe it's Damwon that makes it towards the semifinals.
My favorite moment. This was just a little taste of the hype behind the scenes. This was in the cat's room.
It's a can of Pringles that Kobe just finds the nearest thing he can destroy without getting into trouble and just slams it on the ground.
That was good.
Yeah,
it was pretty epic.
Yesterday was so much fun. There was so much energy. Really great casters on that day.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
had some decent ones. And the B team did a great job on the desk. If I'm being honest, B team really did well.
My single favorite moment from the day, though, was for sure this comeback fight from Damwon. It was crazy here, where you see the flank coming in from behind. Canyon did so much this series. He comes in on the cane, gets a huge knockup, sets up Showmaker, who's able to get the ultimate into Scatter the Weak for a full 4-person combo. Here it is. They're so far behind at this point, too. Boom, triple knockup into ultimate to get all the balls out there for Syndra, into Scatter the Weak, kills 1, stuns the other 3. And if they had actually won that game, this would be one of the most epic moments at Worlds that we've ever had. Right up there with the SKT versus EDG 10,000 gold comeback team fight.
Already one of the most epic series we've had at Worlds as it went the distance, but you are very right. If it had gone the other way, that is a play that would go down in history. I'm sure it will probably still be on many a top playlist as the years roll by. Unfortunately, it wasn't just quite enough for Damwon Kia to move on to the next round of play. Emily, though, I want to talk to you about your takeaways from yesterday's series as well, given you weren't able to be here with us.
Yeah, so sadly, this is going to follow Canyon's initial jungle path. I thought throughout this series, Canyon was my personal star on Damwon as the player who was setting them ahead and then also making it up in some of these team fights. This was the they don't know Pepe laugh where Peanut paths by. He assumes he is going to start birds, which he does, which means that Canyon is able to start wolves here, basically take advantage of clearing all of this out. As soon as Peanut is able to notice here, they end up scrapping a little bit. And even though Canyon isn't able to get this blue buff, he actually goes up, clears his top side, is even just a flash away from getting first blood later in the top side of the map. I just thought, I know they did a telestrator on this yesterday and talked a lot about Canyon's initial pathing, but he was just so good, and they were so smart about getting him ahead. Here's the misguided gig top where, they get it set up perfectly, right, for Canyon.
Cut the
get
tape!
The tag.
Cut the tape! cut the tape.
Yeah.
Literally, though, it was already such a dominant jungle performance up to this point. That kill goes over, like, that's the end of the game. You know, like, you're ready to wrap it up at that point if he does it. If he is able to secure it. It is,
Canyon's just phenomenal, man.
It is a piece of personal heartbreak to see a player, the best player out of the 10, like in their performance that day, unfortunately lose the series. But sometimes that's the way that League of Legends breaks, as it is very much a team game. And speaking of a team game, we have our defending world champions in EDG who just took to the stage and will be the team that DRX has to take down if they want to keep their world's hopes alive. Def's birthday as well. There's a lot to celebrate when it comes to what's about to take place on this stage, but we have to start with EDG, our defending world champs.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing here is that they kept the same roster, right? Even with, we've talked a little bit about some shakiness in the jungle specifically with JJ kind of losing confidence in himself, benching himself, and then coming back to the lineup. But this team, even though they haven't come out and like raised through LPL like you might expect, they are our reigning world champions. They absolutely have the capability. And yeah, here you see a few other teams and their results. So it's that Samsung Gen G one gets me every time. But yeah, so this is TBD. They did make it to quarterfinals, so in order to beat IG, they'll have to make it to semis.
It's true, yeah. I mean, look, the first thing to note here is that actually only 3 years has the defending world champs retained their roster and made it back to the world championship alone before we even talk about what their performance is at that world championship.
Because even in rosters where a large part of the stayed the same, Damwon I think is a great example of this, there were still some substitutions, with Nuguri of course going over, and it's really remarkable that a team actually stays together for an extended amount of time. I think we also talked about this with 100 Thieves, the fact that this roster actually, despite all the ups and downs they might have had, sticks together. And I think it also really speaks to what attracts a lot of people to EDG.
So while obviously, yeah, it's easy to jump to defending world champs for EDG. That's a pretty easy tagline. For DRX, I think it's a little bit more difficult. For many, again, the fact that they had to play through the play-ins means we got a lot of tape on them at the world championship. But it's kind of hard to pin them down, Kobe, as the 4 seed who have impressed at times and at others throughout the year caused people some real concern.
I really just like the interview that they had with Deft, and he echoed those sentiments where even Deft was like, I didn't expect really to get this far. Now that we're doing so well, though, I want to win it all again. You know, he's adjusting, you know, to how well they're doing and the upswing of this team and how they've improved.
And overall, the level of performance that has been shown by DRX was very surprising. I think to even the staunchest DRX fan that I know, which is Atlas, because he loves Deft, and he will support him no matter what. And to me, outside of the individual performance, is the creativity from DRX that has been really impressive. Over the course of this year, we've seen them do so many different things, as my circle doesn't want to do what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Examples include the kill, even though it wasn't a very high priority pick, got picked up at some point. Deft's Vayne, you don't want to see that. If Deft picks Vayne as a DRX fan, that's when you're very worried. And while this creativity for DRX is a big boon for them, we also have examples like the Misfortune, which has been largely dropped, even though we did see it picked up by Ruler.
Coming back in the best of 5.
I'm still not the biggest fan of it. I think Deft with agency is always what you want.
But that Heimerdinger right below that Misfortune.
That's the one you want.
Boy.
Oh yeah, and that is to me also the biggest advantage that DRX has, no matter how well they're playing personally, which varies extremely wildly. In terms of creativity, this team has been exceptional. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Sometimes it just doesn't come together for this team.
Yeah, this is a bit of that Misfortune look that you're talking about. It's been a polarizing champion throughout this tournament. Again, used to great effect, it seemed, in the play-ins, but as soon as you got to the main stage, struggled to find any, real agency in the games or victories to boot. And then, again, just this yesterday, making an appearance again. We'll see if DRX decides to go that deep into the 80K pool.
I even know that Def was like, yeah, no, we really like the Misfortune. We had a great draft. And I'm like, Def, no, please, don't do it.
It's all
something else.
It's because you got the picture of the perfect wombo combo in your brain. You know, like it's a great pick when it works.
You just got to pair it with the Yumi, like Gen G did yesterday.
There
just
you go.
Ruler it.
Yeah, easy.
I swear to God, if Yumi gets through today, you're ending the series if you
It
let that through.
shouldn't with these bot lanes.
As we continue to hone in on our teams, or rather the stories of these two teams, our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz delivers a showdown between former teammates that will determine both of their fates.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have two old teammates facing off. The dynamic duo of Deft and Mako, who tore up the international scene back in 2016.
The pressure is on. They're still going to commit to it anyway. Flashing out, but Mako, he's there with the hook, the lantern, the follow-up. It is textbook focus around mid lane. Faker going to try to walk it off, but the ignite is there.
Point blank arrow. Cobb's cleanse is 7 years too late. Private Jack dies.
The last international event they played together was quarterfinals, the last time Worlds was in North America. It's fitting here that they should stand in each other's way as both compete to improve upon the painful loss they share.
And here comes the play. They've brought in Smep. He's the back line, and Scout's nowhere to be seen. They're getting evaporated, assassinated in the lightning storm. This is all they could possibly.
Despite their time apart, the two still maintain friendly rivalry, and this is an opportunity to duke it out and see who comes out on top. EDG are reigning world champions. A title Def is still chasing. Tonight, only one of them can make it through as these two legends clash in the bottom.
Once teammates, forever friends, but tonight they are enemies. Sitting across the rift from each other, only one can make it through to the semifinals.
There was another piece that Riot put out that was like, their Deft was like, let's dance to like Mako and Scout. I think the big thing that I really want to reiterate about Mako and Deft as teammates, in addition to the highlight, like their championships that you see here, is that when Deft initially came to the LPL, he was a absolutely phenomenal team fighter from being on Samsung Blue, but his actual laning was not, the best part of his game. And throughout, the way that EDG specifically played through bot lane with the meme that they wanted the turret down before 10 minutes, with the meme that Clearlove was never going to path top ever, and even here you see Koro coming down from the top side. Deft and Mako together made this lane so strong and then ended up winning that first 2015 MSI title. It's a really cool story between these ex-teammates that they're going up against each other again.
It's one of the most iconic bot lane duos that we have in all of League of Legends. And I know EDG are so proud of that MSI championship because when we went to go to their compound, in the lobby, they have it playing on a loop. They've just got highlights over and over and over. So everyone is reminded about those days, about that success.
It's Jeff's birthday, so I got everyone
What?
alpaca
look at
macarons.
that.
There
Who
you go.
even makes alpaca
Double
macarons? That's
alpaca?
amazing.
There you go.
Oh my goodness,
They are
look how
very
cute
cute.
these are. Zoom in on one.
We can put them together.
There
You got
go.
that?
Yeah,
You got the angry.
I
I
know
got
they
the-
have-
I got the-
yeah.
I
They
got
have
the cheeky
different
one.
expressions too.
Yeah,
That's so brilliant.
I was supposed to Kobe the angry one.
Amazing. We'll have a
You want
different.
the angry one?
We'll have a
Yeah.
We'll have a representation for any game result then.
Yeah, there you go.
For Deft on the alpaca
Angry Deft.
macarons.
Sad
All
Deft.
right. Well, we did a little something fun with these two teams. Obviously, we dove into some of the stats as we always do, but we noticed that it's pretty hard to tell these two teams apart when you put just their stats up against each other. So I've
we get some
decided
freebies.
these are some
Oh,
freebies.
yeah, there we go.
These
Okay.
are just overall team stats, which just kind of show you how close they are in terms of the way that they statistically look or play out. But I've decided to test all of you on a difficult subject matter, all right, in front of the whole world. Here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to give you a player stat. I need you to tell me whether it's a DRX player or an EDG player. You will write your answers down on a whiteboard. It's pretty simple, all right?
It's not simple at all.
No. Very
This is
simple.
very hard.
Where
All right.
are these stats all coming from group stage worlds?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
So-
That doesn't help.
What, and actually it gets even easier now that I'm looking at the questions because this actually tells you the position. So which jungler, topic number one, which jungler has the higher goal difference at 14? Is it Pioshik or JJ?
We're supposed to write the team?
Yeah. Yeah, or
Wait,
you can write
the
either of those names because I
jungler,
told you it's
yeah.
between those two players, so that's fine.
All right. Must
I'm
reveal.
going to bank mine on the fact that Pioshik got flame horizoned in the Sejuani game.
Okay, interesting. All
Wasn't
right, let's
that-
have the reveal
Wasn't
here.
that 14 minutes,
Yeah.
though. That took
All
a
right,
while.
so we've
So
got
I
an
said
actual
Pioshik.
call out to the name and then EDG and DRX. The correct answer is JJ at.
Let's go!
He is at 652.
Really?
Pioshik's
That
average.
serves you right, believing in Pioshik.
Wait.
652.
JJ has
But Piercing's average is 615. So again,
Oh my God.
look at
Okay,
this.
they're like almost
Yeah,
identical.
look how close these guys are, right? Obviously, that can't happen when they go up against each other. So really,
Gotta remember those flame horizons. That's not gonna do.
Kobe's locked in.
Do a lot
Yeah,
more.
All right.
Kobe's gonna kill
One
us all.
point to Kobe, and we're moving on to topic number
He's
two.
ready.
Topic number
Yeah, I
two.
know.
Which bot laner? So we're going down to the bot lane for this
Okay.
one. Which bot laner had the higher damage percentage in
Ooh.
groups?
Oh, in just groups.
Damage percentage
Not-
in groups. Was it Deft or Viper?
In just groups.
In just groups. Damage percentage in groups.
How many Azir games did Scout play?
Yeah, it's very dependent on team comp. That's the thing
Yeah.
about it is it's like, what
All
was
right.
my mid laner playing? Were they playing a real
Yeah.
carry?
Okay,
or-
okay, I'm feeling
I
good.
think it's a little bit of a trick because I think Viper is the better performing AD carry right now, but I think damage percentage is gonna go.
Oh,
Yeah,
So we've
same.
got a Deft, we've got a Dead, and then we have a Viper pick at the end. The correct answer is Viper.
so my reason, because you went on the, I knew.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's a.
so Zeka has looked the best on Akali and Sylas, but in terms of actual damage percentage, those are relatively low. So
Yeah.
my take was, with all the Azir that Scout's been playing, easy.
The thing you need
Easy.
to notice, while it is about a 2% or 1.5% differential, they are next to each other in the rankings, right? So
Okay.
one just
But
above
that's
the
it.
They're the
other
same team.
in damage
Wow.
percentage. Moving on to topic number 3. The question is, which mid laner? So now we're hopping to the mid lane.
All right.
Which mid laner has
What?
played 4 unique champions, only, rather, 4 unique champions all tournament, with 2 of them being Akali and Azir. So we're giving you 2 of the 4, and which of these 2 players
This question
This
sucks.
feels like bait.
Yeah,
has
it
played
I
4
feel
unique
it does
champions
feel like
and
they-
only 4 unique
like
champions?
there's an obvious answer, so I'm gonna go with the not
Also-
obvious answer.
Also, they are trolling us. If it's 3 EDG answers in a row,
Yeah,
then they're all gonna be EDG answers. I feel like.
I feel like it has to be
we have to-
Zeka, but then the question would be too obvious.
So the
You guys
answer
are
a
gonna
double
be right.
bluff.
Wait, we got 2 DRX and 1 EDG vote. Okay,
Yeah.
so we are split here. Unfortunately, all of you are incorrect because the answer is both.
Oh, what?
So their shared champion pool is the
All right,
Akali
this game
and
is
Azir,
rigged.
and each of them has 2 unique champions
Unbelievable.
to their names. The Silas Yone for Zeka, the Lissandra
Mean.
Victor for Scout. And honestly,
They're the same
this champion
team.
pool graphic, though,
The rules were
they are.
explained to us as choose either team, answer either team.
Go,
Both
Kobe,
was
go.
not given
Kobe.
as a possible answer.
Kobe, go.
Kobe, go off,
Yeah.
man. Get him.
Go, Kobe, go.
I don't
The
make
crowd's behind us. Yeah, they're
I'm pretty-
definitely not cheering for the players
Yeah, I
on
was just saying,
stage
I'm
right
pretty
now.
sure they're for the players. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Okay. All right. 4th and final topic.
Uh-huh.
What do we? By the way, we got 1 point there, 1 point
yeah,
there.
no,
and
I'm running
a
it
goose
down.
egg.
Yeah, I'm running
Emily,
it down.
what's going on?
I got the other. I got the T1 RNG. I spoke that one.
Emily's gonna get this one though. I feel it. All right, here we go. Whose damage per minute was over 1,000 during their last appearance? So their most recent appearance. Whose damage
1,000 per minute?
per minute was over 1,000?
Over 1,000.
So this, obviously, we're not telling you lane play, right? Like,
Yeah.
Whereas I've isolated in the previous ones whose damage per minute was over 1,000 during their last appearance.
They,
trying to remember
they
who
showed
EDG
DRX first. I'm
played.
going DRX.
Well, Emily has to go EDG then.
No.
Let's see here. So we got DRX
Yeah.
for all 3. Unfortunately, all of you are incorrect. The correct answer is the B team. Kobe
Oh!
with 1,000 damage per minute wielding a broadsword yesterday on the broadcast. Look at him go! Look at him go! No one's safe.
Oh my god.
This is a great gift.
Even though the producers are
I-
trolling us, not letting
Yeah.
us get any right,
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
You like this
no,
answer?
I'll allow that.
I feel like
Yesterday was carnage. That was so much fun.
I
This
feel
game
like
is bullshit.
I was like, if I know this was a variety show, I would have gone completely in
Yeah.
a different direction with my answers.
Sorry.
I was made to believe that this was a legitimate competition, and I feel
I mean,
robbed.
legitimately,
Don't find me.
I tell you.
legitimately, it was a tie between you 2, 1 point apiece.
Yeah.
I lost.
Congratulations,
Oh, we're done.
You share the victory. That's it. That's it for the game. We only
Sorry,
had 4
Emily.
questions.
That's okay.
Yeah, in rehearsal, I was giving them fake stats, and they were arguing over what the fake stats would apply to, which was pretty hilarious.
It was a good
It was
one.
a good
You know,
time.
you know you're in a room of
was a
league
good
analysts
time.
when you give them fake stats and they still want to talk about it. All right, now the winner of today's matchup, of course, faces off against Gen G. And after yesterday's incredible series, Shock's got a few words from Gen G's Peanut about DRX versus EDG. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much. I would like to look forward to the next matchup that Gen.G will have against either DRX or EDG. Let's start with EDG. What do you think the difficulties would be if you were to face EDG?
I don't want to say like it's gonna be a difficult matchup, but I want to say like among the LPL teams, I think EDG has the most kind of standard and solid style, so we have to keep our eyes on that.
Now DRX you of course know quite well, so what would the challenges be in that matchup?
DRX 상대로는 진짜 오히려
Because we just beat Tom and Kia, I feel even more confident going against DRX, so yeah, it's gonna be great.
There are some personal historic storylines here with in 2016 in New York, you were able to beat EDG in the quarterfinals, so had Deft and Meiko. Now one of them you might face in the next round. How much do you think about that possibly going into that next matchup?
제 기억으로는 2016년도 때 제가
So as far as I remember, in the 2016 game against EDG, I kind of popped off. So I'm pretty confident in both matchups, but at the same time, those two players are all very, very talented. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but I believe in myself.
He did pop off. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Shocks. More confidence, he says, against DRX makes sense. I guess they're more familiar with them, especially regionally. And I'd always love it if someone else did the dirty work of eliminating the defending champs for me, before I have to move on to face them. But Peanut, after a grueling series yesterday, I'm sure he wants the cleanest path back.
Yeah,
to
he
the
was
World
typing jungle dip at the end of that one for sure. Easy.
Oh my god.
Too funny, too funny. All right, let's get into a little bit of what we can expect in today's matchup. We'll start on the side of EDG. Fondre, head coach Maokai will be participating from isolation today. All other players will be on stage, though, so that's just a note at the top of the day. You saw Emily on the whiteboard earlier wishing Deft a happy birthday. It is his birthday here at the World Championship, so we wanted to wish him a happy birthday and track, again, what his performances have been at World Championships. I mean, this guy has... I mean, he's a staple of international competition, but still has not hit that top mark in well, ever.
And some of these, most notably, I think 2018 and 2020, you also got to take a look at the teams that he faced, which were, if I remember correctly, because 2018 was KT, right?
Mm-hmm.
So both the two teams he faced were the eventual winners of Worlds. And then last year, he was eighth in the LCK and still made it to quarterfinals.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
There's also this thing, I said this earlier, but like every year I think people look at Deft and the longevity of his career and they're like, oh, he's thinking of retiring, we don't know. And then after every loss, he gets this fervor where he immediately goes into solo queue and queues up for a game and is like, no, I'm not done yet. So it'd be so cool to have him finally make that run and get the world title.
Can't end on a quarterfinals.
Yeah,
That's what he says every year.
Right. Can't do that.
Only quarters.
Well, and while Deft is definitely a fixture of both League of Legends and international competition, for me, the surprise of the tournament on the DRX side of things has been Zeka. His play and performance was just extraordinary.
And Zeka had these highs within the LCK, and I think it's important to note, as good as the performance as the player has had, we start to see a little bit more of regular splits DRX Zeka when he faces tougher opposition. So in the group stage, still, I think, very pivotal to how DRX wins and how they're able to perform. But at times, this is a player that never really was a liability for his team, but he had issues with actually showing up, getting out on the map, getting impact in side lanes or in team fights. And that is something that today they're gonna have to avoid, because as much as I think DRX's performance have been kind of surprising, it does very much rely on Zeka actually being able to have the highlight performances that we've seen from in this tournament.
And it's stiff competition.
Oh, yeah.
Scout got the MVP at Worlds Finals last year.
Yeah.
He does so much for this team and, for all the lanes.
This will be a real test for Zeka in the mid lane up against Scout on EDG, but it'd be kind of a disservice to EDG to say anybody isn't going to be a test. When I hop down to the bot lane, Kobe, I can't get past the idea that Viper, while Deft is, of course, no slouch, Viper's going to be a tough one to get through.
I've been waiting all day here to talk about the bottom lane for EDG, because coming into this tournament, so many people, myself included, had Viper ranked as the best AD carry in the world. Emily was talking about how much of a bottom lane influence Meiko is, especially in the lane phase. In the LPL, they were absolutely dominant. Crazy stuff from them. Crazy consistency. And you even remember back to yesterday when we had all these other Griffin, ex-Griffin players playing. Viper, when he was on Griffin, he was playing Vladimir and Yasuo better than a lot of the mid laners of the tournament. He's so diverse. These are some stats just from the LPL, not from here at Worlds, of part of the reason why people have him ranked so high.
Back in LCK, he even played Teemo, unironically. I think the coolest thing about this bot lane for me and going up against DRX's bot lane specifically is we've already pointed out DRX's bot lane and their willingness to pick seemingly random or like very slightly off meta kind of quirky things to get that push in bot lane. But guess what? EDG are more than willing to do the exact same thing, and I do think the adaptability of Viper and Mako was a key factor in how they adapted to this kind of bot lane meta that LCK brought to the tournament last year.
Yeah, both these teams at their cores playing towards bottom lane. They're definitely not going towards those top laners.
Yeah, speaking of adaptability, though, as Emily mentioned,
Someone's here.
Yeah, Tomon are here.
I love that.
great to see that support. While you talk about adaptability, Emily, of course people are going to think of the jungle. We're pulling out our bingo card. Emily has graciously created a DRX EDG bingo card for us to track all throughout the series today. And a piece of it is plenty of conversations around jungles, jungle performances, jungle subs, things like that. So
I want to see this one the most.
Which
I
one?
want to see Mako
Thresh. Oh, please.
We better fill that box.
You'll notice in the same row we have Pioshik Nat 1, Jungle Sub DRX, and Pioshik Nat 20. I think
that's the winning row, if I'm being honest.
If you think that that can't be hit in one series, you haven't watched enough DRX this year, because this is, to me, one of the big things that is going into this this matchup is how well is Pioshik going to play? Because we know that when he's good, he can match the best players in the world, but when not, he can be a detriment to his team.
Wait, we have two free spaces with the Zeka melee.
Maybe he gets banned out.
100% get Yone or Silas.
Yeah, by contrast, I think Jia is another jungler who you look at and you're like, vacillates wildly between having like a lot of confidence when it's like, when he's on, he's really on. And that was actually another major facet of their eventual Worlds Finals win last year. But then this year, losing confidence, kind of struggling, was substituted out. And I think that is yet another similarity between these two teams and their journeys throughout this particular year to get to this quarterfinal matchup.
So there you have it. We'll be tracking this all series long, and you can play along with us at home.
You need help? I was worried.
There was a piece of me that was actually wondering what's taller, the bingo card or Emily. Emily's got it beat by just a bit. All right, MasterCard fan prediction to see who the fans think is going to take this series today, and it goes the way of the defending champions, EDG, getting 61.5% of the vote. Fans trying to improve that 76% prediction rate that they have so far. That's what the fans think. I want to know what you guys think. So let's go ahead and move to their predictions. You're going to write it on the whiteboards this time around.
Oh, okay.
I'll give them a moment.
Spoiler, agree with the fans.
Spoiler! Boom. All right. What's the series score, though? I make you go one step further than the fans. You got to tell me.
I'm going 3-1 here. I really have liked watching the growth of this DRX team. And we talk about Pioshik and the highs and lows of his jungle performances this year. But I really do support him in a very tough situation. You know, it's incredibly stressful knowing that at any moment you could get subbed out, and it very likely could even be in this series as well. But
all right. Not a shutout, but Kobe gives the edge to the defending world champs in EDG. Emily, I'm going to come to you next to see where you stand.
I have no idea. This is like, you could tell me that either team won by any score, even a 3-0, and I'd be like, nah. Actually, wait, a 3-0, I actually would be surprised, because neither of these teams, I have confidence to be like a shoutout.
But it does seem to indicate you at least wrote EDG down. So there's some percentage of you that feels like EDG is going to win this.
I do think EDG have, I guess, a little bit more flexibility, not just in like, it's not a champion thing. It's like actually in the way that they play and the players that they have.
Okay.
So that's where I am giving them the edge, especially with the bottom lane duo as a package.
All righty. So that's what Emily thinks. Chronicler, you're going left to reveal.
It's EDG RX. 3-2.
EDG.
No problem. No problem. Take a stance. What the hell? Take a stance. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, Kobe. I need to prove this.
Emily can draw a question mark, but I can make a joke. Let's see how it is. Listen, to me, the important thing here is that, as Emily was saying,
you're both jokes.
The individual performance between these two teams, I think, is going to vary so much from game to game. And if I had to pick, if you made me pick, I was going to go...
that's the point of
okay,
predictions.
well, then I go with 3-2 EDG, okay? That's what you want to hear?
That's not
fun.
That's exactly what I want to hear.
No,
right?
why would you do that to
Toby already
me?
has
And
the
then-
sword art.
Gonna
And then
hold
you
you to your
say-
analysis.
And then you say, because people are
There you have it.
underestimating Scout.
EDG's
Do
across
not
the
point that
board,
sword
but the
at me.
score line we are very uncertain on. It's time for us to head down on stage for our final quarterfinal here in the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden.
(2022년) DRX 아무도 모른다. 노랄머 제조 이 맛의 페란다.
对于 EDG 来讲，他们是卫冕冠军，但其实 EDG 在整个夏天的后期也经历了比较大的波动。
LOL의 또 다른 살아있는 전설 데프트의 인생 대회가 지금 월집니다. 데프트의 이번 댄스가 라스트 댄스가 아닌 라스팅 댄스이길 바랍니다.
롤드컵이 끝난 뒤에 이제 결과에 따라 은퇴를 생각하고 있다는 얘기를 많이 했었는데, 사실 이제 프로게이머를 하면서 저한테 마지막 남은 목표도 월즈고, 사실 못 잃어본 것도 월즈 하나라고 생각해서 만약 이 목표를 이루면은 그냥 미련 없이 그만둘 수 있을 것 같아요.
데프트 이번 대회에서 스카웃과 메이코 이렇게 두 선수와 재만남을 하게 되는데요. 필연적입니다.
其实面对一些有认识的对方，也是还是很想赢吧，因为都是对手。
사실 처음에는 이제 메이코 선수랑 스카웃 선수가 우승하는 걸 봤을 때 처음에는 되게 축하하는 마음이 생겼다가 뭔가 갈수록 뭔가 저 선수들은 나랑 같이 했던 목표를 이뤘는데 나는 아직도 점점 멀어져가는 느낌을 많이 받았어서 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요.
DRX are a team that many people underestimated, but now a team worth fearing.
Deft 的选手的话，我觉得他是一个全能的选手吧，因为他的队友需要什么，他就会做什么。感觉现在也会想起了他经常带我。
而对于两支如此职业的战队来说，他们也不会因为任何原因影响到场上的发挥。
데프트의 마지막이 될 수도 있는 이번 월드에서 그의 첫 4강 진출을 위한 상대가 하필 EDG입니다. 이게 무슨 운명의 장난입니까?
데프트 형, 우리 이번에 꼭 이겨야 해서 이해해주길 바래.
스카웃, 메이코, 렛츠 댄스.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking.
about to settle here in the Big Apple. A battle defined by the bot lane with some of esports' richest history building to this moment. Please join me in welcoming the LCK's DRX, Kenyan, Pyoshik, Zeka, Deft, and Barrel. One more time, DRX! Their opponents from the LPL are fighting to keep the Summoners Cup in their trophy case. Your reigning world champions, Edward Gaming, Flandre, Jeje, Scout, Viper, Mako. Let's hear it for EDG. New York, one more time. Let me hear you for our two teams, DRX and EDG. What a match this is going to be. I cannot wait. This is a mid lane match that I'm focused on as well because Zeka has been so good here at Worlds. In play-ins, he smashed openers against RNG and he clapped Xiaohu and the rest of that team. And now he's up against Scout, who like won Worlds, and this guy hadn't won a best of 5 until the 3rd year in his career on Zeka's side.
And what's crazy is that these two mid laners have some history. Prior to the LCK, Zeka was playing in the LPL, and he had the opportunity to play against Scout. The all-time record, 6-2 in favor of Scout. The historic man in the mid lane for EDG has often gotten the better of this young gun, and we'll see if this young man in Zeka can find ways to usurp the current favorites of EDG.
Yeah, apparently, sorry, if Isaiah was talking, you weren't hearing it. We're going to get that sorted out, but he was talking about how the mid lane champion pool is such a big deal here. You look at Zeka's all-time stats, 27 games on Silas, 67% win rate. You give him 22 games on Akali, 73% win rate. You have to drop to like his 13th most played champion to get another winner to about 50%. It's Akali, Silas, and then a cliff.
It certainly is, and we'll see what EDG will leave open for him, because right now, both champions are up and available, and you feel like EDG will have to consider removing the Aatrox from play here. You can't afford to give that champion over. Maokai and Graves, of course, both highly contested champions that are up and available for DRX to grab for themselves as well. The question is, what direction will EDG go? So it looks like that they will remove the Aatrox. The question is, will that Graves be locked in for DRX?
Yeah, Graves and potentially Silas is also available here as well. We saw that banned out first phase every game yesterday. So, you know, if they are concerned about it, Scout could try to take this away as Graves is going to be locked in here for Pyoshik. So already some different priorities. You know, we saw yesterday that, of course, Canyon was willing to first pick the Graves, but their opponents in Gen G weren't willing to, so they were going to ban it away. And we're just going to get the JJ Lee Sin locked in with Azir here for Scout. So there will be the opportunity for Zeka to go to where he wants, but oh my god.
Yes! We're going to see Ashe Heimerdinger in the bot lane for DRX. This was something in the second week of group stages that they found a lot of success with. It gave them firm control of the bot lane 2 versus 2, allowing this Graves as well a consistent lane that guarantees push priority in the bot side of the map. We'll see how well DRX can enable Pyoshik in the early game to set up for these invades as EDG is responding with the Soraka Azael.
It's so interesting because, you know, initially we had seen the Heimer Ashe as an answer to Kalista. It was kind of thought of as the specific marksman that you're answering, but now they're just straight up blinding it. They will be able to ban out some more marksmen that they're potentially concerned about. Soraka is a very strong laning enchanter though, so they will be able to deal also in the later stages with a lot of the poke from rockets, from volley. So I do feel like it is a pretty intelligent choice.
One of the things I like as well is that she outranges Heimer turrets. If they get chunked down in the brush, you're like, I press Q, couple more times. All right, thanks for the 15 gold. Like, I killed your turrets off. So you actually do have the ability to outrange. And the way it's played, if you haven't watched the earlier games from Worlds with Heimer support, is he jams them in the brush off to the side. They're usually not in minion aggro range unless you want them to be. But it's like, if you all-in me, I'm on turrets, dog. Like, we win this. And Straka's like, I'm not all-inning you. I'm out-poking you, and I outrange your turrets anyway.
Well, I think the big thing that we're going to have to watch out for, from Mako's side is, of course, the rockets from Heimer, because they are going to be maxing rockets generally on the Heimer support. So if you're spending all your Qs on the turrets, but you're taking poke back, you're not going to be actually proccing that heal over time from hitting an enemy champion. So definitely some power there, but Varus going to be banned away. I do think that's really intelligent, something that can lane well against the Ashe, can be fairly long range. Another answer that we saw a lot of in the past to Ashe, at least regionally in the LCS, was something like Jhin. So it'll be interesting to see what they're actually going to focus on taking away. Instead, it is just really a concern about poke and rage. Ezreal, another champion that really deals with Heimer's towers very easily.
So my expectation right now for EDG is that something like a Sivir, maybe even a Tristana, get really strong wave clear and also complements the scaling. Now for DRX, my expectation is that you'll see an Akali and actually a dive buddy up towards the top side of the map, because if you're DRX, your eyes are on EDG need engage. You're looking at something like an Ornn to round out the draft for EDG, so they have a way to kick off these fights, which means that Kingen can feel pretty confident about going more towards something like the Camille that he has shown before. But the fact that they're already looking at an Orianna does surprise me. My expectation would be that DRX would lean more towards giving Zeka that comfort and giving him more of that dive threat.
I was going to say Camille, but instead it's actually just going to be Fiora. So they are expecting something along the lines of the Ornn. They want to already kind of pre-counter that, so to speak. They are going to be pretty light on engage, though they do have ult grenade from Heimer. They do have the Ashe arrow as well. Cannon coming through would mean that you're very reliant on flanks from the EDG side and potentially some playmaking from Scout, but not the easiest of hard engage by any means. But there is a tremendous amount of scaling here.
Okay.
And it is going to be a pretty good matchup, at least in the early levels up into that Fiora. So we'll have to see how this top lane matchup is going to go between Kingen and Flandre. It feels very, very important. I know that Kingen is someone that can play these carries, but generally is not played towards a tremendous amount. He's definitely kind of left more on his island, and that is similar with Flandre, so maybe they feel they can get this kind of isolated 1v1 where the Fiora can eventually take advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the priority is, because expectations are that DRX will have that push on the bot side of the map. A lot of pressure is going to be falling on Zeka's shoulders, though. We know that historically, Scout has gotten the better of Zeka when they did compete domestically, and now they're on a control mage matchup. One of the big advantages we talked about coming into this was that Scout would have a deeper champion pool. He does feel very comfortable on the Azir. We'll see how Zeka can compete now that he is playing his control mage rather than the typical Akali.
Right, and again, what he's been good at has been Akali Sylas. Sylas banned in the second round. Akali left up the entire draft. His Orianna all-time is 3-5. Now, most of his career has not been a high win rate, right? He missed playoffs. He didn't play any postseason in the LPL across 2 years. He made the postseason both times in the LCK, and he lost first round both times there. The first BO5 he even won was a 3-2 over KT Rolster in the regional qualifier, and then another 3-2 to get here to Worlds. And then here's his first best of 5 at Worlds, because hey, he went 5-0 in the group stage to get to the get to the play-in. So I do want to see if he does step up at this level, because he's against a guy who, very clearly is the reigning finals MVP.
Exactly. Scout has been such an incredible player, and he does have that reputation as a melee specialist on Scout's side as well, but he has such a deep champion pool. He really can play it all. It's a very interesting draft here early on. And my eyes are already drawn to Kingen in the top lane playing Ghost Grasp. So it's very much about looking for this chase down in this extended 1v1. Flandre is not playing phase rush or anything specifically for that. So it could be difficult for him.
Look at the wave clear already from the bot lane of EDG. You can hear the support from the crowd. A very loud arena today, but the wave clear from Viper and Mako is exceptional. They've clearly come in prepared for this Ashe Heimerdinger bot lane. And the big question, especially when you think about future games, is this an effective answer? Because if it's not, DRX have a very big advantage when it comes to drafting and the priority of this Ashe Heim. We'll have to wait and see his Scout, JJ. Ooh, nice. Good awareness there from Zeka.
Well, and something I'm really interested about is when I look towards the top side, we see the Graves and the Fiora are both hanging out in this brush. Are they actually going to look for any sort of level 1 invade play? I'm assuming that they are.
Yeah.
Whether or not it'll be Raptors or perhaps even Red is going to be interesting. You can see Zeka is even playing towards that side and pushing up to try to make sure that there's not any sort of response that is available.
Well, they got an invade, and JJ going to be cross-mapping for this one as well. Now, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every day of Worlds. Head over to primegamingworlds22.com to to enter, and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries.
So while you guys do that, I'm going to quickly draw your attention to the bot side map. Our observer's already highlighted it for us, but the fact that the Lee Sin was able to get that early pressure. Wow, a lot of damage being put down onto Mako. Incredibly low. The Ignite committed from Beryl as well. Of course, typically the Soraka does have a decent amount of sustain, but Azael highlighting the mini-map for us. You'll see the JJ doing the cross map. This is the first time we've really seen this early invade response to a Graves level 1. So far in the quarterfinals, it has been oppressive and difficult to deal with, but JJ has found a very clever solution, which is I don't care if you're going to spot me out on a ward. I do not care what your early game plan is. I'm going to make sure that I can get this decent start. And while he will drop a single Raptor, he's still going to have a pretty... at least he's not going to lose his whole jungle camp.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, not going to really be very far behind whatsoever. You know, he did use his ward early on to actually ward hop over and try to get right in there to take away that red. Will go back towards clearing his blue side, so it is just going to be a fairly even start here. You can even see question mark pings on the Gromp, so they have a good read of where the Graves is clearing right now, and going to be doing their best to actually track him and try to keep pace with this Graves, because generally speaking, if you're at parity with the Graves, you're doing a really, really good job.
One minor thing to point out is Lee Sin did leave up one of the small Raptors, so though Pioshik has a timer on Raptors might re-invade at 4 minutes and around 10, you're not going to have the exact thing here where he will clear down, he will clear his Raptors camp out. It won't be counter juggled by JJ, but also means that camp's coming up a lot later for the Graves.
Certainly will. Meanwhile, in this bot lane, we continue to see the push being generated by DRX. This is somewhat as we expected. The thing about Soraka, or I suppose many poke matchups, is, well, you have to deal with a lot of poke. So one of the responses to that is sustain. Soraka can provide that sustain, but very early levels, not quite to the same degree as she will be able to later on into the game. And it feels like DRX's bot lane is trying to take advantage of this. The Hail of Blades, the Comet, both being run on by Ashe and Heimerdinger respectively, mean that they can continue to push Viper and Mako underneath their tower.
Absolutely. And so much of laning against Soraka in general is a heal was actually forced out there from Soraka. So Soraka getting very, very low is actually just dodging the Qs. If Soraka can hit the Qs, you can stay very healthy and just continuously recharge that health, be able to have very, very health positive trades. But if you cannot, and it is very difficult in this matchup because you're outranged by both the volley as well as the Heimer rockets, then you're going to get chipped down and down and down, as we see has happened to Mako. And he's going to have to take a base here, so we'll see how quickly this DRX bot lane can try to crash that wave, because there was no more pots left for Mako, no more pots left for Viper, and they'd already used Summer Heal.
Pretty nice by Zeka. He dropped all of 4 CS after clearing out 6 waves. Perfect CS is 38. He's at 34. Tier plus part of a lost chapter. He will have infinite mana to shove this wave forever.
And I will say, I also like the adaptation here from Viper, because he knows he's going to be in a push matchup, so just going TP here, because he knows he's likely going to be locked under the tower, I think makes a tremendous amount of sense. A delay on the base there, obviously very nice. Scout does have TP, but he's going to lose a full wave if he bases now. Pioshik, though, could be in some trouble.
Items on the Lee Sin. He's got Pickaxe, so shoves him out. Nearly the kill on a Scout. Zeka, of course, not level 6, would have been able to force a flash to the Shockwave.
Zeka is a very oppressive laner. Even domestically in the LCK, he was shown to be very good in terms of his straight-up laning mechanics. Obviously, when we look at his typical laning style of usually finding success on melee mid-lane matchups, when you then get the advantage to be ranged, especially on a champion like Orianna that is naturally a very aggressive lane champion, you can see how much control and agency he has. 45 CS, just short of 5 minutes into the game, already off to a great start for Zeka in the 1v1.
I mean, it's awesome, right? He had won that 1v1 early on, got the chunk down, TP's back early. They got multiple delayed recalls there onto Scout, so he has to actually drop waves because he's too low to stay around.
Mismatch Smite.
Smite on JJ, should be his.
Yeah, and Graves should know it as well, pressing tab, so it is going to be taken by JJ. Well done by him, level 4 on each, and honestly now both at 8 camps. So though Graves had a nice invade, as you mentioned, Lee Sin was keeping pace the whole time, and indeed here they are, both in 8 camps.
So in terms of the early game, things looking pretty favorable for DRX in terms of the lanes that they have control over. Good push in the bot side of the map, good control over the mid matchup. Top side though, as we kind of expected, both being left on an island to fend for themselves. And this is going in favor of Flandre. You can see him slowly starting to build up this pretty sizable CS advantage, as we would expect in the Kennen into Fiora matchup. And I feel like this is one of the big things that DRX need to be cautious of, because domestically in the LPL, EDG was never known for their incredibly dominant early game. They were known as one of the best team fighting teams in the LPL. They were really great at clawing their way back into games. They were really good at finding really good team fights. And the reason why they finished third at the end of the playoffs in the LPL was because of this talent to be able to find these great team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they didn't die a lot early game. They didn't get a tremendous amount of kills early game, but they generally created, you know, small laning advantages. And their bot lane in particular is really known for their excellence in team fighting. You know, and when they can get those advantages through bot, JJ and Scout are so adept at actually helping them to extend those advantages by moving towards bot, by finding dives, by finding these plays that can really put Viper in a position to succeed, where he's going to pay you back tenfold, because this guy is just unreal.
So the Krug's taken away now as well by the Graves. As the second time that exact camp, never taken on his side right here for the EDG jungler, Mako and Viper. Going back into the bot lane, having to play around the Rocket's barrel. Without any bonus mana in his build, he's able to pretty easily spam the W and keep the poke going. He's felt pretty comfortable in that one. And
spotted
Lee Sin,
out.
I believe,
Still
not
not
spotted.
spotted.
Sling to the top side. Will it be enough? Of course, level 5 and Lee Sin, no kick.
Flandre has ult.
Cannon could try.
If you're Q's forward, they're going to go for it. They're waiting for the cannon. And when he goes for the cannon, then
Oh, wow. Goes for it, gets the vital. Here's the ult, but he's out of range. He's out of range of the stun and just walks away. Flandre didn't commit a flash or anything.
Yeah, Flandre really misplaying that. You know, it looked like he knew he wanted to go for him on the cannon, but then they pulled back. He didn't actually hard commit to it. Pyosik now zoning off the EDG bot lane, who has been chunked down. They're going to start to be able to chip away at this tower. Will be at least one plate going their way. They're now 2 full waves ahead. This is amazing for DRX as EDG flubbed on the top side and they're able to get something done on the bot side.
The only good news for EDG is that they will secure the Herald, so at least this plate loss for the time being won't result in too much, as EDG will be able to claw something back. The question is, what does it mean for the future? Because DRX are finding successful plays around their bot side, and Kingen is doing what you need him to do. Mitigate any sort of pressure that is thrown his way. This can be a very difficult matchup in the early laning phase, and the fact that he was able to dodge away from that gank, only expending his ghost, means that while he will lose a bit of farm, overall, DRX are walk away happy.
Absolutely. They're going to be able to start stacking up these dragons here. But one concern I do have that we haven't really touched on is, you know, generally when you see Kennen in the game, you're always going to have an answering exhaust because it's such a powerful summoner spell against this champion. It's so obvious when the damage is coming out. But there's no exhaust whatsoever. It is Ignite on Barrel. They wanted to go for more kill pressure, which completely makes sense against the Soraka. But you look at a lot of the members here on the DRX side, they are extremely squishy. Ashe, Timer, Orianna, and Graves, and even really the Fiora can all get roasted by a flanking Kennen. So it's something that they're going to have to really be good at marking and make sure that whenever they're setting up for these 5v5s, someone is off to a flank and trying to force Flandre to ult in that 1v1 instead of being able to get on top of the team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that responsibility is going to fall on someone like Zeka or Beryl, with the range and control that they do have on both an Orianna and a Heimer. They can make it very obnoxious for a Kennen to try and get into a fight, but you're right. Making sure you have control over those flanks is going to be very difficult when playing up against the Kennen, especially when you look at the Sivir too. Imagine you get that bonus movement speed from the ultimate. That can make that engage so much more difficult. But this is one of the things that we're thinking about later on into the game, right? How did DRX actually start fights? They're kind of looking for picks with things like the Ashe ultimate, maybe trying to play through side lane. The thing that they can do is have Pyosik hover Kingen. Maybe he can force out a bit of an exchange, and then they can try and find a pick onto the Kennen before converting it into something else. Their overall game plan execution will give them advantages in the early game, but being able to play the mid game is going to be a lot harder for them, rather than EDG's straightforward group up team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I will say, though, you know, when I am playing a split pusher, it's actually really nice playing with the Ashe because even if you don't have perfect vision, the Hawkshot is going to help you track that enemy jungler so much better. So it gives you a better idea of those windows when you can really go aggressive, and especially when you are playing Ghost. Nice. Tap into it from Viper. Great spell shield on that ulti.
Yeah, really intelligent up there. Oh, and it's nice to see, like, a lot of that is just pre-planning as well. It's not just reflexes. It's like, hey, I know Soraka is the target. I'm always going to play around her and hold spell shield at all these points in time, so that he has the option open. So oh my word. Yeah, burn summon he'll stay alive. Mako getting tricked pretty heavily. It's just always what's impressive to me about those plays is half of it is knowing at the start of the game you have to play it that way and then being there every time.
And I'd also say, you know, you're just using your spell shield intelligently throughout the lane, right? Because you don't want to just waste that on a volley or something, and then all of a sudden you don't have it for that ultimate anymore. But at the same time, if you're getting poked down too heavily, it can also get rough there. Pyosik moving down towards bot again. JJ is hovering. They want to make sure that Viper can continue to pick up this farm, as he is already a 24 CS down. Will close that gap a little bit here, but still, they've opened up quite a nice lead, plus the 2 plates on the bot side.
Overall, DRX have had smooth control of the early game, and everything's kind of playing out as we expected coming into game one. Typically slightly slower teams when it comes to the early game. We have seen strong performances overall, as Scout gets interrupted for like the 7th time this game. This man just wants to go back to base, and as you rightly said, it's super annoying for the lane as well. Typically, this is a really good reset timer because of the cannon minion wave. It means it gives you more time to get back into the lane, but he's not going to have that extra time because the Heimerdinger is also going to help push out the wave, which means he's going to be forced to expend that TP. Of course, the Unleashed teleports won't be available until the 14-minute mark, which is around when the dragon will spawn.
Yeah.
Zeka, will he choose to invest his TP? For the time being, no. Let's have a look at the minimap because I also see JJ hovering around the top side of the map. TP invested now from Zeka. And overall, just a little bit more training in the lane.
Oh, that's almost enough lethal damage. He has Wish, casts it. Will not quite find lethal, but that is still so much pain as Viper blocks the rockets and Mako will have to recall 100 health.
Well played, again, blocking that out, you know, on the rocket there. JJ looking to threaten Zeka, but Zeka is aware that this could be coming. He's playing down towards the bottom side, opposite side of where JJ would be looking to attack from. Also, will say, I actually really like that it's the Luden's build here for Scout, because again, it is a very squishy enemy team. You can go Luden, Stork Boots, Shadow Flame, very heavy burst damage up front there.
Now, top side, though, you can see it keep going here as well as Flatpen is kind of being stacked. Of course, that's a double AP team. Stacking Flatpen can be punishing. We'll see if Graves goes for like a Hex Drinker or something as he pushes towards durability. Obviously, Mark Treads here on the Fiora. Everyone else going to be trying to play pretty far back. Beryl going to take his first sidestep to getting heal cut, actually. Gore Drinker Lee Sin, very, very common. Obviously, Soraka exists. I tend to really, really value Oblivion on supports if possible. If you need healing cut somewhere, you really do want on supports who aren't trying to hit like a 3-item power spike. Like their multiplication is not nearly as strong. The raw stats are good enough. So I think really wise at DRX, make sure it's Beryl who buys this.
We can also see now the Dragon spawning about 30 seconds time. Yeah, I did just see a flash expended by Scout there in the mid lane. This is already a big advantage gain for DRX, but they're not using it to move into the bot side river. Good spot there, Freak. I did miss the shockwave being expended by Zeka, but that will force the flash out, which means that Summoner Spell down, but big ultimate unavailable for a potential upcoming Dragon fight.
Yeah, exactly, and now we'll have to see if DRX are going to be looking to fight it. Nice chunk onto Viper, who does not have his TP. Will be able to get healed back up by Mako somewhat, but Zeka has base, it has no teleport, so I think because they didn't get that pick, they're not even really going to contest here. They're poking and prodding, but with Scout coming down, you have to pay some respect.
Really good flash there from Viper. Good poke, once again, coming out from DRX, and this is the obnoxious thing about Ashe Heimerdinger as a bot lane. They're so oppressive when it comes to slow, stuns, just overall being annoying and making it difficult for you to get on top of them.
I mean, they're doing such a good job, right? Because Zeka was even in base, so they were basically in a 3v4, but they weren't really fully committing. And then as soon as Viper used the spell shield, out comes the ulti, the flash is forced, you know, really doing a good job pressuring here. And JJ now.
14-20 into the game, flashed away from a bit, has the rocket jump to get away as he ward hops out and will not get killed, but the Rocket's forced him to jump out of his own jungle.
Really good smoke screen there from the Graves, made it that much harder for JJ. Had to flash out just to be able to see what he was doing, and then he was able to ward hop over to safety. He will walk away with his life, but this does mean another objective gained for DRX, and they will continue to stack these Drakes. So now that's 2 on the board for them. We'll see what the soul of this game will be in just a few moments' time.
And it's starting to feel a little bit like bot versus top, right? You're looking at the gold advantage between these two players, then you're looking down towards bottom lane. Even on the supports, the amount of Spell Thief's gold that had been farmed up by Beryl had created, you know, a pretty significant lead for him, at least in the short term.
Wow.
And Mako going to be forced to flash. Man, Beryl is getting a lot of work done moving around the map, and a great shockwave again, forcing a flash there. That's 2 in a row from Zeka. Got the flash from Scout with his previous one. Now gets a flash off Mako.
But it is going to be second Herald, though, looks like, as they step up, they put the wards down to get rid of the vision. And as Scout heals back up, it's going to be claimed. Without Shockwave, the fight is harder. Zeka a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough, though? 100 HP, Wish comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First blood, the latest of worlds comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Pioshik takes him down. DRX 2-0. Viper still slowed, fights back on a dash.
Wander has ult.
Kill him. It's a stun. Refuses to ult, though. Does not go for any more. Finally, time's on in. Gets the 3-man stun, the single kill, the stun away onto Pioshik, and nothing more than that. A 1,000 gold lead and 2 dragons, DRX in the lead.
Oh, very back and forth there, but at the same time, Kingen goes mid, and he is like potentially going to knock down that full tower there. Fiora crushes through that, but now Scout!
What a shuffle! Beryl goes for a ward. I don't know if he saw Scout or not, but gets punished. EDG get a kill back, but first turret goes to DRX.
We finally get to see a bit of action in this game between EDG and DRX, but it is overall DRX that come out on top. They find a number of kills, they secure the mid lane tower. What we're gonna see is just this chip damage that continues to come down onto Mako specifically. And as you said earlier, if he's not landing those Qs, he's not healing back up, and you can see how much damage is just consistently being done. Chip, 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 good side set from Scout, but it means that his support is left out to dry.
Yep, and then King on the top side, trying to keep Flandre out of this as long as he can. You know, does pop the parry there, had to get out as he's getting really, really low, and then Def sees his opportunity flashing forward here, but Scout able to dissuade him from actually committing to the play, and this is where Flandre sees his moment.
A bit of overconfidence, I would say, from Deft. He was feeling it, and then Flandre is quick to punish. There was a small window here where it looked like DRX could actually continue the chase, but Zeka said, I'm out of mana, I don't think we can chase this, so let's just disengage for the time being.
Yeah, I was thinking with the ult still available there.
Take the Q, Flash gets away from the E. Goredrinker not activated either, so just barely a survival at Pioshik. Now out of Flash, out of ult.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Scout ended up getting a kill on Beryl with his ult after, but there was that moment when Flandre went in. I was thinking maybe Scout is going to look to follow up here. You know, there were some low health bars, but he didn't have his flash, so perhaps didn't think he could actually close the gap there. And JJ now trying to hold on to this tower. Looks like the vitals display there is a little bit incorrect because it's showing vitals on two sides, so hopefully that will reset.
Yeah, knocked on the bottom one, and then, yeah, wait for the next one to come back up. Goredrinker got his health back up a little bit there for JJ, and he's going to be fine. Still a 1,700 gold lead and 2 Drakes to 0. Certainly a sizable lead for DRX. The question is, what will the team fights look like down the line? Because last one did go roughly 2-2.
DRX find themselves in a pretty comfortable position right now. The next major objective they'll be looking to play for is this dragon spawning in about 2 minutes' time. Kingen going to be taking more control over this side lane now that he's gotten that first item completed. Of course, the Kennen will slowly start to struggle more in the isolated 1v1 matchup, and they're going to rely on him to be able to join these team fights. Having that unleashed teleport available will naturally make it easier, and Azael and I will continue to keep eye on these wards littered around the map, as we expect EDG to be investing these deep wards to try and look for flanks, but right now it is DRX in full control.
Yep, DRX, you know, with really the only wards across half here. You know, when you're looking at the vision, the line gets to about there. That's really all they have on the EDG side. You know, they don't really have very great vision. They're moving heavily towards the top side.
Oh, good response there from Scout, able to flash away from the arrow. I don't think anyone was expecting that, and it definitely caught Scout by surprise, but pro player reflexes there, able to get him to safety.
Yeah, Colin Tima, that was Swift Scout. All right, that was my one for the day. That's a lie. There's more coming.
That's
yeah. Minute to go, though, until soul point for DRX. Ocean Drakes on the Rift. Extra brush, extra honey fruit. And soon to be even more regen as Rock could bump out. As Kingen looks to run away in the bottom side. JJ will not get him much done. We'll be able to summon, and with bot lane, I believe, a little bit injured. This actually could just about finish the turret here. So as long as they can control this lane, 500 gold will go to EDG's inventory.
Yeah, the tower is low enough, so will be a kill on that tower unless they can somehow stop it from charging, but I doubt that they can. So the turret does go down. King can actually come back and clean this up. But some pretty interesting item choices here. Swifties on Sivir, so really struggling with some of the slows that are being applied here, you know, from the Heimer grenade, if it hits you on the outside, that's a slow. Obviously, the Ashe volley, also a slow. So really wanting to be able to dodge out from a lot of these skill shots and just putting high priority on that boost speed. Going to TP down towards bottom lane. They're going to push through there instead of through mid to try to access the dragon. But this does mean that DRX get a free push on mid. We can see Ashe is already out there shoving that up. So we'll see if either team is going to be able to force a response with Fiora now on that flank.
So keep my eyes on Flandre right now. His flash is up in about 30 seconds. But I don't know if that's going to be enough time. You can see he's trying to stay in the fog of war as Kingen is coming in from behind. Flandre is going to be so important when it comes to the big team fight. The arrow comes through.
Actually just tags Lee Sin, who's just standing still. Takes the tank, but he's going to be fine at the end of the day. They know where Kingen is. He walked over to the Nazir turret, couldn't find a better flank than that. Just sitting behind, hoping for an angle. 6,000 health left on the Drake. Barrel on the top side. Another mid-wave catches up. That is already 100 gold denied away from EDG, but they stick around for more. Level 13 on the Azir. Gonna look for the play onto Barrel. Finds the shove back, kills him without a single spell cast. In goes Flandre. There's a second. Mako over the wall. The chase down for Kingen. Gets single kill. Kicked back, but not taken down. Staying alive. Down to half health. Finds a 3-man slow. But JJ on the chase. Q's gonna be sidestep. Stays alive. Flash in for Viper. Nearly dies, but forces DRX to flash away. Flash back in. Zeka gets the kill into Viper. A chase in. JJ
is here to finish the job.
It's an absolute bloodbath, back and forth. Skill shot just barely not connecting. Deft on the wrong side of the map, and Scout is here to kill his former teammate.
W auto Q comes back up. There is the rampage of EDG's 5. Make it 6 kills, 4 belong to the mid laner.
It's nothing personal, my man. It's just business, and Scout is looking to get himself a big victory here in the quarterfinals. The King and TP will force away JJ from the objective, and everyone from DRX is slowly starting to respawn. They're getting back out onto the map, whereas EDG, they need to reset, get their health bars back up, and spend some of the gold that they just picked up.
Can they actually buy time for Deft, though? Because if they can't rush it down, EDG is going to be here a good 30
round 2, boys.
Faster. I feel like DRX might have to give it up. They're going to try to buy time here, but Deft just now respawning. He's got to run all the way out there.
Yep.
And everyone from EDG is already here, so it's a 3v5 for a good 15, 20 seconds.
Deft's contribution is a Jenna Crystal arrow right now, otherwise nothing.
Guys, I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah. Korean 80 carries in New York don't land Ash arrows. What are you talking about? This never happens. Here we go. Starting up now again. JJ, 6,000 health yet again on this one, but it's going to reset. We know Pyoshuk's around, so a steal's not going to happen, or it is going to be flipped over what I should say. King indeed looking for his flank play, but doesn't have it just yet. Scout, no flash, but has the ulti yet again. And once again, looking for this dragon. Most of them playing inside the brush. A blue trigger required to see where everyone is. Flandre still does behind his own team, cannot find the actual flank. It's going to be up on the front side instead. Several pop, nice smite. Pyoshuk grabs it. 3-0 DRX.
This time in DRX, leverage their range and don't give EDG the opportunity to find the fight. That means that they walk away with the objective and put themselves on soul point.
And now they have them cut off towards mid, so they're going to have to try to walk the long way around. King and Pyoshuk and Beryl trying to zone them out. As Zeka and Deft are onto the tier 2 tower, this looks like it's gone. DRX are playing the map so well.
3-1 in turrets, 3-0 in Drakes. Gold lead in their favor as well. Everything in the top scoreboard says DRX are winning here in game 1.
Massive props to DRX. I think that when you look at this series on paper, EDG should come in as the favorites, but DRX continue to surprise. The fact that they even qualified to the World Championship this year was a surprise to many. They were not supposed to be here, but at every single stage, they have only defied expectations. They land the stun.
Will it kill, though? Able to shuffle back out his Scout, staying alive. He's got extra health in that build, making it a bit more comfortable. Beryl did ignite in that fight, so it is a big cooldown missing.
Yep, yeah, they do cost themselves some cooldowns, but we can go back towards this dragon here. The turret's even getting dropped. They decided to try to burst it down. Lee Sin is stunned. I wonder if he was out of range. Was he stunned?
Nearsighted. He was W'd by Graves.
He was nearsighted in the arrow, so he's actually stunned up, loses vision with that smoke screen. Great catch, Freak. I didn't actually see the graphic of that, which means he's not going to be able to smite it. You can, of course, smite while you are stunned, but not if you do not have vision of the dragon. Yeah.
As they say, if you can't see me, I can't see you. You know what I'm saying? So the dragon
could see him.
Dragon ends up falling to DRX. So when we kind of take stock of the whole map right now, DRX do have a small advantage, a single tower advantage, and a pretty significant Drake advantage. This means that in terms of their early game control, they've been able to convert it into quite a lot. While the gap between the two teams isn't dramatic, a lot of that does come down to the fact that EDG have been finding successful fights. They traded 2 for 2 over up towards the top side Herald. They just found themselves a favorable fight around the Dragon. And you look at Scout, level 15 on the Azir, 2 fully completed items. The man is really coming online right now, and it's going to be a bigger threat as the game continues.
Absolutely. You can start to see some MR is being picked up on the other side as an answer, because it's flat pen in both mid lane and top lane. You can see the Hex Shrinker has already been picked up. Merc Tread's in top lane. Merc Trade's down here. We have another Hex Shrinker being built up by Deft as well. There's so much threat from those double AP soul laners on the EDG side. And this is going to mean there's going to have to be some heavy lifting from Viper as well. If people are starting to really stack up that MR, it puts more pressure on the Sivir to really be that threat.
And the ironic thing, though, is Sivir, you can see Viper's build. He doesn't believe he has target access. He went Swifties, which you called out earlier, and he went Rapid Fire Cannon, which is like, I get 1 auto. I can Q, I can throw 1 ricochet. Go, team! and that's his build. And I'm not saying it is wrong. He's getting zoned out by an Ashe and a Heimerdinger. It's tough to play as with Shockwaves running around and things like that, but his build is very much, I have a front-loader contribution, and then my DPS is going to be lower than any other build I could go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be tough against some of these champions that are going to be zoning you out, right? There's the Orianna Ball that is going to be outranging you. There's the Ashe Volleys. There's things like the Heimer Rockets and so on that are going to make it tricky. And I think what he's going to really rely on to get that access is the mayhem that can be created by people like Flandre and JJ, right? If they can get in that back line, if all of a sudden there is a Kennen ulting in on the team, well, everyone has to scatter. Now all of a sudden, Sivir can move forward and really look for those autos to try to clean up the fight.
Yeah, I will say that initially, I talked about how I felt that EDG had a more traditional, easy-to-play front-to-back teamfight comp with the addition of being able to flank with both the Lee Sin and the Kennen. But when you look at it on paper, neither team really has an easy way into this fight, because even though EDG have a more quote-unquote traditional teamfight comp, you're still trying to gain access against an Ashe, an Orianna, and a Heimerdinger. On top of the fact that you have the Grave smoke screen, like, there are so many things to just make your approach difficult, whether it be slow, stuns, poke, just so many obnoxious things exist on the side of DRX that they can just sit back and leverage their poke. And basically they're saying, EDG, if you want to fight us, you're going to have to go through all of this damage before you even get a chance to touch us.
Absolutely. And it's one of the cool things about Heimer support and also Maokai, you know, in supports like this that can actually mark brushes without being there themselves. Yes. Right? You know, when you are trying to deal with someone like Flandre, you can have your tower in a bush, and as he's coming over, you know, he has to deal with that little annoyance, and you're going to be able to spot him out more easily. Of course, you still have to be within their sphere of influence, or whatever you want to call it, for them to be activated. But it is very difficult. And I think one of the things that has been kind of hamstringing EDG somewhat in this game is that they can't really get any deep vision. They're always the ones coming to the objectives late. So they're not really able to effectively threaten these flanks very often. It's always Flandre having to, like, walk straight at the enemy team.
Yeah, the one guy who kind of had permanent pressure in his lane was in the top lane. Kennen was permanent pushed onto Fior, and hey, they got first Herald out of it, but that's not the matchup we're seeing when these Dragon setup is happening, or a Baron setup is happening, where, like, that's the far lane. That's a TP lane. That's not the one you're using to get Fry out to then set up everything else. And it feels like, yeah, with Ori having pressure, Ashe having pressure, what's going on. A quick update on what's going on, by the way. EDG's jungler JJ reported an issue. Tournament officials are investigating that. When we have more info, we will deliver it, but pause courtesy of JJ.
Overall, very solid game one. I think a pretty competitive game between the two teams. You can see the strengths and weaknesses of both sides' compositions and their actual approach and ability to start these team fights. So I think that this game could still go in either direction, and there's a lot of options for both these teams. And the biggest problem that EDG now faces is the fact that there is 3 stacked Drakes on the side of DRX that are going to be very difficult to deal with because they're going to be forced to take the next Dragon fight.
Absolutely. And that's where it's going to come down to the setup. You know, can they actually find a window to get to that Dragon early, to try to get those deep wards, make sure they're setting up Flandre for success? Because I do think EDG have the tools they need to really win these team fights, but not if they are second to the Dragon, right? If they're always the second one showing up and you're having to fight through all this poke and these towers and everything that is really kind of just bothering you on your way in, it feels incredibly difficult to actually reach these DRX carries.
It's just hard to do so because we've seen for the last 15 minutes that it's the Ori who has pressure over Azir and it's the Ashe who has pressure over Sivir. Probably largely because the Heimerdinger, right? It's that combo together. Sivir obviously deletes waves, but not if she can't get in a range to, you know, get chunked down to half HP at the very start of it. Then Struck runs out of health and that all happens. So the other part of it is, you know, theoretically, if you are late, if you have an Ornn, he just walks up, we press R, we all run in, but it's like their engage is Kennen and Azir. And they can start fights, but they can also get killed by a stun combo, right? Ornn doesn't, those two both do. And it's like, well, he could fight, but only if he can flank. Problem is, Fior's watching the flank. It's like, well, look, what at the other flank? Now Azir turret's watching that flank. Like, okay, what at the other flank? No. Heimer turret's watching that flank. It's like, let me in! Let me in! They can't get it.
I mean, one of the things that's kind of just a sidestep a little bit that's so cool about this series to me too is you know, Def versus Mako, and one of the facts that, you know, there's so much talk in the past about Mako being the guy to really level up Def's laning, right? To have been this guy that kind of trained him, so to speak. And this is many years later, of course, but they're meeting again, and it is almost like that pupil versus teacher kind of story, right? Where now he's using all the tools that Mako gave him against him, right?
For sure.
And I just think that's such a fun dynamic because, you know, in sports in general, and esports, of course, as well, when you're playing against those former teammates, it's like you know them so well, you know their habits and what they like, what they dislike, and sometimes you can really try to use that against them.
And I will say that when we got to see that promo video, I was not expecting Deft at the very end to sit there and say, EDG, let's dance. You know, that level of confidence, that bravado to come from Deft. The man has struggled internationally over the last couple of years. Outside of that Samsung performance many years ago in 2014, it's just been a quarterfinals appearance and then knocked out. The man has been looking for that opportunity to return to the highest level, and against an EDG that overall has been struggling this year, and a DRX that continues to level up throughout this tournament, this feels like one of their best opportunities they've had to bring Deft back to the highest level.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be his 6th straight quarters appearance, you know, not including the one where he into semis. He had 5 where he fell out in quarters, so this would be another attempt here to try to make it back. You know, Chovy, who obviously we just watched yesterday get his semifinals berth, had never actually been past quarterfinals. So it's two of these incredible players who have been mainstays on the international stage for quite some time. Deft, of course, longer. You know, both kind of now in a similar boat where they're trying to get to that next level. They're trying to continue going further and further and further and really get to the level that I think all their fans know that they can reach.
Yeah, and that's the fun part because, I mean, I think back to like 2014 Deft and people who were watching, you know, good 8 years ago. At one point, I think Deft was the best AD carry in the world. In my vote, like there was a point where he was for a year or two like the #1 AD carry. And the fact that he at most made World Semis. Now, World Semis is actually very good. You're top 4 in the world. Like that's pretty well deserved. He like won an LCK title. He's a 4-time domestic champion in both Korea and China, 2 each. Like he has done a lot. But the fact that for like 7 years, he's like, yeah, top 8 at most, and it has to bow out. Like, he deserves a bit better than that, you know? Like, I want a bit more out of Deft. I want him to get that extra little bit. So we are back into the game here, and we'll see if EDG can get some map control.
When you talk about, you know, him being known as the best marksman in the world, you know, all those years ago, I think a lot of people would argue that he is, at the very least, you know, in that conversation up near the top. And now he is against Viper, who most people have as the best ADC in the world today, right? So he has an opportunity to prove himself against that level of player, you know, against the defending world champions here in EDG, his former teammates in Mako and Scout. And it's just so interesting to have that opportunity.
And now we're just seeing both teams dance around this mid lane, because when we look at objectives across the board, there aren't really that many outside of the tier 2 towers, but also this mid-tier 1. It has been the thorn in the side of EDG. By taking it down, it makes it much easier to gain access into the enemy jungle because you can push those waves in deeper. But DRX, they're holding firm. They're leaving Kingan on a side lane to act as that threat. And if you look at the minimap right now, you can see this Fiora pushing in that bot side while they just maintain control over this mid wave and make sure that they secure vision around the Baron, which they can transition towards the Dragon in a minute's time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the one thing missing for the Fiora is, you know, when you look down to that bottom quadrant, it doesn't have that deep vision. So he can push out the wave, but then he has to back it off until he really sees everyone here. And as DRX do reset, EDG has now moved in towards that top side, and they're clearing out all the wards in this area, as well as pushing up towards mid. And they should be able to knock down this tier 1 here pretty easily.
You get it. Number 3 on the board here. EDG tying up the turret score. Top outer for their sake, still holding on, as mid-tier 2 is dead on their side of the map. Otherwise, they've knocked down all the outers. And now, EDG are, in fact, the first ones in River. They actually managed to grab all the controls out of the map. Deft on his way towards a Wit's End to get the MR to survive a Cannon and a Zir. Kingan is already here on the flank as well. Bot lane, most being left alone. And look at this. Beryl has snuck in, and Beryl has a bunch of turrets now on the ground. And EDG might not be first team objective anymore.
I mean, if you can get 3 turrets down and someone face checks into a grenade into alt rocket, even as a support here, you can potentially 100-0 someone. So they do have to be a little bit careful about who the one walking forward here is. But he's given up. You know, he's revealed by the dragon. It's really smart. If you pull the dragon, it's going to hit whatever is closest to it, whether it's your team or their team. So if someone is hiding in a brush, that can be revealed.
Yep. Certainly can be. Dragon now being aggroed towards DRX. Kingan hovering off in the fog of war, yet to be spotted. The teams have reversed compared to the last time we saw this Dragon fight. Flandre hovering around behind. They don't see Kingan on the flank, but here comes the arrow.
Arrow hits Scout. Smite fight, not just yet. It's going to be reset on the Drake. Fiora still not in. Shockwave catches one. Mako stays alive. Here comes Fiora. Finds the kill, but Cannon goes back in for 2. And you got a bunch of damage still on Azeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple. And EDG win as long as they possibly could. They're going to get the ace. Only Mako falls, and Baron's going to be next in their sights.
The world-class team fighting of EDG strikes again. DRX are wiped off the map. There will be no Soul. There will be no Baron. EDG will take it all.
EDG get everything, and it was Scout flying in, finding that engage. The chaos created by this Azir opens the window for Flandre to fly in with his ultimate, for Viper to go forward as well. Everyone from EDG committing heavily to the fight. And these squishy members on DRX's side, once that engage was there from EDG, they just couldn't stand up to it.
100% kill participation for Scout. We have to keep our eyes on him because, look, the arrow connects to him onto the backline. The shockwave, though, is late. Look, it doesn't come quite through. It lands on a Mako, but it doesn't connect onto Scout. This then gives him the window to dive onto the backline, scoop up Deft, scoop up Pyoshik. They get melted by the Kennen ultimate. And while we talked about Flandre looking for those flanks, it was all about Scout finding that engage to set up for his team to clean house.
Yeah, he didn't have to go through the back door because Scout just kicked down the front. Comes right down the middle, knocks both those marksmen into the team. And you can see how excited they are backstage, knowing that was a massive moment for them. Had DRX won that, they get the Soul, they potentially get the Baron, the game could be theirs, but now it is EDG truly in the driver's seat here, i.e. nearly done for Viper. It will be after this Baron power play because he already has all the pieces. That is going to be another enormous spike.
2,400 gold right now. Yeah, top lane outer killed. King doing the best he can to play permanent split push, mostly catching up in farm with the opposing top laner, but it's still overall higher farm out of EDG. And the bot side Siege slows down a little bit. Ashe, Heimer, Orianna, pretty good defensive tools. And despite grabbing this Baron buff, EDG actually behind in turret kills so far. Of course, more to do as mid lane tier 2 should drop. And King will finally get his own recall off. So still about 1,500 gold. There's 2,000 on the Red Bull Baron power play.
They sent Flandre up to go and catch that top wave. EDG a little slow to play through both lanes, but they're able to secure the tier 2 in the mid. Now, though, they have to break through this wall that is Zeka, Deft, and Beryl. The wave clear from this trio is oppressive and very difficult to siege onto. As long as EDG keep playing through these two lanes, they will slowly chip away at these objectives. The rapid fire going to be helpful here for Viper to just slowly hit away, and the damage from Scout, you can see in the side lane, no one can really stop him at this point. And unless they're willing to commit, he's going to take advantage of his range to chip away at these towers.
I mean, that is just the flat pen build there. Q +1, maybe 2 autos. It's a good 60% of Deft's health there.
Yep.
And they're just going to punch it right through, knocking down the first inhibitor tower. The inhibitor is going to be gone very quickly here. We'll see how quickly King comes back because he is still up in that top lane, still pushing. And it looks like they're going to be willing to give up this middle inhibit as well. They don't feel that they can defend it. So they're going to try to potentially trade for a top lane inhib. And you can see Flandre going back now. They're going to try to stop the recall.
Okay, yep. They get a couple more seconds off of the Lee Sin, but it's going to be middle inhibitor gone. King doing what he can to get every objective possible. Can he kill his turret in time? With Demolish, it was close. And maybe there's going to be some wave capabilities on. Wants to go. Flandre has several vitals up, but the W is already burned. Q, auto. It's going to be the last shot. He can! And he can! 700 gold and a runaway. Kingen will try to survive with his life. Sivir ulti, I believe, burned. Nah, they can't get into him anymore, so Kingen with a great kill. Knocked that inhibitor turret as well.
Yeah, that's massive. The delay there from Deft actually forced it to be a TP. And though he does come through before the turret goes down, he comes through right as the tower is going to die. You get that kill, which is a shutdown. 700 gold going the way of Kingen there is very, very big. And it also means there won't be a TP for Flandre in a minute here for this next dragon. So if you can pull him to a side lane again as Kingen, you have TP advantage, and you can potentially set up a 5v4 at the Drake.
I think that's the biggest advantage from DRX's perspective, because EDG now find themselves in an awkward map state, where while they do have push, consistent push in mid and bot lane, that top lane is going to be very difficult for them to play around, with Scout not having TP available. And let me just very quickly check. It's going to be available in about 50 seconds, which means that the dragon will spawn before that is ready. DRX can just leave Kingen in the side and leverage their poke around the dragon. The problem the DRX are going to have is that Flandre's flash is about to come back up. Scout also is about to have his flash back up. In fact, it's now available, which means that this 4 versus 5 around the dragon is a very difficult position for DRX to put themselves in.
But you have to look, it's Hullbreaker Fiora, and he is top, right? He is going to try to commit to this heavily.
Walking.
Look at Barrel as well.
Someone needs to come for him.
Zeka has TP and Heimer's walking up. They get 3-man top lane, and you will delete structures. So EDG rush down the Baron. Recalls take 8 seconds. Inhibitor is gone. Quick wave clear comes through. Now Barrel's here. He can put down wards, he can put down turrets, and they're going for the base. Scout shows up, but can you find the shuffle? He's able to get it, but over the wall they go. A stopwatch burn, and Viper gets the kill. Viper flashes, they get the second, and just like that, Scout is legendary.
Yeah, that's huge. They get back. Both the carries of EDG do arrive, and now they're going to try to go for an end of their own. They're TPing back in here. 4 members of EDG are going to be here. There's only 3 from DRX.
Is it going to be enough there? Def not going to be locked down too much just yet, but they're going to go for the wave as best they can. They know bot lane is flooding in. Zeka's wave clear is only so good. A new cannon, a new Superman is on the way. And they've got a 4 versus 3 inside the base. Sivir still walking over. She TP to the base. First turret dropping pretty rapidly. Still trying to clear out the minions. First turret is down. A stopwatch burn, but that should be a kill every time, right? Def going to be locked in place. Here goes cannon. The kick back. 2 kills. And EDG going to take the very first game. The attempt at the Nexus does not succeed from DRX. The early game was not enough, but Scout drops. 3 alive. Can they kill it in time? JJ gets low. Viper's still hitting. He's got the Guardian Angel, and the Nexus falls. EDG takes game 1.
In typical EDG style, they will team fight their way to victory. And while there were windows for DRX, they were very quickly shut in the face of the overwhelming reigning world champions. EDG looking good here in game 1.
Man, what an exciting game, though. It really was, creativity here from DRX, both with the draft, bringing out the Heimer Ash, trying to also play a much trickier style of game here, looking for the side lane, looking for the back doors when things started to fall apart in that 5v5. But as you said, Betty, it is the team fighting from EDG that really stood tall here. That soul point fight, that soul fight was really what changed this game completely, because it had been DRX in the driver's seat for quite some time. Scout finds that incredible engage, sweeping back Def, sweeping back the Graves as well. They both get deleted. That gives them a dominant team fight win of the Dragon. That eliminates the soul condition. They take the Baron. The gold lead really catches right back up.
Yep, and what do we say at the very beginning? Hey man, is Zeka good on melee champions? You know what he's not great on? The mages. And we get a max range arrow hit, full stun duration on who ended up being like a 9-0 Azir. Where was Shockwave? After he got unstunned. Right. It killed a Soraka, Mako got 1 shot, and the T-Fight was 5v4, but like, Shockwave killed Soraka. Azir Shuffle killed their entire bottom lane, right? And it's like, Scout's pretty good at League of Legends.
It definitely felt like in these team fights, there was a very big mid diff, and you see it in the PGB, like the difference in terms of damage was pretty significant in favor of the Azir, with 32,000 damage done overall. Like, Scout is a world-class mid laner. Many respect him for his talents. He's a veteran in the space as well, and we're going to need to see a little bit more from Zeka if he wants to get the better of Scout.
And it's interesting, right? Because obviously, DRX came into this with a plan, wave clear mid, pushing bot, split push top, that all really, I think, does make sense as a cohesive composition, but it doesn't work out here in game 1. Sylas and Akali both were available. They could have grabbed those up if they were willing to do it blind. Of course, that is scary against Scout, but we'll see if they want to change that up in game 2.
Well, you got more to play, of course. It's best of 5. It's at least 3 games, so at least 2 more to go. We'll see how much longer we have on stage. Now, if you cannot make it to San Francisco to watch the finals in person, you can watch the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below to purchase some tickets. Now, while you grab one of those tickets in one of those 600 theaters or more, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk. See you there.
Thank you so much, Freak. It's EDG who will take game number 1 in our best of 5 here against DRX. The defending champs just starting out on the right foot. And Chronicler's prediction, it's safe either way.
So far, so good. And I
just keep changing punctuation.
So going into the draft, I do want to highlight again that this obviously going to start on the DRX side. What is the success plan? When does DRX look the best? When they have a tanky engaged top laner for King, and when he can play tanks, his Ornn and Maokai both are incredibly good. And when you have Zeka on a melee mid. So what do? They put Kingen on Fiora, and they put Zeka on Orianna, and then nothing makes it. Well, welcome to DRX.
But it actually makes so much sense the beginning, the opening of this draft, okay? And it's really cool if you look at it from EDG's side, because they're on red side, and they actually say, we're going to give you 2 of the most powerful, most sought after picks in the entire meta right now. The Graves jungle, which everybody has been either stomped by or started to permaban, and then the Ashe Heimerdinger. And they came up with plans to counter both preemptively, even before getting in this, knowing they're giving both of these over. They're like, okay, fine, we're just going to have Lee Sin start on the opposite red side, and it won't be a problem if the Graves doesn't get this jungle diff off, straight from level 1 and corral you into 1 quadrant. And then for the Ashe Heimer, their idea is the Sivir wave clear and Soraka heal bot is supposed to just, outscale it and wait it out. It still was high value for DRX, though, with the Ashe and Heimerdinger getting a lot of turret plates and pressure.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the initial jungle pathing, because I think that was really important. We've seen teams just yesterday, obviously, with Canyon, but we've seen other teams do a really good job of making sure that Graves is super far ahead and already en route to power farming into this massive carry later on. And then I agree with the Sivir and the Soraka response. I thought it was good, despite the fact that DRX obviously had massive push in that wave, and you saw their setup around the first 3 Drakes in particular. It was so difficult for EDG to get in there.
And there are LCK teams where I see a draft like this with no engage, and I have faith in them to execute it. But DRX just hasn't really been that team. I think that when we take a look at the Dragon fight that EDG won and that won them the game, it's in large part because this team operates on a very set notion that there needs to be a big trigger pull. And there's the Ashe Arrow, but as we can clearly see, that's not enough. And then outside of that,
the trigger's been pulled! Where
are they going?
Where's the bang?
Well, exactly. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's my issue with the team composition of DRX, is after the Ashe Arrow goes out, I mean, unless you've really hit the most priority target and can layer a giant Heimer ult over the top, it's going to be very hard to actually take these 5v5 fights.
Yeah, well, as the game went on, and in this in particular, it was actually just really important that EDG already had the setup, right? Because then DRX have to come into them. In the other Dragon setups, you saw that they were just constantly poking them out. Flandra is looking, they don't have a TP ward for him, they don't have a good, flank for him to get in the fights, and then the rest of the team is just getting poked out. This, as soon as the go button is Scout's Azir, the Kennen comes in, and it did showcase not only their initial setup, but also just the team communication. EDG is known for having that strong communication team.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? We can criticize the DRX comp and maybe the difficulty of navigating a mid to late game team fight like that, given the picks, but at the end of the day, EDG still has to find a way to take advantage of it, and Scout is exactly the player who can do that. He's our 1+ OP player of the game for his performance on the Azir, a signature pick for him, and it wasn't just that team fight alone where he popped off. It was all throughout the game. He was racking up the kills and assists.
Yeah, big plays from him are what won EDG this game. I mean, they made it very close. DRX did a good job early on abusing, the poke that they had and the pressure that they had, stacking up the Dragons, getting it to that critical point. But again, EDG's look at outscaling and then just simply the playmaking here. Azir sweep into Kennen ultimate. Kaboom.
38.5% damage share, by the way, with only 1 death and involved in every single kill that the team would have in this game.
Did we say people were underestimating Scout World Finals MVP last year when they won? Big stuff.
I just think it's funny because Scout's Azir is kind of a meme where you can get the performance that he had here, or maybe forcing some plays, but that was also
Let's pull up our bingo card.
One of the things that we had on this giant bingo card.
We're going to do a little updating. We can knock
taller than I am.
We can knock a number of these off.
You want me to hold it?
Yeah, sure, Kobe will hold it, and I will deliver. We've got these wonderful little world stickers that we can apply. So, Emily, I'll hand them to you. First, let's go Ashe Heimer. That was an easy one, but we got it in the bot lane. And actually, just in the bottom corner there as well as Scout's Azir. Those are the 2 draft-related ones. So, really, we're very close to already having a full bingo. But there were a couple more that got sorted out during this game.
I'm not letting
during the
producers
pre-show.
made me do that. They told me to pick them.
No.
And then, of course, we can't ignore, there was one more.
Yeah,
what was it?
In the break, the casters did touch upon the Deft Mako narrative.
Yeah.
So
we had dueling fan chants, too, though, when we were out here. during the pause.
we need
but
another sticker.
We need another sticker. Here we go. Hold on.
Do we have
Let
one?
me get. Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Good.
I gotta make.
Oh,
I gotta make this
good
one
job.
real quick. Sorry, guys.
So
this is why Dash is so on top of
So
stuff.
personally, what I'd like to see in the next one is maybe a little bit of this.
Right.
Yeah,
So, okay,
nice.
perfect.
And then we can respond with the Flandre
Exactly.
Kragus, because in the green room, Crowdguard and I are just going back and forth being like, Flandre Cannon.
So DRX
King
is
and
sticking to
Fiora.
the blue side, which I
Oh.
think from a tournament meta perspective isn't going to surprise many people. It's always a question, though, of whether or not sticking to the same sides in a loss on a series is really the right call. And so we like those first 3 picks, the Graves, the Heimer, the Ashe, but I'm kind of with you. It's like when
The
they
last
left
one-
Akali,
hey,
Akali was
hey,
an option for
and they,
Zeka.
and they fans know this all too well. Pick Ornn. Get that Ornn.
Ornn and
Come
Akali.
on.
Ornn and Akali, and that would have been beautiful.
New trucker skin.
Captain Flowers approved. All right,
Ornn is
we're
great.
going to see what DRX pulls out in game number 2 to try and bring this back to a 1-on-1 scoreline. And while we head to break, check out DRX's pick, What We Left Behind, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen. We'll see you back here for game 2 after the break.
Zeka a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough though? 100 HP, Witch comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First blood, the latest of Worlds comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Yoshik takes him down. Still not in. Shockwave catches one. Mako stays alive. Here comes Fiora. Finds the kill. The cannon goes back in for 2. And you got a bunch of damage still on Zeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple.
We're shuffling into this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. In a must-win matchup, 100 Thieves pull out all the stops with this Shurima sandwich onto CFO.
They have to go in. CFO on a timer. Now Hui now locking them down. They're instantly changing CCing rest. They're trying to lock him down. Oh, they're in the flank! Throwing the bot lane back into the waiting arms of the Thieves. Dragon still standing, 2K, but they take the fight. They take the soul. They send Oysters running. Absolute domination from 100 Thieves.
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the best way to keep up with all the action on the go is Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League, Valorant, and more, where you can watch Worlds live, catch up on series scores, and chat all about the action with your friends. It's almost as much fun as hanging out here with Vedius and Azael.
Oh, I heckin' love Freak.
I know. Me too. Isn't Freak great? What's your favorite Freak fact? Yeah, okay, good call. So we got game 2 coming up, and Edward Gaming took game 1. It was a really close one. It was a very fun one. End of the day, Scout, I think, just giant mid-gap, right? Like, he was so huge in all these fights. I think he set up so many of those battles.
Yeah. I mean, I want to give credit to Scout, but I also don't want to just pretend that Zeka played some horrible games. Because I think Zeka actually was doing quite well in the laning phase. He was forcing out a lot of summoners early on with his shockwaves. Yes, there was that one moment where you're talking about, hey, maybe could have hit a shockwave. You know, I didn't track him closely enough in that fight to know if there was something that
He stepped onto a silence, but there was probably a way to hit it.
Yeah, but either way, you know, I'm going to be interested to see if the priority on that Silas or Akali goes higher. They are back on blue side here. You know, he did have the opportunity to blind one of those mid laners if he had so chosen. But of course, they wanted to go for the Ashe Heimerdinger. They wanted to go for the Graves. So I'm curious to say if the bans are going to stay the same. Well, already they're not, because Fiora is getting banned out here on blue side, which is very interesting. Now, to me, that says you're just going tank top blind, and you're gonna ban out the Fiora, and I think they're just gonna play for more of a standard 5v5.
What we've seen from Flandre is typically he's Mr. Weak Side, right? He's the guy that you leave on an island, you let him do what he wants to do, and Kingen is the guy that's more willing to play these counters. What we have seen so far at this tournament is that he's willing to play Fiora into winning matchups. They're willing to give him champions that he can have a lot more agency on, and EDG trust him to be that carry threat, which does suggest to me that DRX is looking at a Maokai or an Ornn to be played in the top lane.
It could also be, I mean, these bans say Aatrox, right? So now they're trying to force them. Do you want to ban Graves or do you want to ban Aatrox? I think is the decision that EDG are having to make here.
Silas?
They're going to ban
Wait
Maokai
a minute.
Silas is
So Aatrox is the pick, 100%,
yes,
right?
sure.
Because it's like, if you ban Fiora and Renekton, which are the two most common answers to the Aatrox, you're just going to go it. And if Flandre wants to be Mr. Weak Side and play a tank, well, guess what? Aatrox is great into tanks. It does mean, though, you could be giving over a combo like Graves, plus, you know, you could just go back to the Azir even. So there is a lot of power picks that are available here for EDG, but Kingen is going to get the highest presence champion in the tournament. And they're just going Jax, okay.
Thanks for the bans. Don't care. Jack's coming through anyway. And interestingly enough, though, they're actually rushing on the Sejuani. My eyes are still so much on Silas. It was Scout's second most played across summer, but he has not played at a World so far.
But I think we could just have Akali versus Silas mid lane, right? Because it's at one side, Zeka could go for one blind. Honestly, it's a pretty basic skill-based matchup. Both of those are great melee champions that pair well with the Sejuani. So I feel like Scout could play either side of that. I do really like the Poppy as an answer here because it would be good into the Jax, into the Sejuani, and into the Akali or the Silas if you actually are expecting that to be taken.
I am expecting a... Not this. This was... That's what I was expecting.
There we go. Yeah, it's got to be Akali versus Silas.
I think it will be... Side he wants, right? I think it's the Akali person. Yeah, I think it will... what's the thinking?
I mean, I like Silas because it gives you some engage by stealing the Sejuani ult, but they are instead going to go towards the Akali.
My opinion, based on what I've seen at World, is that Akali is favored in the isolated 1v1. Yeah. I agree with you that it is a skill matchup. There's no shot they're going to do Galio.
It's going to be something.
I do think that Twisted Fate is a really good pick, though, into the Akali. We know how deep Scout's champion pool is, but in my opinion, okay, so they're going to stick with the Azir. Traditionally, Akali is considered a counter into the Azir, as she is into many mages because of her ability to dive on top of them and have that kill threat once she gets to level 6. But Scout demonstrated in game 1 that he's feeling good on the matchup. He's feeling good on the champion, and he's saying that I can still guarantee pressure in this lane 1v1. Maybe we can do that if we can also get ourselves a winning bot side.
It's such an interesting draft because it is taking some left turns here a little bit. Flandre, obviously, he can play the carries. He won Worlds last year playing Graves. He's obviously a carry top. The Jax, is strong into the Aatrox, but I will say the early levels can be very difficult, and you have to play the Jax really well to actually do well in this matchup. It's very, very difficult if you are getting constantly poked out, by these Qs from Aatrox, harassed under tower. Jax wants to more look for those all-ins where, Aatrox tends to win that kind of chip and trade back and forth, so it can be difficult to deal with.
I do love this Kai'Sa ban from DRX. Everything from EDG was suggesting that they kind of wanted to dive on top of you. Yeah. They wanted to get up close and personal. And I think the Kai'Sa being respected, so no Kai'Sa Nautilus to the side of Viper and Mako. The question is, what other direction could they go? Would they want to stick to something like the Sivir? EDG, on the other hand, are saying, we don't want you to have long-range, safe scaling AD carries, both the Ashe and the Jinx removed from depth.
I wonder if that means that they want to go towards Aphelios on the side of EDG, right? Because some people do really like Jinx as an answer into the Aphelios. So that would give you really strong scaling options if you just went Aphelios here and you pick support for a winning 2v2 on 5. I think that could make a lot of sense. Deft obviously is also just exactly, yeah. Deft is also really known for his Jinx. It is one of his historically best champions. Yeah. So I think this is really smart because it's a strong duo that it really answers, I think, most things well in the meta. Because you have support pick on 5, that can really kind of account for any sort of difference.
Well, we'll see it hover down, probably get locked in. Lulu.
I like it.
Likely an answer here. We'll see Lucian Nami is up, was played every single game of the previous series. Also, you can go for something like a Varus Heimerdinger if you're going for something a little bit more unusual. Of course, Ashe was banned away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you're going to go for the Lucian Nami because that's kind of considered to be countered generally by the Aphelios Lulu. Draven would be really, really exciting if we are going to get something super aggressive. So it's going to be the other option. I wonder now, so they're going Ezreal plus Heimer. What? So heavy poke, right? Generally there's two schools of thought. If you go Ezreal, you either go Ezreal with an engaged support and you roam, or you go Ezreal with something like a Karma or a Heimer or whatever, and you look to dominate the lane through poke. They're going to try to dominate through poke here. And it would be a tougher laning phase if they go Lulu, but the scaling on EDG's side is just insane.
And I think the EDG is very comfortable with that. It is their bread and butter. We talked a lot about it in Game 1. They are one of the best team fighting teams in the world. The reason why they were so competitive in the LPL during playoffs was because of their incredible team fighting. And that man in the mid lane, Scout, he will once again be on the Azir. He'll have the Lulu as additional utility to help protect him and the rest of the team. DRX going for a bit of a mishmash when it comes to their composition. Yeah. One of my criticisms of Game 1 was that if they wanted Kingen to be this split-pushing threat, I think it would have been better to have Zeka on something like an Akali so they can have multiple split-pushing threats, and it facilitates better into their pick comp style. However, they don't have the Ashe this time, so while I think that they do have that silent threat, that pick threat is now what they're lacking. They really don't have much utility and really much range outside of the bot lane from DRX when competing against Aphelios and Azir.
I mean, you have alt Heimer grenade, that's like about it. That or a flank is really what you're looking at, for the engage. So I always feel when you play these kind of compositions that DRX has, you have to be winning early because you have to be first to objectives. These comps can circumvent their lack of engage when people are checking into them, when people are having to come through those Heimer turrets and the Ezreal poke, and they're Poppy on one side, Aatrox on the other, you're having to walk in. It's very difficult. But if you are to fall behind with this style of composition, you don't really have a lot of ways to come back because you can't actually find pick. You're not going to win through side against Jax, and you don't really have that hard engage. So your options become very, very limited. So, if EDG are just able to keep it even in the early stages, I think they're going to be feeling so good about their chances in this game.
They certainly are. I think EDG already securing Game 1, looking good. We'll see if they can continue that momentum as we head into Game 2.
Alrighty, what's it going to be? DRX had a huge early game lead in Game 1, but EDG found the win through team fighting and heroics out of Scout, who is back on the Azir. Zeka, however, second time around, had the option of playing Akali in Game 1, now plays it in the same match he could have played it in before.
Crowd seems quite competitive right now. A lot of EDG support, but a lot of DRX here as well. Of course, both the LPL and the LCK have strong representatives making their way into the semifinals already. Will we see a 3 LCK trio in the semis, or will we see 2 LPL and 2 LCK? EDG currently lead the series And once again, they're looking to emulate their success from game one. Strong team fighting, as Ale and I have already talked extensively about the late game insurance of this Azir Aphelios. Those familiar with Pro Play League should have seen this combo multiple times throughout the world. They're no stranger to it. The real surprise to us is this Jax in the top lane. They were confident in giving over this Aatrox to Kingen, and then Flandre having the answer.
What's interesting is across Flandre's career, he does have a lot of carry games, a lot of okay, yeah, Nars the most played, but like there's Vladimir's and whatnot in there. This is his 9th ever Jax game across an 8-year-long career. Like, Jax is not the one he actually goes to very often. It doesn't win the lane, it outscales the Aatrox, sure, but this is not what he normally goes to.
And I will say, I really like this turret placement. You know, hugging the wall here so that the minions aren't actually aggroing directly onto them. The minions aggro each other, and this just gives you the push, right? It's giving you that additional advantage. And Viper now, they're going to go aggressive onto him.
Yeah, a lot of damage on a half HP, but now back on a barrel. Cloverland slows. Not going to go for any flash follows there. Viper could have maybe tried, but might have found himself dead to death. Still means the push goes over the DRX's side.
And all they force is the Ghost off Viper, and he is playing Ghost Flash. It is not, you know, a standard defensive summoner spell. The heal is on Mako, and both those summoners down on Barrel. He's going to be so vulnerable now. You know, if JJ can find an opportunity in this next 5 minutes to get down towards bot lane, could be very, very effective.
You can see, though, the DRX maintaining this push. Not quite as scary as the Ashe Heimerdinger is, but obnoxious nonetheless. Flandre being able to get this early push is no surprise. When we talk about early laning phase, normally once Kingen has gotten a few more points in his queue is when you start winning out in the isolated 1v1. But for the time being, Flandre will maintain that push. Same in the mid lane for Scout. And this means that JJ pathing up towards the top side. His primary goal here will be to cover Flandre in the event of any early shenanigans from Pyosik.
Nice up to the Q3 though by Kingen at the very least. They trade blows back and forth. 3 CS difference. The pressure for Flandre. We'll see if he wants the lane to go back to his side. Finish whatever Jax wants to do, he'll get out of this one. JJ going to be sitting around. He knows if Poppy were to come around, this would be an unplayable gank situation. And I'm not sure if he saw the drink go down. They didn't see Sejuani, so Pyosik about to be face checking in, and at what point do they go for it? There's the slow. Looking for the Q in a second there, and he's going to find the first stun. Leap strike won't land. Pyosik trying to run away. He is phase rush, and he might have already triggered it, as now you've got the rest coming around. Scout will not get any more than this, but Pyosik down his flash.
Great coverage there, though, by JJ. Flandre, you know, using the lead strike a little bit too early because the W had already been popped from Poppy, I believe, before she was stunned up. So he could have just waited that out, potentially been able to get enough damage in that either he would have gotten the kill or Scout could have flash followed for that kill. But either way, they do force out the summoner. They keep Jax safe here on that reset. And Flandre's actually going to hold on to the teleport. He knows that he might be getting targeted in this lane here, as he does have to push aggressively if he wants to be able to threaten those all-ins. So he's actually just going to hold on to the TP. Yes, he'll lose a little bit of experience, a little bit of gold from a couple minions, but I always really favor holding on to that.
Yeah, I think it's really wise, because you never know, right? Poppy comes around next time around, and it's like, I lost 2 waves. That I could have gotten by TPing. It's like, I guarantee you lose 2 CS here, or I have a chance at saving 14 CS. And, you know, makes that estimation, says it's the right way to do it. It does mean he's going to be temporarily at an XP deficit. Really nice play by Kingen, actually getting away from the entire combo. Getting the better side of it, as JJ is here yet again. But Flash being up for the Aatrox should make this pretty tough to play for.
Right now, as he snuck into
I don't believe that reveals in... Yeah, in player POV, this isn't revealed to you. Yep. As spectator, you get infinite information, but only once he autos will he land stacked. You can see Flandre not autoing him.
JJ is committing to this play. Kingen does have the level advantage.
And here we go. For it. Finds the first stun, slow combo. He's going to flash, find the stun, and a flash over. They're going to have it after all. Beautifully set up, beautifully secured. Fierce blood goes to Flandre.
That was so well done there. Double flash straight in onto Kingen, and they hold the Sejuani stun for after Kingen flashes so they can catch right back up onto him. Really, really nicely done. And now we're seeing the inverse of what we were talking about play out here. Pyosik, though, looking for a wraparound on Bob, but Barrel may just be dead.
Barrel has no summoners, and he's going to go down to the first kill for Aphelios indeed. Yes, it's a trade kill, well done, but EDG getting the best of it they could in a 2v3.
EDG gaining advantages in the lane. They find a good gank on the top side in the 2v2 from Viper and Mako, wanting a little bit of revenge after the pressure that they were put under in game 1. Secure that kill onto Barrel and punish him for his level 1 aggression.
I mean, that is just huge. They get the kill on the top. on a TP-less Aatrox, who, you know, now the wave was going to bounce, it's going to push away from him, so he's in a really bad spot. Flandre still maintains TP advantage. And then in the 2v3 here, Beryl gets caught by the Glitter Lance, gets rooted up, and just gets knocked down there. Beautiful job by the EDG bot lane, winning out on the 2v3.
Funnily enough, it's the minion that actually secures that kill at the very end. They didn't quite have enough damage, but you could see that little auto attack flying through the air from the minion, ending up securing that kill onto Beryl, which means that EDG rather, find themselves with a kill advantage. Gold, though, still very comparable. The reason is, when you have a look at the CS, Zeka finding a pretty significant advantage in the isolated 1v1, choosing to run the fleet footwork to give him a little bit more sustain as the all-in from Flandre, but Pioshik's here to cover.
Now Division finds the stun, but King not gonna find anything more to do. A couple of slows come out of Pioshik. Decent damage here on Flandre. And here comes Sejuani. Gonna find a knockup out of the Aatrox. Decent damage coming around. And even with that gank, it's DRX finding the better trade.
Yeah, going to be able to get the better trade and going to be able to push this in critically. They're just trying to cover Kingen on this push. He has no TP, he has no flash, so Pioshik knows his game is pretty over if he dies there again. So they really want to make sure that that did not happen. But not going to be able to threaten any sort of a dive. I just think that they're too healthy.
It's actually committed in towards the top lane. Zeka is on his way, and so is Scout.
It's reading that there's going to be a longer play on the top side. Scout has indeed walked up. They go over the play here. Ulti's not going to land. Second's coming around. There's going to be enough. They shuffle the boat into the turret. No one has aggro yet, but the damage should be enough. It is traded back. Zeka reads the play and salvages what would have been a 1-for-0.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. A good teleport from Zeka, but it's EDG that's actually first to the play. We see a little bit more trading on the bot side of the map, but I don't think it's going to result in a huge amount. The fact that Scout was able to roam up first, it felt like that he could see the play happening before it did. He's able to find another beautiful ultimate onto 2, forcing DRX underneath the tower. Really sets up EDG for success, and if it wasn't for Zeka being here, this could have been much worse for DRX.
But still, just such a good ulti there from Scout. Shoves them both under the tower, so there's not even really an opportunity to fight back. And yes, Zeka does clean up the 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, he expended his teleport. You know, there's no kill on the Aatrox. Jax just gets further and further ahead off that because he picked up a kill, he picked up an assist, and now JJ looking to see if he can steal his way, but he doesn't have an upgraded smite, so it should be Pioshik's as long as he's committing his smite.
But he doesn't know that he's in the brush there. QW, and he actually gets it. Tagging on the wall, though. Level 6. Ulti not back up, but it doesn't matter. What a nice play out of JJ.
That's cheeky, JJ. That's very, very cheeky. Taking away the red buff right from underneath his nose. DRX will find themselves with a small gold lead for the time being, but a small win there for JJ as he steals away the red buff.
And that's really down towards that bottom side. That is their kind of main advantage right now. A little bit of a gold lead there in mid as well. You know, Deft playing that first strike Ezreal. They have been having some good little bits of poke that they're landing onto Viper to try to establish a small CS advantage. Of course, Beryl did die. But overall, that 2v2 is still going pretty well for them.
And I want to go back to this mid lane point because Zeka getting a CS advantage in this lane matchup is not typical. Often the Azir will be pressuring that Akali underneath the tower, forcing you to lose those early CS, but by choosing to run the fleet footwork, it means that in the long game, you end up coming out with the sustain advantage with both the Doran shield and the constant healing that you get from that passive. Means that Zeka playing the laning phase very well. Let's see if he can translate that lane advantage into the team fight later on as JJ has found Beryl.
Oh, what a great stun. Will it be enough, though? Summoners are down, and Viper secures the kill, 2-0.
Yeah, Beryl failing his flash over the wall there. Popped the flash, but was not against it. They're going to try to make a counterplay up on top side with Flandre.
Pioshik pulls aggro, wait for the turret to cool back down. I think they're waiting out his ultimate, get him less stats, and they're going to go back in once it's down.
They want him to pop Counter-Strike, but he's just refusing to do it. But if they go for it and he pops Counter-Strike, then he might be able to turn it around.
They're pressing Q. He's going to do the same. Jump back to the minions to get out. Got a fair bit of the XP, but he missing all of the gold. Great restraint on both sides.
You ever seen that scene in The Office where they're all pointing finger guns at each other? That's what that was. They were all just looking at each other awkwardly, and Flandre just decides, you know, I've got another meeting to get to, so I'm just gonna leave this one for now. Of course, that will mean that he falls behind in the CS point, but as Freak mentioned earlier, it's more about the scaling for this top lane matchup as Viper continues to get the better of Beryl here down in the bot lane.
It's all about that standoff. You know, when you're trying to go for those dives on Jax, you almost always have to force the Counter-Strike first. Otherwise, you just likely will not have the damage to actually finish him off there. But DRX do push him back. They are going to be able to get a Herald off the back of this. So despite it feeling like a lot of the things are going EDG's way, The gold's still very close, and Harold has the opportunity to get them out. And this is just Beryl just not quite against the wall when he flashed. And that just seemed like it was a misplaced flash. He was kind of flashing backwards. I think he saw the ultimate coming out, and maybe his mouse was just in the wrong spot, so he's just a little bit of a panic flash, it felt like.
A part of me thinks that he thinks that even if he flashed over the wall, he was going to get hit by the Sejuani ultimate, so he decided to flash left. But it looks like that with no flash, he ain't getting out of this one.
Stuck with a slow, can they give it over to the AD carry yet again? Looks like it is going to be claimed by Sejuani. JJ gets his share of the action now. It's 5-2, and they are just picking on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is looking rough for Beryl in this one. And this is, a lot of times people will talk about the issues that you can have with these mage supports, right? Mage supports are known for being able to bully in the 2v2, but something what people will always say is, yeah, but what about the ganks? You don't really have the ability to escape from a lot of these ganks. And, you know, Beryl losing that flash multiple times in this lane has been easy prey for JJ. And now it's a 0-3-1 Beryl here that has really been most of the kills this game.
Really well done to find those bits of action. You can see that the gold still favoring DRX very slightly. A 20 CS lead for the Aatrox. If he can collect this wave after Jax pushes it in, because he's still, despite being down in kills, able to play the lane out pretty well. And they're going to get even more as long as Def should stay in range. He is plus 610. Thank you very much. Def is huge at 5,500 gold. Is 1,000 ahead of anyone else in the game.
And I'm just so curious though, like, are they going to start dragon stacking? Because since they haven't really established that big of a gold lead, I'm just trying to think about how they are expecting to play this one out, right? Because you're really low on engage. You need to be able to force your opponents to come to you at the points in which you are strong. Generally use the dragons to be able to do that, but they haven't even taken their first 12 minutes in, so even if they begin to now, Soul will be so far away that I feel like EDG are going to have all the time they can ever want to get to their 2-3 items before they have to fight.
For sure. EDG just feel like they're in full control of the game right now. And the gold difference is surprisingly deceptive. You know, gold is often a good indicator of who is like in the lead right now, but I feel like a lot of these gold leads being generated by DRX are just small individual lane advantages being built, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not that dramatic. It means the DRX should still be on pace in terms of itemization. There's still options for them, but I really feel like that when the map opens up is when DRX's comp becomes a lot more unleashed. But as we talked about, Azael, with the Ashe, they had way more room to find picks on the map, but now they're forced to try and look for these dives, and I don't think this will go the way they want.
Flash out for Flandre, ult beyond, and not going to get much more out of Pioshik. Still gets the flash, which is nice. Flandre, though, withstanding the aggression, still on 0 deaths.
And credit to Flandre, because this is historically what he's known for, right? The weak side player, the one that often gets a lot of reasons to throw a good ult from JJ.
Themselves a stun. Will it kill Beryl for the 4th time this game? In comes Jackson. Flandre gets his part of the buffet.
He gets another kill. Flandre has been withstanding the pressure, surviving as best as he can. And every time EDG gets up there, they seem to get kills. When DRX gets up there, all they're getting is maybe a slight CS advantage here, and Kingen will be waiting around for it, so we'll be able to collect the wave as Pioshik is up here to cover. But again, another play going the way of EDG. And Flandre has got to be very close to his mythic now if he doesn't already have it.
It's just pick after pick going in favor of EDG. JJ has been everywhere on the map right now, but involved in 5 of the team's 6 kills. Outside of that 2v2 that was happening in the bot side of the map, he has been everywhere, finding ganks top, finding ganks mid, finding ganks bot, and DRX yet to really gain much on the map. You can see the towers being chipped away at. They do have the advantage down towards the bot side of the map. Of course, those plates being secured to DRX was very favorable, but next Dragon spawning that 3-minute time, that's where I expect the next big fights to be happening between these two teams.
3:15, a while to go. Right now, you see the duo lanes have gone to the mid lane, pushing the waves back and forth now. Is unfortunately for Deft and his lane mate, they have not gotten nearly the kind of pressure they had before. They did knock the whole turret down. That was, you know, nice with the Rift Herald and all that, but you usually have that first strike. They've essentially swapped objectives from the prior game. DRX still, though, 1,000 gold up in the early game, just like last time.
JJ is hovering around the top side of the map. Will throw out a bit of vision, but DRX quick to respond. What I will say is when I think about the pressure on both these teams' shoulders, you have to wonder if a lot more is sitting on the shoulders of EDG. You're going to hear it a lot today, but reigning world champions, that is what they are. One of the few teams and organizations to maintain their roster after winning worlds. The 2 exceptions to that were Samsung from 2016 to 2017, or 2017 to 2018 rather. And then it was Invictus Gaming, back from 2018 to 2019. We'll see if EDG can usurp the curse of being knocked out after winning the World Championship. But really, T1 is the only organization that's won back-to-back World Championships, and it wasn't even with the same roster, right?
Exactly.
It was only Faker who was able to do it.
Yeah, and for IG, you know, they're the furthest the team has gotten after winning and then returning with the same roster. They got to the semifinals. The other team to do it, Samsung, I believe, did get knocked out actually in groups. So, yes, you know, it is one of these situations where it is pretty rare to be able to maintain that level of dominance for so long. EDG setting up the dive here as King comes in.
Versus one. King flashed the way, gets a ton of knockups. Locks JJ down to the turret, and he's got reinforcements. Will it be enough? Not just yet. Everyone getting away. Poppy, evict, flashes in, looks for Scout. Not quite killing him. He's got enough reinforcements, and with Mako around, the durability is too much. The rest of the DRX are coming around as well. Over the wall goes down. Half HP on the Viper. EDG, 5 men strong, running away.
It's EDG forced to play on the defense. They were the team setting up the dive, but the response from DRX was swift. Beryl has his eyes on a play, but I don't think they're going to convert it into much. The TP coming out from the Ezreal, going down towards the mid lane. The ultimate just to delay the backs. DRX want to secure objectives, and they're going to do just that. Top tower secured. They have their eyes on mid as well.
They're going to get 2 towers and a Herald off of this. This is actually brilliant. We saw Def just TP straight towards mid. Beryl, they'll pull that the tower.
Oh, had to flash the ulti. Gale Force! And the Q lands 5 dead. Beryl is feeding.
Viper sends his regards. Say goodnight, Beryl. Another death for him. Trying to play it cheeky, trying to zone Viper away from getting back to his tower. But Viper says, bro, you're not that strong.
It was last year that Beryl had to lose at the hands of EDG in the final. And here in game 2, he is struggling against the bot lane of EDG, considered one of, if not the best bot lane in the world. Viper proving why he holds that title.
Absolutely. I mean, Viper has just been so impressive in the LPL. When it comes to team fight time, this guy really plays the edge so incredibly well. You know, it's some of the most impressive team fighting you really will ever see. Flandre now pushing up here, but again, JJ close by, will be there for cover.
Pioshik, Hex flash over the wall, does not get anything more out of it. Flandre ults for durability, that's actually doesn't get hit too badly. Second drink of the game, looking to go to EDG's way. Pioshik is around, could try to find the smite. Zeka zone out for a second, go for the stun, smited, well done. But the team fight is here. Big damage out of King in an eviction on a 1. JJ gonna be attacked, he should go down, and yes, the kill goes over to Def. It's DRX trying to find a team fight in the mountain. Actually, it's the Infernal Rip making it easy to chase on in. That means Mako's gonna be in range, and Mako is gonna drop. EDG have the Drakes, but DRX kill the champion.
And they have a Herald as well. Could they go to Baron here? Are they just gonna push for towers? There's no jungler alive. They didn't make the call. They're gonna play for gold. They're gonna go for the inhibitor tower here. Tier 2 will fall quickly, but can Scout prevent a second charge?
I think I get a 1-shot from the eye at this point, so as long as he's there. Pop, down it goes, nothing else done. And I think, yeah, if Baron had spawned, that would have been the option for DRX.
Oh, of course.
It was so
it feels much later into the game, considering how tense these team fights are as well, so I don't blame you. But yeah, DRX walk away with a big fight there, and you can see how quickly the gold lead has ballooned. Earlier I said it was a bit deceptive, it's not anymore, and you can see how JJ gets a really good smite onto the Dragon. But look at how they're able to play this front to back, knocking out the Jax and forcing them into this choke point, and a really clutch stun there from Beryl onto Viper. He turns back to try and land a bit of damage onto the engaging DRX. But EDG, they just don't have the summoners to disengage from this, and DRX just barrel through the enemy's jungler and extend to a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, and King showcasing the value of that Aatrox in that fight, being able to drain tank through a lot of the damage. You know, surprised DRX was still able to find the angle. Zek had been chunked out so heavily by Viper on the side, and he had one of those Aphelios turrets down, and did about 50 to 60% of Zek's health before he even was able to enter the fight. So it was looking like it could have been a good one for EDG, but that Poppy ultimate, the frontlining of the Aatrox really shining through. DRX team fight their way to a 5k gold lead here. Are able to claim another tower off the back of that, so now Deft is ridiculously strong. And you look at the completed items here down in this bot lane, he's already transformed. And Romana already stacked up here. He's looking good.
It's one of those situations where it doesn't matter if we can find criticism or weaknesses in DRX's comp, because they have Aatrox. And this champion is considered way too strong. He just seems so flexible on the power he can generate in lane, but more importantly, what he can do in team fights. And I think that this is the biggest thing that EDG still need to find a way to deal with. As long as Kingen is getting onto the EDG, well, anyone, he's able to just melt them and tear apart these fights. We'll see if EDG can find more impressive team fights as the game continues.
And Flandre is going for the Frozen Heart second build, which I do really favor. I think it's very, very strong on the Jax. You know, it's pretty good in the 1v1 against these physical damage side lane that he's going to be dealing with. But it also is really, really nice in the 5v5 because you have such high amounts of CDR. It makes your leap strike, your counter strike very, very low cooldown. So you can jump in on Def, you can force him back, and then still retreat back to your team and have that additional set of cooldowns up to go back in again later.
Count down the time. 2 minutes to go until this next break spawns. It is not sold just yet. We have seen JJ getting the better of smites. Not only last game, but this game as well. Taking away the red buff, for example. Over the wall goes King, and a lockdown. Viper tries to run. Lulu help, but he's still going to go down. Pyoshik gets the kill credit. Second death of the game for Viper.
I was not expecting the Heimerdinger to be the pickmaster in this game. A beautiful ultimate comes out from Beryl, catches Viper with no flash, and now they can convert it into the Baron.
It's post 20 minutes, baby. I'm
Hell
right
yeah,
this time. They're going to Baron.
Ooh, nice little attempt there. Yeah, Barrow playing so far to the edge. Punished a lot for it in the early game, but now 20 minutes in has gotten so much for them. 4,000 health left of this one. JJ has flash, he has smite, he has the ability to play it out. Question is, will Poppy keep him away? The stun, he still gets the ult off in time. It's going to be smited. Pyoshik guarantees it. That was beautiful.
DRX are just taking over in these last couple minutes. This is incredible. The team fight around the Dragon. They get another team fight here a couple minutes later. The gold lead has just absolutely exploded. Now over 6,000 gold ahead here, and they're going to be wearing the Baron buff when this third Dragon spawns. They'll have a good shot at trying to stop the snowball towards Seoul that EDG has rolling.
It has felt like a very strange game because the early game, even though DRX were getting these small gold leads, it didn't feel like it was significant enough to really stop the powerful scaling that EDG would still have as the game progressed. It felt like that they wouldn't have the tools to find these picks, so they wouldn't really be able to do much against the EDG comp, but they keep finding picks. They're getting really creative with how they create these pockets of vision, and now they're looking for another one. Viper will be forced off this wave, and it's something that we're continuing to see from this DRX team where they control the space incredibly well. Now Zeka is looking for a pick of his own on the scout.
We'll find it there. ER all going to land, but with his jungler around, it's going to be enough. Oh, the R2 is late. The stun lands as well, and he's burning, and he doesn't have lethal damage anymore. The E would be all that would kill, and it wouldn't land at the end of the day. 100 health left on him. He's got some honey fruit. The jump on in for Scout. The shutdown comes through. Drake is alive. Heimer kills it. Bot lane going to drop the Aatrox as well.
They're getting stuff on the other side of the map, but I mean, he had full info. He knew that was a 1v2, and he decided to just try to take it anyway. Not able to find the execution there to make it happen. He does get the flash off of Scout, so at least it is a trade of summoners there, but Zeka really didn't have any reason to try to take that 1v2 while his team is just getting so much on the other side.
Yep, EDG, while they will be happy with the single kill and the tower, DRX walk away with the Infernal Drake and a bot tier 2, maintaining that 5k gold lead, extending it just a little bit. DRX, they still need to be able to break into the base of EDG. With the amount of wave clear that EDG have, we need to see a DRX splitting up the map. And I understand this idea of Zeka looking for a pick in a side lane. That's ideally what you want to do on champions like the Akali. Create these situations where maybe you can get the outplay in the 2 versus 1. And credit to Scout with his timing on the ultimate. Just as Zeka is ulting, he uses it to interrupt that dash, meaning that Zeka had no escape options. But DRX need to keep this pressure up. The Baron is going to be wearing off at about 30 seconds time. They've secured all, or at least most, of the tier 2 towers. I believe that they still haven't quite secured the top one. They found Mako. They're not going to commit to it, and this top tier 2 is slowly being chipped away at.
Some good news, though, for EDG is that Viper will be closing in on his IE. He already has the 2 items. He's going towards that IE third here. The VF is already in pocket, so if you can get towards that, you are going to be very, very trending in these 5v5s, especially with this Lulu behind you. But you can see the vision. They're really starting to get choked out.
Yeah, and when we talk about controlling space, this is exactly what we mean. Notice how they move into these pockets of darkness, and then they just sit there with their poke. And the second that EDG tried to come in and contest some of the vision, they get forced off it, meaning that it's DRX that can either wait out the wards if they can't sweep them out, or they replace them with their own wards. And now they're just stealing away all these neutrals. Def just picked up the red buff. He's now going to get himself a blue buff. And DRX, they're playing the map incredibly well.
They really are, you know, and at the very least, EDG can move in on the other side. As soon as they see that Deft and Beryl are down towards bot side, they move in, they try to clear out some vision, reestablish a little bit of control, but it's looking really nice for DRX. You have to credit them with how well they're playing the map.
Yep, 6,000 gold lead, 1,200 of that. The Red Bull Baron power play that ended a minute ago as they slowly stack up their side of the objectives. EDG not threatening a Dragon Soul, especially with how much DRX owns the map. 5-1 in turrets. Farm actually pretty solid everywhere. Every single lane is up except for support.
And one thing that, doesn't really showcase itself in the CS lead is Deft has gotten 700 gold from First Strike, nearly 800 gold now. So a couple kills already grabbed basically from him. Scout on the other side has accrued about 400 gold. So, really, it is starting to pay dividends. And you can see that additional burst on these ultis. Every single time the ult is up and First Strike is available, Deft is just firing out these ultis, trying to poke out his opponents, get that additional gold from the First Strike. And it's been kind of up and to the right over these last couple minutes here. They've opened up quite a large gold lead, 6,500 or thereabouts. Only 26 minutes in is really, really impressive.
It's one of those things that ultimately I underestimated. Often when we judge team compositions, we often remove the nameplates when we look at the comps purely objectively, comp to comp. This is Deft's F0, right? This man, he often has an aimbot associated with this champion, and he is famous for it because of how experienced and good he is at playing the champion and often the matchup. Yet to die, 203, 277 CS, and he's nearing that 1,000 gold mark with his first strike, Azael, and he's only continuing to make that gold gap bigger between the 280 carries.
Absolutely, and you have to give credit to Peril as well. Despite the fact that he has 5 deaths this game, he has been able to make some plays in these last couple minutes. And Peril is a guy that has been throughout his career very creative. Last year at Worlds, he was actually tied for the most unique champion picks out of all the players there with 12. This year, coming into the series, he already had 6 unique picks and had only replayed one champion, the Heimerdinger, coming in. Of course, now he's played a couple more Heimer games.
What a one trick.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just cool to see the confidence and the mastery over some of these unique champions that, Heimer is not an everyone S-tier pick. It is only really for a few of these players who seem to have mastered it.
All I'm going to say is there is an element of irony of an underdog team using a Heimerdinger to upset a dominant historic LPL team. The Baron now spawning in about 10 seconds time, and DRX looking to control the top side, but EDG want to fight back.
Goes for the ult, they actually want to kill into Pioshik, but it's not going to be enough. They decide, actually, no, the fight's not here for a second to spot Scout. Just going to be wave clear, though, as Dev feels happy to run up and go for even more poke. JJ without an ultimate, not going to be nearly as scary for Engage, so EDG don't have a good way to start the fight out as the map continues to be choked from them. The gold, to be fair, has remained relatively flat at around 6,000 gold.
And while Pioshik took a lot of damage there, he has a Warbox, so he's just going to heal that right back up. This is not a big deal. I love that on-tank junglers when you are needing someone to step forward and actually check through these brushes. As long as they can't 100-0 them, the poke damage just doesn't matter.
The King leveraging the fog once more. That's a good flank position.
Viper has Ghost Flash Gale Force. He should feel pretty safe. TP now comes in as well to bring in Scout. This could be the fight. Eviction from Poppy. It's not going to land. Goes out a little bit too late. That might mean the angle. Pioshik cannot get rid of anyone anymore. Shrelly has popped out from Mako. Not going to matter there. King under the target. Gale Force again cannot find his stun, but Pioshik could be chunked. One more auto gets the stun, and they can kill him. He flashes, just barely stays alive, and waits for the Warmog's region to kick back in. They keep this 5-on-5 going. The Drake is alive. For now, there's no Drake. A flash. Forced out a barrel. A Scout goes in for more. Could have got his own flash. Doesn't go for it. Could come right back around. And now Pioshik is regenning.
Yeah, he's regenning right back to full, but Kingen has no flash, no ulti, so this Aatrox is going to be a lot weaker in the fight. They also use the ulti on Barrel. They use the ulti there on Death. EDG are going to start this up, and they do have the ultimate advantages and the summoner advantages right now.
Big 3 ults up right now for EDG. True Shot Rush coming across. Now it's only a Kali. Stun's going to land. Dragon burned down. Soul plate for EDG. But can they get out? Here comes Kingen. Oh! The knockup. But the rest of the backline stays safe for now. Tackle won't find the stun either. Zek has to jump back out. No one dying just yet. Kingen almost stunnable. Zek won't find the rest of it. E2 into R2 backwards, and there is no kill to be had. A Drake secured. EDG on Infernal Soul Point.
A very tense exchange between EDG and DRX. It is EDG that will walk away with the Dragon and put themselves on Soul Point, but you can see how terrifying this DRX squad is right now. Level 17 on Zeka, level 16 on Kingen, and Azael, you highlighted how so many of the ultimates were unavailable at the start of the fight. Had they been, that could have been EDG wiped off the map.
Absolutely, but some big item completions coming through there. Death Cap just purchased up for Zeka, as well as that IE on the other side, so the lethality for these champions is going to be that much higher. You have that fight again here. All of a sudden, Pioshik doesn't slink out with a couple health. He dies to that IE of Helios. And they've got to play these fights so damn well, because this late into the game, one lost fight is going to be in the Baron, and can mean an enormous swing in the game.
I will say, Deft, when you look across EDG's comp, what is the real threat against it? And like, that is some very real damage. Level 16, 4 items fully completed for Deft. He is feeling confident. He told EDG that he is ready to dance, and he is showing us his best moves right now.
Warmog's on JJ, he can take the front line at the very least, so both junglers actually able to play up, take the punishment, come back out of combat for 10 seconds and go back to full HP, basically. They stack on up, but you can see Zeka putting the top side, doing very well in the Akali. It's top tier 2.
And I think it's really, really smart for JJ as well. You're looking over, Deft is constantly poking away at them. They have a Bloodthirster on the Apollo, so he can shut off the poke. They're looking for Scout.
Viper had an easy target there. You got Scout going for the knockback on a second, getting him away, but that's 2 ultis down for mid and jungle. Baron is up. Is that the play? Viper, again, missing the important cooldowns. Gale Force, the only thing left up, so a flank could look very good as Barrow plays for the mid lane with Kingen. The rest of his team owns the top river.
Yeah, they have to wait for Deft. Deft was picking up that red buff, so he is back now, and it's just rinse and repeat. DRX's game plan very clearly seems to be find flanks, get poked down, but there's more and more players on the enemy team that have ways to actually deal with this now, between the Warmogs, between that Bloodthirster as well. So it's really about trying to poke out Scout and Mako now, it feels like, mostly. And they're just going to start up the Baron and try to draw them in.
Look at the ult. Scout and JJ don't have them available. Zeka is on the flank. Everything looks good for DRX.
4,000 health left onto this one. When does he get into the pit? Does he have a chance here for JJ? Gonna Q, flash, smited away by Pyosik. Well secured on the Baron. Is this team fight gonna happen now? Is Kingen gonna push out Flandre staying alive? JJ cannot leave the pit. He's gonna drop. Baron and a kill. Well done, DRX.
Dangerous flip there from DRX, but they do get the secure. JJ gets into the pit, but Pyosik is able to nail it. And that puts them 10,000 gold ahead here now. For EDG, they've just got to try to hold on and look to fight for soul. We can watch it one more time. Zeka's trying to keep JJ away, but they can't even get close to him. JJ gets into the pit. It's down to 700, and he had the smite. It looked like he was trying to do a combo, but
knocked back on a second. Huge damage, invisible. Does he have damage in his skull? Oh! Yes, he does! Death captive, baby! It's going to be one. A Gale Force, but not in range for the rest. Zeka gets away.
Wow, Zeka is able to get the solo kill onto Scout. A bit of revenge after game 1. This time he's able to find the ultimate, and this time he'll shut down the mid of EDG.
And now that's a lot of the wave clear gone here for EDG. Azir is their best wave clear here, so they're pushing in through mid, they're pushing in through top, they're getting these lanes going. It's going to be difficult to actually control. Deft even pushing up bots, so they want to try to play through 3 lanes here with the Azir missing and get as much damage done as possible.
Deft has a TP, he can split without any issues and just join the team when a siege actually happens. 50 seconds till Dragon Soul. That will be during the Baron buff. DRX 2,700 so far in the Red Bull Baron power play they've got so far. And you know they should have an easy time walking back down and securing Drake for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult for them to get out of the map. But look at this, a TP flank coming in here from Scout.
Okay.
Can he actually find Deft?
Can Deft survive? Arcane shifts 1. He's got a QSS. He's going to shuffle away. Keeps it up for a bit more time, but he should still be the target. And they kill him. The carry is down. But the base is under attack. Onto the Nexus turrets they could be, but don't want to take an actual 5v4. Pyosik finds a bit of time there against JJ, who wants a slow knock-up. He's going to land. He doesn't have the last shot just yet. But maybe with Jax they have it. No, he's going to get away. But 10 seconds until Dragon Soul, and Deft is 30 seconds after that.
And they have the inside track, but they could go top. They can actually go top here and try to turn it into a chaotic cave. They're sending 3 top. They're going to try to go for a second inhibitor. Who goes back to defend? Pyosik is harassing them. Mako's base has been canceled, so it's Flandre and Viper.
2v3, 2v3. It's enough to defend the Nexus turrets, though, is the thing. He wants to go in for more. I mean, without the big carries, right? Zeka's the only one. Jumps in for Viper, but zoned out. Ruined. Stopwatch. He can stay for the stun. Goes for Barrel. And again, he finds the Heimerdinger. Aatrox kills off Lulu, though. The fight's still going across the map right now. Dragon Soul has been claimed. And Flandre has what? He has vision. Ward. Flash stun. Zeka. Oh! And the tower hits the minions. And the Zeka gets away. On the bottom side, though, Scout is being attacked. Does he have the damage? He does not. 10 to 10 in kills. A 10,000 gold lead.
This game is insane, Freak! Oh my god, EDG and DRX, an absolute slugfest. Back and forth, but DRX are the ones coming largely out on top in the gold lead. but the Soul is going to do a lot to eliminate that. And Scout got a 1K shutdown off of Deft as well. So if they can hold on here, if they can defend the base, they're going to have this permanent Soul buff, and the gold lead won't mean nearly as much. So DRX are trying to push to end right now.
Timer walking out of the base. It's a 4v4 on this push. JJ holds the front line, but without Scout, they're missing a lot of damage. A 3-item Azir, certainly pretty relevant. Of course, Baron is gone, inhibitors are gone, which means supers are coming in. It's going to be a double stacked wave on the top side, as you can watch it slowly kill the enemy wave. But they're going to retreat back down. They know with Scout respawning, they don't like the fight anymore. Gonna play it slow.
And you can see how cautious DRX are still taking this game. Even with the lead that they have, they recognize that EDG's way back into this game is a single good team fight. They have to leverage their range and take their time. They now start threatening the bot side of the map. The mid wave is pushing in, and DRX patiently make their way towards EDG.
Viper wants his kill! Oh! On lands! And Viper screams across the world! It's a bot diff, baby!
What a play from Viper! Pops the Ghost, goes in, finds the Gale Force, finds the ultimate, and gets the kill on Deft here. Deft is doing about as much damage as the rest of his team combined. Without him, they can't push.
Viper sinks his fangs into the heart of DRX as Deft will fall, and now EDG will finally take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Timing can be pretty close this one. He can almost get the turret before the TP completes.
I spoke too soon.
Time. There will not be the full siege just yet. 3 in mid. Mako's still there to support Viper. Keep in mind, no stopwatch. He doesn't have infinite safety. Zeka just eating back over to his own Shroud. Not going to find the play just yet, but with Scout sieging, with a stun on the jungler, they're going to push him off to go for the mid turret, and they should kill it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the tower. They just don't have any wave clear without Deft. Deft really is it for this team. This full build Ezreal will not have the GA. So it's going to be tough to actually knock down here again.
And this is the scariest thing for DRX, because we talked about it at the beginning of the game. You can see the respect that DRX is showing. EDG's comp is lethal in the late game. It is so difficult to play against. And up until that point, DRX were playing a very clean game. Yes, EDG was finding a pick here and there, an objective here and there, but DRX were the ones largely in control. But this was the first point of weakness that we have seen from DRX, and EDG were quick to capitalize. Now they've reclaimed control over their topside jungle. They pushed out the bot wave, and now the Baron is on the board once again.
2 control wards in the pit right now. Not going to clear them away. The vision is fully there. Mid will be pushed in, but Zeka on the wings. Gets rid of Scout's Banshee's Veil. 6k health. Already getting burned low. The damage is so incredibly high. Pioshik stuck in the pit, gets stunned, and Zeka waits in the wings. He has not yet looked for the flank. As he gets rid of wards. Pioshik low, but not down. Flooded him back in the team.
Ooh.
And Barrel safe in the wings now as well.
Barrel being forced back incredibly low. This is a big win for EDG. Pioshik looking to try and heal on the backside of the Baron pit. But good highlight there. Zale and Freak, that top wave is continuing to push in, and it's something that EDG have to deal with. Instead, they make their way towards mid.
Flandre walked up. Poppy's going to recall. She looked for the play, but they've already recalled out Scout, so it's going to be just the push towards mid and the retreat back, because guess what, though? Poppy is on the flank. Poppy's on the flank. She's going to get here before Azir. They've got a chance at finding the kills. Viper has flash. Viper has flash. Oh, the root stun into Pioshik. Will it be the kill? Stone Plate is not enough. Viper is simply too huge.
Viper does it again. The root from the Gravitum stops Pioshik finding that pick on the Mako, which would have been the difference maker in the fight. DRX now a man down. Can they stop EDG's Baron?
I don't know if they can. They don't have a jungler here, and Barrel has no flash.
It was TP. Deft TP's to the top lane. They've got to get back to the base. They've got to answer him.
Double TP.
They're going. They send more. Sedge gets the stun, but inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured, but Deft kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get the
inhibitor! The inhibitor is back up! What?
He cannot get the stun.
No way! Oh my God, Deft, no! The game was in your hands, Deft! It was right in front of you, and the inhibitor spawns! Absolute heartbreak for DRX. That was their game, and an inhibitor stops the Nexus from falling.
Quarters of seconds made the difference here. The inhibitor goes back up with a single auto away, and Elder is spawning.
I cannot believe
I cannot believe that just happened.
It's just insane. And the stop on the Aatrox as well. The stop on the Aatrox, you have to wonder how much faster could it have gone down? Would they have had the extra damage with the Aatrox here to actually get the kill? I think they would have for sure. So the Sejuani stopping the Aatrox really made all the difference there.
Oh no! It's so painful to watch.
It's so close, and Def loses everything here. He loses the TP, loses the GA.
I can't believe it. I've never seen that in all my years of playing League of Legends. I have never once in my life seen that happen. EDG will now secure the Elder, and it feels like the DRX are losing everything.
If King had TP'd from a slightly different spot, or if JJ didn't spot him and stop him there, DRX win the game. If the inhibitor respawns, 1 second later, DRX win the game. And now it is Soul, it is Elder, it is EDG pushing forward here with Viper feeling like an unstoppable force. But DRX must find some way to stop him.
Zeka has TP. If he finds a way in, it's not going to happen there. Flandre is actually in base. Def's gonna Arcane Shift out away. Theoretically, it is 5v4. Against Elder Dragon, it is tough, but Flandre is playing to make sure there's not a TP play. Inhibitors are easy to kill. Next is 2 hits afterwards. They have to cover the base. And the thing is, this looks so EDG favor. They've still got Baron, they've got Final to go with it. And they're bringing Flandre over. They're trying to end the game here. Barrel chunked a bit low. Viper Gale Force down. Has Ghost, but no Flash. He is killable. They evict only minions. This small wave can be cleared. Shirelia's popped, 30 seconds in the Baron. Walking in for a bit more. Pioshik chunked a bit. Zeka waiting the wings still. King in on the side. Jump now on by Jax. Viper still playing to the edge. One hit will kill Pioshik. He tries to get in range. Can't find him, but Ghost is now popped. No defensive tools left. There's a shuffle back. It's a stopwatch to buy some time. But does he have a target in his eyes? It's not going to happen. A solo kill for Flandre inside the opposing base. Flandre may die, but doesn't matter because the base is going to fall. Death dies Nexus to Nexus, and EDG go up 2-0.
What an incredible game between DRX and EDG. These two teams battling back and forth to the final seconds here. A game that truly came down to the smallest of differences. This is one where you will be able to go back and watch and find 10, 20, 30, 40 different things that could have changed the outcome to this game. The smallest decisions really changing everything.
I'm lost for words. I've never seen that. And you can't, like, everyone is a Deft fan, okay? The man is a legend in the League of Legends scene, and it felt like that he took the game in his hands and he was about to win it for DRX, bringing us 1-1 and still making this a dead even quarterfinal. And to have him at the Nexus, like that HP bar was gone. Like it looked like it was over. I saw that auto attack flying through the sky, and then you have to give all that credit to Viper, finding the solo kill onto Def. The plays, the gravitum onto Pioshik. Like, this was truly a masterclass AD carry performance from both sides, and it was Viper and EDG that at the slimmest margins end up coming out on top.
The fact that Viper does as much damage as Poke Ezreal, like, yeah, oh, Ezreal, 900 damage per minute, yeah, like, very expected. The fact that he did this on Aphelios, he's like, I gotta auto-attack people. There's a Poppy and an Akali diving me. Yeah, no, he's fine. That is just incredible. A mountain of a gold lead, 11,000. Nah, EDG still walked it all the way back.
119 HP is how much the Nexus had.
119.
I mean, there's so many things there. It's like, did he have gold for like a red elixir and not buy it? You know, could he have actually like changed out some sort of item? You know, there's a million little things that you're going to be thinking.
All the analysts are going to come out now.
Oh yeah, you can box that at 1/4 speed. Like Sheen proc metagaming, the auto in the air start your Q, the auto has Sheen proc on it. Like there's a million Ezreal optimizations you could do. When did you W that hit the turret? You could have gotten more Ws in the turrets. Like there's a million things. Just an Ezreal PvE 1v0 that can matter there.
It's so crazy. But like what an amazing game. What an exciting game between these two teams, right? It really did look in the early stages with all these deaths that were happening down in the bottom lane. Barrel was getting picked on heavily. You know, he's 0-5 at one point, and you're thinking, all right, well, EDG are just going to run away with this, right?
Yeah.
But DRX really started to bring it back. They started to find those picks, those plays, and made this game so incredibly close.
We've spoken enough, so I'm going to let you take it free.
We've got things to read on the teleprompter right over there. Do you know Emily Rand? Of course, well, you should at least. I do as well. Yeah, she's pretty great. Now, not only is she on the analyst session, she's also one of the hosts of the Rift Reaction podcast on Spotify. Emily and co-host Travis Gafford discuss the biggest league news and hot takes each week with a new episode dropping on Spotify every Wednesday. So when you queue up that latest episode, we're heading back over to Stay From Analyst Desk featuring Emily Rand.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Freak. And what a game 2. It's EDG up 12 in the series, but they had to steal that one from the jaws of defeat. What a wild, wild game.
Okay, it's really hard to follow yesterday, right? Whoever was going to do it had a tall task. And while maybe you can say the level of gameplay is not there, the entertainment certainly is.
Yeah, I'm not here to evaluate the level of gameplay, just the level of excitement.
It's not believable anymore.
Max level of excitement.
And now looking at this draft, people may have noticed that on our bingo board, we put no ganks top because, you know, neither of these teams are particularly known for playing through their top side. However, in this game, they say, let them have the Aatrox, Flandra has the Jax, we're going to constantly go top, both teams.
All I care about are inhibitors. All I care about are... That's all I'm hearing right now.
I'm going to need you to wait, Kobe. I'll get you to those inhibitors.
It was a long game, Kobe.
Oh
but I think we do need to talk about how this game developed a little bit. Number one, because as Emily mentions, it kind of goes against what we would have expected to be the approaches for either of these teams, Chronicler, with putting a lot of attention towards both of the top players, Aatrox, Jax matchup, and everybody wanted to look to swing it.
Why are you asking me to talk, Dash? I need a moment.
Quiet,
No.
we'll have a 3%.
Okay. Hear me out. I actually really like the adaptation because I do think that Kingen is the easiest exploitable in terms of laners for the side of DRX. Zeka, especially when he's on the Kali, much harder to deal with. Bot lane, even though Beryl didn't have the best of game in turn of getting picked on, is self-explanatory. So even though it feels counterintuitive for how EDG normally plays, it actually works out well. This is one of the funniest left, right, and left,
They
and
were
right,
up here
and
for
left,
so
and right
long.
that I've ever seen. Yeah, because initially I like it because you wait out the ultimate.
You take nameplates off, and this does not. This looks like AI fighting each other.
So both teams are thinking, the other team won't expect us to go to the top side, you see. But then the Jax pick into Aatrox does necessitate it. Really, it came down to so much of these objective fights, though. And in this one, EDG trying to run away with their tail between their legs after taking the dragon. But this is where DRX really started to build this giant momentum that got them to that lead.
Yeah, that dragon, I believe, would put them on sole point, but as you mentioned, they get routed from that point forward, and while they had the kill advantage prior to this fight, everything gets evened up, and then some, with turrets falling the way of DRX. But also, we have to talk about Beryl on this timer. 2 games in a row now. He's just been a pest, man. He's been difficult to deal with.
He also died, like, I don't know how much it ended up, like 5, 6, 7 times, but this is peak Beryl, right? We have seen this even last year at MSI, that he can be somewhat of a liability. But the key thing here is that he was, to me, one of the biggest contributors for kind of throwing EDG off of their game, hitting stunts like this, which is what set up the mid to late game for DRX.
Yeah, I know it's a loss, but I really do think this Heimerdinger is a problem for EDG.
Oh,
for
here
sure.
we go.
Demonstrated as such.
This is a support.
This is the play I was waiting for because he holds this for actually so much longer than's on here for Pioshik to come and pick that up. It was so funny. We were just like, wait, Beryl, yeah, okay, I guess he can solo as Heimer.
It was getting it done. It was getting it done for the squad. DRX was in great position in this game, but as we know, the game of League of Legends, every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, and this one, every second would count as Deft goes for the game end. An inhib and 119 HP on a Nexus stands between him and victory.
I just want to take you back to 2020 when Deft pulled Damwon when he was on DRX. A team that had just 3-0'd them got 3-0'd again. Last year on Humble Life, drew T1, got 3-0'd. And if you tell me that Deft is gonna go 0-9 in quarters because of this inhibitor respawning, one auto attack, that's no way!
I also want to call out, though, the Sejuani ultimate that stopped the second TP. Because if that second TP goes through as well, of course they have enough damage to get through that Nexus.
And the reason why EDG is still in this game is because Viper's insane. We had a lot of really good team fighting from them, so it's not just this, but If it's actually a 3-0,
DRX, blue side, Emily, how do they extend the series? It's been an exciting one, but it still has landed us in a 2-0 situation with EDG knocking on the door of the semifinals.
I mean, honestly, I don't hate their draft.
What they've done,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think this has come down to a lot of like key moments of execution. So I think they will. I'd be curious to see if they stick with the Heimer, because I don't think the Heimer's definitely not been the reason why they lost. I actually think it's looked really good for them and allowed them to have that push bot. But I do wonder if they're just like, oh, we can deal with this, maybe pivot to something else. That's the only thing. But like, I don't take massive issue with their draft.
It's a tough one to solve here for DRX, as again, things look good for them in that second game, but they now find themselves in a reverse sweep kind of situation. Now, as we grow ever closer to our World Championship, a reminder that if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below to purchase tickets. We'll see you back here for Match Point right after this.
Touch it!
And DRX patiently make their way towards EDG.
Viper wants his kill. On lands, and Viper screams across the world. It's a bot diff, baby.
Double TP.
They're going. They send more. Seth gets the stun, but inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured, but Def kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get the
The inhibitor is back up! What?
He cannot get the stun.
No way!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. 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 I strike gold. Yeah, I strike lightning. Bring me the next. Bring me the next.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. There was a ton of history in the T1 RNG matchup on day 2 of quarters, and we just got a nice little recap thanks to the OnePlus cam. But we've got history to make ahead of us. Now, if you missed the first 2 games, you missed a lot, actually. But hopefully the rest of the series delivers as well as the first 2 did. Game 3, EDG up 2-0. Will it be enough to get over the line now?
I mean, it really couldn't have been any closer.
It literally couldn't
game.
have.
There's so many things. I was reading online, some people already breaking it down.
Yeah.
Apparently, Deft, didn't use any Sheen procs on the second tower, so very likely was actually watching the fight elsewhere, instead of optimizing, because there's just no way you're thinking about the inhib respawn in that moment. There's always all these crazy little things that can make the difference.
Yep. And like you talked about it, I couldn't think about it at the time, but the interrupt onto the Aatrox ultimate as well, Freaky highlighted as well. It was one of those things where if that TP had gone through,
not even close.
It's not even close, you're right. But the awareness of JJ to be able to then see that and just buy as much time for his team as possible. Of course, if you're EDG, you're not even thinking about the Nexus respawning, right? All you're thinking about is we need to get back to base as fast as humanly possible. But they were able to do it, and Viper, wow. What an AD carry, right? Like, this man is unbelievable. He's unbelievably good, and he was a large reason as to why EDG not only came back into that game, but won that game.
I mean, that solo kill on Deft really bought them so much time, right? Because without Deft, DRX couldn't really get much done on the map at that point. He was their team, so that was outstanding. And now here, DRX have got to try to collect themselves. After such a heartbreaking loss in game 2, you've got to slow down. You've got to go into this game and say, all right, we need to win 3 straight.
Yep.
Because the thing is, DRX have had leads in every single one of those games. Like, they're like, oh, they are ahead in gold. Wow, good job, EDG team fight. You caught up in game 1. And okay, now you're ahead. You won. Good job, Scout. Good combo. This was like, oh, you're getting turbo stomped. It's 10,000 gold. Oh, and they got a Baron. All right, well, see ya. We're going to game 3. Oh, my pick'ems are hurt. No, they still won that one. It's like, finding a way to win. Like, we lost an 11K gold lead with Baron. All right, how do you win game 3?
Wow. First off, take Scout off of Azir. It seems that they're going to remove that option. Step 1 check. It looks like that they're going to limit some of the control that Scout had on this champion. Will EDG give the Aatrox over again? Because no disrespect to Flandre, but I felt like his Jax didn't have much presence in the game, and it didn't really mitigate the Aatrox from doing what Aatrox does. So I have to question, is that really worth giving over? Do you think that Maokai is really a bigger threat than the Aatrox is?
I mean, I think that's really the big question, right? And if they're not that worried about Kingan's Aatrox, then they can give that over. They can try to have some sort of neutralizing pick and just try to get more elsewhere, right? Because they have such confidence in Scout and Viper and getting it done in the later stages. In back-to-back games, those guys have proven they can get it done. So yes, you may be giving over a priority pick to Kingan, but do you even care at the end of the day? Like, I would be totally fan even with Silas ban or something like that, because it does feel like if DRX are going to get it done,
the Heimer, okay.
The Heimer has been problematic for them.
It certainly has, yeah. I think it's a worthy ban, but of course the Aatrox immediately going to come back out from DRX. What about the Maokai, though, from EDG? Do they feel like this is something that they want to put in the jungle, perhaps? Maybe even in the top lane matchup, of course, we know that Aatrox does very well to a number of tanks, but perhaps they're saying that the utility that a Maokai can provide is worth it.
I mean, I think if you're going to take it as EDG, you put it in the jungle, right? I'd rather see you take Maokai jungle and pair it with the carry top. So if you want to go Fiora here, I think Fiora and Maokai is an absolutely fine 1-2 to be able to actually attack that top lane, lock down the Aatrox. They instead are going to go with the Graves. So Pyosik will have the opportunity to go for a Maokai jungle, but now the problem is you get out-farmed so badly by a Graves. Kindred is an answer that a lot of people do like. Would be very exciting to see Kindred come out. It's personally my favorite champion in League.
It's a Pyosik special as well. Something that he's often fallen back to in the event that he wants one of his pocket picks to come out and something that he thinks is a good matchup. He's going to do it.
Okay.
Our first Kindred of Worlds, as far as I'm aware.
And there's a Silas getting locked in as well. So a lot of comfort here for DRX. Makes sense This is an elimination game for them. People generally do like this matchup into Graves. I will say, a lot of it is basically just about who gets first hit, right? Like who is actually face checking who. If you can kind of try to neutralize, you can scale very, very well. But so much of it is, can your lanes actually be winning lanes when you are playing with Kindred? Because you really do need to get access to the marks. You've got to start to snowball through that. If you can't get towards 4 marks before team fight stage, you generally really do struggle on this champion. The range in the early game is very, very low. When you're looking over at that other side, it's going to be a problem against champions such as Victor here.
Yeah, taking default team fight. Okay, Zero's gone. I go to number 2 in this one. Obviously, we get a unique champion every single game here for the mid laner of DRX. I'm personally very partial to his Sylas, so fun to see him pop off.
One thing I will say, you know, yes, Victor does have that same kind of level of threat in the later stages of the game, but he doesn't have anywhere near the safety of these here. And that's one of the biggest differences between these champions. You can't just dash back towards your tower. Zero can push aggressively because of that. If you can force the flash off early here, you can look to attack the Victor and pressure him in a way that these Zero just can't really be attacked.
I will say, though, that for EDG, when you're playing into Sylas, one of the things you've got to be conscious of is the ultimates that you can give away as well. And I think that from EDG's perspective, they're like, you don't have that many great ultimates to steal, my friend. Like, sure, you can use these ultimates, but are they going to be game-breaking? Well, not as game-breaking as they are really from the side of EDG either. So I think that that's pretty smart in terms of the Victor, and it will give you good wave clear, which is something has been proven to be very valuable in this series. Now, the Ashe and Ezreal respect continues to be shown towards Deft, the same respect being shown towards Viper, with the Aphelios and Lucian being removed. That is what? 3, that's 580 carry bands. I expect a 6th to come out now from the side of DRX.
Yeah, it gets really interesting, right? Because you do start to get pushed down that tier list quite a lot here. Last time around, we did see, you know, bans on the Jinx towards Deft. So that would be an option for him here. There are, of course, a lot of scaling options. Lulu going to be banned away, so they're more concerned about the pairing and maybe worried about like a Lulu Cog or even something like that you can really go to as it's pushed down.
Thoughts on Misfortune Leona for DRX?
I mean, I think it's really, really strong as an engage option here when you're trying to have that combo. But
they have no crowd control right now.
Yeah,
they have damage.
Just be the Leona, right? And I do think Renata answers it really, really well also. It can be very difficult to actually play into that. So they grab up a really strong enchanter, one of the strongest remaining. They can still go to something like a Soraka if you want to go that sort of a direction. But MF obviously is still there. There's still things like Jhin. There's still things like Jinx. There's lots of stuff you can go to, even like Twitch, Cog, etc. So there's many, many options. Varus is still available. So I'm not really concerned about him having any option.
He's hovering.
He's locked in. I mean, this is kind of crazy because he's just locking in without even knowing what marksman he's going against. But maybe he's feeling like, Viper, you don't have any options left here. I'm going to be happy into anything left. Now, will it be engage or will it be okay? So it's Soraka. So they're playing heavily for the 2v2. Soraka, I really favor into the Renata matchup. I do think it's actually quite nice. But they're, again, super low on engage.
So the wild thing is, Deft has 2 recorded games on Draven across his career. He has many Vladimir games as Draven games across his career. 0 and 2 on the champion. Digs it out here. It says, this is the right call for it. We get Renata Kalista, a lane that's been highly sought after for like the entire last half of this year. It's come and gone, sure, but like still very, very strong. And Deft goes something he hasn't played in forever.
Wow. So you said it earlier, Freak. We have to reiterate it. Where's the crowd control, boys? Like, it's just, it doesn't... There's a Gravidon.
On both sides.
There's a Gravidon. I see a stun on Sylas, and I see a slow and a silence on Threat. Like, there's nothing. There is, like, no hard CC, which means that the good news, a lot of skill expression on both of these sides. The bad news is that both these teams are really going to struggle to start team fights.
I mean, it is going to be really, really crazy. And if one of these teams gets ahead, it could start to become a little bit of a snowball here between them. You know, Renata is a great ult to steal, though. I will say that much for Sylas. You know, that can be really powerful in some of these really kind of scrappy fights where everyone is piling in there. If you can steal that away, that can look really nice. But talk about confidence here from Deft, as you say, only his 3rd recorded Draven game in his career. And is going to bring it out at match point here.
There's something in my head that's like, but it's Deft's Draven. And I'm like,
it's like, memorably bad.
Yeah, am I convincing myself of something else? Like it's.
I mean, Deft, and then you just say any champion sounds pretty good.
True, right? You can just like, yes, Deft's Vladimir bot. I'm sure that was, no, actually that wasn't very good. But wow, okay, so
it takes a lot of confidence to lock in Draven, of course, when your backs are against the wall, when DRX falls short. What I like to see is confidence, because I think that what Game 2 showed at the very least was that this team was beatable, right? And while in Game 1 you had a small advantage and then you couldn't out-team fight them, in Game 2 you were able to build individual leads. You held the gold lead pretty much for the whole game. And then you converted that into picks, into barons, into the Nexus being 100 HP away from falling. So coming into Game 3, I feel like the DRX need to have the mindset of this team is beatable, and as long as we play as confidently as we did in Game 2, there's no reason why we can't push them to a Game 4.
Totally agreed. Update. So there is a player that needed to change their client language. So tournament officials are going to remake the lobby. And there will be a delay getting into game, but picks and bans in the current draft will be recreated. So they are just redrafting right now. We are in the lobby. They're doing that. But one of the players just wanting to change the language on their client.
Viper said the game wasn't hard enough, so now I want it in Spanish.
I mean, Viper is already like fully fluent in Mandarin. You know? He's just got to keep learning more.
Yeah, exactly. Right? That's good. Add to the list. Like try to keep pace with Shox, who's on like yourself. Like one day we'll all keep up to her ascension. But to your point about, I just see deft, and then the next word is, of course, he's good at it. His top 16 most played champions are all 50% or higher win rate.
His top 16?
His first 16 champions.
Quite a few.
It keeps going. There's a couple of stinkers in there eventually afterwards, but like, he's just got a laundry list of stuff he just wins on at all points in time.
Wow. It's also really interesting, you know, his highest, well, one of his highest win rate, his highest is Jinx, but also the MF, almost 78% win rate with a lot of games.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that, you know, he has brought it out, he did bring it out twice in groups, lost both times with that. You know, the only MF wins we've actually seen are the MF Yumi games from quarterfinals, and then some in play-ins as well. But it has been interesting to kind of see the evolution of the meta. And even just the drafting in this one was really interesting to me. See so much focus down towards bot lane. I believe there was 4 or 5 bot lane bans. I mean, I guess there was 6 if you want to count the supports and stuff like that.
Sure.
So 6 total bans down towards that bot lane. And there's just so many ADs in the pool, really. So it's like you're never going to fully ban them out, but you are trying to limit options. But I just can't imagine that they were really prepared for the deft Draven here. And all the love for Showmaker. What a series that was yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, it is fun. The audience here, I've said it like every week. I'm up here, we're like, y'all been amazing every single time. It's fun. I stay up here after the games. People are like, waving, we're saying hi. What? I'm just selfie with the crowd, which is great. Like, you all have been absolutely wonderful here in New York. Thank you so much for being absolutely amazing for the last 2 weeks. I'm hoping Atlanta is like up to your level. I'm just saying, like, you've set a high bar here is all I'm saying.
I mean, it's been two weeks of incredible games here. It's been such a pleasure to be here in New York with the live audience. We've had so many amazing games now. You know, thinking back, we're treated to one of the best quarterfinals ever, one of the best series ever at Worlds yesterday. And hopefully we're going to see
we
DRX
just had
back
one of the most memorable moments
Yeah.
I've ever seen in a World Championship before.
NA is really good at hosting Worlds.
Yeah,
Like 2016 was a banger.
It's true.
And then we come back here 6 years later, and it's again an absolute banger. It's great.
And like you already look at the semifinals ahead of us as well. JDG, LPL's first seed up against T1.
Yes, 369.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. And then we're guaranteed one of these two teams going up against Genji, who went all the way to 5 games against Damwon yesterday. So the semifinals are guaranteed to be a banger. We are getting closer and closer to jumping into the game.
Yep. Loading
screen
I see it.
acquired. Onto the Rift in just a second. Will DRX find their way into a reverse sweep? My pick'ems say no. I'm just saying. I would like the points. I hinted some of the group stage picks. EDG though, 2-0 on this one. In a ridiculous Game 2, find a win for an 11,000 gold deficit. And now we are on to the Rift. Is this the last game of quarterfinals, or does DRX find their way back into the series?
Okay. You can hear the roar of the crowd once more. A lot of support for EDG. That same support for DRX as well. We have our eyes on a number of places in this game. The 2v2 matchup in the bot side of the map. Draven, Soraka versus Kalista, Renata.
It's kind of crazy when you think about when Draven and Kalista are on the Rift, you expect like Thresh, Leona, Nautilus, and instead you've got Soraka and Renata, range supports.
You know what my eyes are drawn to? Ignite Graves. So,
that is true.
This is JJ.
LPL Graves.
Yeah, I mean, you want to scrap with me on Kindred? Great. I'm going to take Ignite. Good luck in the fight. It becomes very, very difficult. And I will say, you know, so much of it is about who's getting the first hit in these matchups, because if Graves can force out the Kindred ult early, he generally has much better burst coming out of that ultimate to actually be able to knock you down. In those cases, Kindred, you hope you have your E up, so you can actually have the third hit of that E right as the ultimate expires to try to burst him down. But this is a champion that can scale very, very well. You know, getting that first mark can mean a lot, and that is going to require that you do have those pushing lanes here.
Alrighty, well, make sure to pick push some buttons on your keyboards because you want to grab the exclusive Very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League account with your Prime Gaming account. Get that one, spam the emotes, let them know. You can tag it to First Blood or Ace or, killing the Nexus, which Def sadly doesn't know about in this series.
Why you gotta do him like that, Free? Why you gotta do him?
Headset's too good, he can't hear me, it doesn't matter. JJ gonna have no problem getting red 2 Raptors on his side, wants to AoE as much as possible, doesn't quite get perfect tags. You can see this Mark don't even have the red buff tag on them right now. So a little bit slower, a little bit unlucky in the pellet spread. But DRX pressuring, and looks like level 2 is gonna be first for the blue side as pretty heavy trade here. Fiora, Q is moving back up in time, but with the grasp gets a huge health lead over Kingen.
Very good trade from Flandre in the top lane, and something we have to talk about. This is the first time we've seen a Graves not invade at level 1. Of course, playing into the Kindred does add a lot more risks, not running the flash as well. Will instead just be doing the full top side into bot side clear, jumping on over to his Grok to secure that level 3, and then will now start clearing his blue. Now he does have options to path back up towards the top side of the map, but instead he may look to contest this bot side. Scuttle Crab, but with the fact that the bot lane push is going in favor of DRX and Zeka, is actually gaining some good control here in the mid lane, means that he's likely going to path back up towards the top river and look to secure that crab for himself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he goes. He did skip Krugs, so wanted to get down here a little bit faster. Likely going to reverse clear back up towards top, as you say, because it does feel like mid and bot pushing here for DRX. Interesting to note that Zeka is actually playing First Strike Sylas. I'm not sure how much value he's realistically going to get out of this, because it is going to be difficult. Victor obviously having very long range, and unfortunately for Pioshik, Mark
lost the 50-50.
We'll see if he wants to try to run up and contest. I don't know that he will. I think it makes more sense to just go to your Krugs and keep farming, but he is crossing. No, never mind.
Yeah, heads back down. I think maybe understands what the path likely was from the Graves. He's going to go up and seal it out. It is mine. The reverse clear actually works out for him. He's not stuck to the wrong side of the map when the mark comes over. So yeah, wins the coin flip. First mark is, I believe, guaranteed to always be Scuttle. Once you get a single mark, it then adds things like Raptors as possible play. But at 0, it can only ever go there. So we're going to wait our solid 3 minutes until the Scuttles respawn, and we'll see if we can get it next time.
Do you know where else you can get marks, Freak?
Enemy champions.
Murder, yes.
Yes.
So,
but only pre-planned murder. It has to be premeditated.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, crimes of passion not allowed.
It's one of the things that I think is actually really fun as well with Kindred, is the ability to actually mark people without the intention of going there, right? Like if you mark an enemy top laner, they often get very scared and will just back it up. And I do believe, did he just throw it at the mark? Yeah, he did. He just threw the mark right there onto Fiora, I believe. He just changed it over. It was on Graves at the start, but I think that's what we just saw
you're right,
there. So, showcasing the A, better watch out. And sometimes you can really make people change the way that they're playing because of that. Of course, he reveals where he is on the map by actually hitting that vision plant up on the top side, but nice poke there onto the Echo, and Viper has already gone back.
Ooh, gets over the sweet spot. There's no Q available for Kingen anymore, so Flounder underneath his spot. I want to point out, though, bot lane is a huge farm lead. Viper recalling for an early vamp to try to stay alive in the lane, but Beryl and Defs have been crushing bottom lane.
You can see Pioshik just hovering around the top lane, making sure that Kingen isn't at a real risk of getting dived. Flandre not going to overextend his lead. He knows that the Graves just got back to base, so he's going to reset himself, pick up that Sheen. It's going to make this lane matchup that much more oppressive. So Fiora often a very good matchup into the Aatrox. We'll see if Flandre can get the better of Kingen this time round. Obviously, he didn't have a bad game last game, but definitely wasn't able to really mute or shut down Kingen's Aatrox. As we mentioned, if it wasn't for that interrupt on the TP, this could be a 1-1 series right now.
Absolutely. It would be. You really need 1-2 autos at most actually have filled off that Nexus, so very, very close. Early game, going definitely more Flandre's way. I do think that while the barrier to execution is higher on Fiora, if you play it well, I think it's a harder matchup than Jax's. It becomes very, very difficult. Because especially, if you're looking for any sort of an all-in, it's almost always going to go Fiora's way. It's so easy to actually parry the 2-3, which Aatrox really loves in those all-in plays. But JJ here around mid, just a trade of ultimates there from Zeka and Scout.
He's low enough. He's low enough. There's maybe a chance for the Graves kill. There's the smoke screen. Ignite is on, flashing away. Of course, he cannot flash follow. Zeka will survive, but with no summoners, doesn't make the long walk back to the lane.
And I will say, I'm a little bit surprised to see Zeka playing towards the top side of the map because his jungler was on bot side, right? So generally you do want to hug towards that side. So playing towards that darkness on the top side of the map does get punished for it. And unfortunately for Pyosik, it is a topside scuttle spawn, so he's kind of 0 for 2 on the RNG of where these marks will go, which means it's another scuttle for JJ, and the mark's going to be pushed back that much further. And it is so important getting to that first 4. Every 3 thereafter is even more range, but the first 4 is really where it feels like you can start team fighting, because otherwise you just get too heavily outranged by most champions.
DRX definitely don't have luck in their favor so far in this series. We'll see if things bounce back as the game continues. JJ happy to make this cross-map trade. We'll steal away the blue buff as DRX going for a very early Drake wing condition. They do have a huge amount of control on the bot lane 2 versus 2, so it makes sense. And they will convert this and over that early pick to Pyosik.
Nicely done. One objective on the board. DRX. See if they can get anything out of it. The ultimate cross gets all 4 stacks already, but Kingen heals back up reasonably well. His Q, his auto's doing enough. JJ is around, but does not land the skill shots. Has an ulti, still holding on to it. Does Flandre have the damage? Whether sweet spot's going to land? And King gets back to half HP. Without a bunch of bonus AD, the ulti doesn't do that much damage, and Flandre doesn't really come out that far ahead.
Yeah, I'm not able to actually get in there on him, and JJ didn't have the flash to go in. We just panned up, but you saw him actually starting out stunned, so was able to actually land that riposte, get the stun on that, then proc all of the vitals there. But it was a great backstab from King, and if he doesn't actually backstab on that end of the line, I think wouldn't have been able to survive under the tower there. Pyosik just hovering around top here a lot, but it hasn't really been able to get much done. It's just been kind of keeping Kingen somewhat safe.
Might. So it's stealable, but doesn't land it. Is it too much from Zeka? He's ulted, and he dies! He invades for a red buff and gives up his own blood.
You can understand the idea, but the timing was just poor there from Zeka. He goes in way too early. Pyosik cannot offer any assistance. And if he'd stolen that red buff, maybe there's a world where that play can happen, but JJ with the ultimate combined with Scout's ultimate made an easy first blood going in the favor of EDG.
Yeah, Pyosik and Kingen looking like they're wanting to try to contest here. Fiora did TP to mid, so Fiora is arriving, but they are pretty heavily committed to this.
For the play on Grace, he's gonna be fine though. Sweet spot hittable, gets the eye. Pyosik gets the ulti. Now, it is going to be an almost certain death. Kill goes to JJ. One on the board now for the Graves, but a Herald steal is a solid swing of like 700 gold.
Yeah, that is pretty big, being able to actually get that Herald away. The aggro is a little bit mismanaged by EDG. You need to keep someone on that same side as Pyosik, because otherwise the Herald turns towards you, and Pyosik gets the free auto on the eye, which is what happened there, allowing him to actually secure it. But meanwhile, on that bot side, Deft and Barrel are pushing, almost have secured a second plate, and that does give you a clear target of where to actually go with this Herald. Again, JJ first towards the mark, though that mark spawning in the bottom side, and Pyosik still not able to find his first one of the game.
So frustrating for Pyosik. It can really be a difference maker because it can be so quick to snowball the game. But JJ has had good control over these Scuttle Crabs. We're going to have a look back at this. So again, we talked about timing here. You can see that JJ is already level 6. So even if he was able to steal this one away, but now Zeka's committed both his Q and his E onto the red buff, which means that even if Pyosik was there, they're already down 2 skills, and there's no real way that they're going to come out on top of that. So maybe a cheeky steal attempt with the Q might have worked, but then we talk about cheeky steal attempts. This is a great one here for Pyosik, as all of EDG is on the right side, and it opens up the eye for Pyosik to land the smite and the auto attack. Does cost him his life, but overall 2 kills for a Herald. In the long term, I would say this is going to be worth it, DRX.
For sure, and that was actually so close though, because the Herald was turning there. It looked like JJ almost had the angle to actually get the auto on the eye right as it turned. They are going to drop this mid lane, though.
I'm surprised.
I thought it was going to be for Deft.
Yeah, I was convinced they were just going to drop it in the bot lane, get Deft out onto the map. Maybe they can already swap out the Aatrox from the Fiora matchup, and then, you know, you can start taking more towers and more plates, feed them into the Draven. But I know they want to get Zeka a little bit more gold. They know that he has been struggling a little bit. You look at the item difference in the mid lane. Leandri's on one side, not much on the other.
Chapter. Not the best situation to be in. Of course, there was one auto away from Deft killing the second turret plate in the bottom lane. The Herald Charge would have almost certainly gotten that one, plus the next two. Could have been a good share of gold. EDG with their kills, up 600 gold in the early game. Somewhere to be farmed though. Mako goes for the ulti. Gonna not. Oh, he does land on a Deft, and that means the combo can land.
Oh, the cash in!
Executes Mako. Viper comes in for the rest. Barrel certainly cannot survive this one. They'll wait. They'll rend him in the end. Viper should get the kill, and it's gonna be gold positive, but at least Deft got something.
That was actually so massive, though. It's not even just a normal trade kill here. He had 300 stacks on the Draven that he would have lost there. It's 40 gold baseline for the cash-in, plus 2.5 gold for every additional stack there. So that's another enormous amount of gold that he's actually getting. That was worth like 3 kills, essentially.
Yeah, if I can have a quick check.
You can hover the tooltip, I think.
Yeah, if you hover the tooltip on the passive, it'll tell you exactly what he got from the cash-in.
757.
757, plus the base kill gold.
1,000 gold.
He got over 1,000 gold for that one kill. And instead, he would have missed out on the entire 757, and he would have lost 75% of those stacks. So it would have been, not only the loss on immediate gold, but the loss on potential gold. So this really does keep DRX in it.
Certainly does. And you saw a situation where Deft was like, I'm going to kill both of you. He was very quickly running at Viper saying, even though I'm lower on health, I know I win this. The only reason why they were able to turn it around was because JJ was able to land that ultimate. They could burst out to Deft before he was able to really run amok in that bot lane skirmish. So props to EDG being able to shut him down. But once again, you can see, similar to last game, even though EDG have the kill lead, the gold is still very comparable.
It really is. I don't think you can favor scaling too much on one side or the other. Definitely you're going to favor the Fiora in that 1v1 in the side lane, but I do think Kindred and Graves both scale very well. Yes, there is a range advantage on the side of Scout, but Zeka on this Alice really strong here also. And they're going to go in for it, flash in, but I think it's just I'm not sure if that's a misclick from Mako. I'm not sure if he intended to use the bailout on himself or on Viper, but Viper was 100% HP. He may have just used it for the move speed for the kind of the buff there, not realizing that he could get burst down. But you also have to remember, with the Draven ultimate, you get the bonus damage for the stacks that you have.
Execute.
Yes, exactly. So because he had over 300 stacks, it'll just knock him down.
Well, you got another fight in the top side, gets away from all the weak points, just staying in the same spot, but still gets all the marks tagged, so a flash, a jump over the wall, gonna stay alive. But that is still a long summoner spell missing out of Kingen.
It is, but that was actually really well played. He knows that JJ is coming over, so he just stands and fights Flandre until his E is back up, then flashes over to E over the wall. So really nicely done, I think, escaping what was a pretty difficult situation. And Kingen is up at least a bit of farm.
Ooh, gets a smite steal, that's something, but it's gonna be enough damage. Might have to ulti, this one does so. And as he's pushed away, not quite a dive, an ulti for a red steal might be okay, but Scout's coming around. Zeka lands the stun, and he makes good in his play from earlier. Everfrost lands, he is out. He will not die to the Chaos Storm. DRX get a red, they get a kill, and they're back in this game.
That's actually so big because that was also the marked target there. So Pyosik gets a mark off that kill.
That's massive, and you saw the advantage of the Cloud Rift, giving him that extra movement speed to be able to dodge away from the Victor ultimate as well. Enough to get him away with his life. DRX maintain the gold lead now, and Zeka's aggression is something that we continue to see, especially when he's on this Silas. This time it pays dividends as he's able to get that kill onto JJ. And as you rightly said, Pyosik now sitting at 2 marks. 2 more to go, and then we can really see this Kindred start to come online.
Yeah, that's big. It took him a long time to get his first mark. Then he gets that mark off the kill there. It is worth going a little bit more aggressive when you can get not only the kill, but that you are getting, essentially flat stats for every mark. It's not just the range, you get bonus damage as well on your abilities. So everyone worth quite a bit of gold here. And Pyosik going to be starting up the Herald. They are swapping bot towards top, so they are looking to move heavily towards this, but EDG is going to try to match.
Earlier, oh, hang on a second, as you rightly said, Azel, all of EDG looking to contest this. I think they're going to be way too late, though. Yep, that will be secured. They need to pick it up, though. Beryl is pessimistic.
Now ulti, Pyosik can't go for it,
He
so
can't.
they get 300 gold from the Herald kill, but they will not get the charge.
So
it's a 40-second timer.
Just an objective that ends up dropping, but they
Beryl?
have their eyes on it. He wants it. Beryl, is he going to go for it? Oh, he's too
slow.
Flashes away, won't be able to secure it, which means the EDG, small victory there as they get that summoner spell out from Beryl. And now with Dragon 2 minutes away, both teams rather looking to reset Kingan making his way to bot side and will start threatening their bot tier 1.
And nicely done by EDG, just pushing them off. It kind of looks to me like Zeka maybe could have just ran straight for it at the start, but I would have to really watch it again to be sure. I mean, he was missing his flash. You wouldn't want to give up your life to be able to grab that Herald. Either way, you still do get that local gold, as you said, Freak.
And so earlier, Azel, you were talking about scaling and how it's pretty interesting, right? Because I think one of the main reasons that Kindred is considered quite good into Graves is because she can outscale him, especially when she's more of the traditional AD carry. You can already see picking up the Kraken Slayer. In terms of the straight-up 1v1, I think the biggest difference would be JJ having slightly more HP, but that damage is going to get rampant as Pyosik continues to scale later on into the game. And Zeka on Sylas also has a lot of late-game threat, and we know the traditional teamfight power of the Aatrox. The thing that I think is interesting about these two AD carries is typically they consider to fall off in the sense that they don't, often against solid front lines, it can be difficult for them to gain access because they're relatively short range. Kalista also doesn't build like a typical AD carry does, but there's a lot of squishy targets on both these sides. Kalista has a lot of mobility that can be used. Pyosik in a bit of danger here, will be forced to flash. But I'm really interested to see how these late-game teamfights actually play out, because as we talked about, it seems like these fights really could go either way depending on who gets the better setup on the objective.
No, I mean, I absolutely agree, right? When you think about Draven, you do think about struggling to actually punch through that front line, not always necessarily having the best range, not always having, the best kind of movement to be able to avoid that. But you look over, so many of these champions are so incredibly squishy. If this Draven gets the 3 crate items, gets the IE, has a rapid fire, that one axe can mean so much. And this is another marked target here. So the third mark there for Pyosik. He's only one away down. Flandre!
Flandre gonna get CC'd for a bit, gonna flash instead of post too much of anything, but would have still been in so much threat afterwards. And has to walk this one out. Drake is up in 10 seconds, and Flandre without a summoner spell might not be able to fight for it. EDG, you can see they're not even playing to the side of the map right now.
DRX first on the objective. Pyosik will be able to get another crab. Felt like in the early game, JJ had full control over those little crabs. Now the ultimate stolen away from Scout. I say stolen away, I suppose should see borrowed.
Thief, borrowed!
As Zeka's looking to return it.
It's our ultimate summoner. 3,000 health on the Cloud Drake. Everyone else walking in there. JJ would like the smite. It's going to be claimed by Pyosik. No execute yet for Death, still fighting. But nearsighted cannot fight anymore. JJ push them away.
Yeah, going to be able to push him back, but DRX do grab the Dragon. They're second of the game. Going to be feeling really good about that. And they do have some pretty nice champions for the Cloud Soul. Aatrox is always one that I think really does benefit from it because you're already getting the speed up from your ulti, but Zeka could be in trouble, forced to flash.
Damage there as the rest of DRX wants to clear the wave, a little bit of poke down towards Viper, a pullback and a Maka will not find the kill, and in fact, forcing the ulti out of Kindred now as well. Pyosik, and that is a very long cooldown. It'll be up in time for the next Drake, sure. Not a lot of health given.
This is gonna be
knocks down bot lane.
This is gonna be a weird thing to say, but Scout is very good at dealing damage.
Yeah.
And it might seem weird, but when you think about a champion like Victor and Azir, often one of the hardest things to navigate about these champions is for Victor, very linear skill shots, controlling his soldiers. For Azir, yet regardless of the position that Scout finds himself in, he's always able to deal a ridiculous amount of damage, and it's just a management of his skills along with understanding the limits of his champions and the flexibility in his pool. He's just such a talented mid laner. It's always someone that you have to respect and understand that he will always be a threat as the game continues.
Absolutely. This is a guy who, back in the day did train under Faker, came up as that right, has been in the LPL for such a long time. Part of EDG, who is the most successful regional organization. They have 6 championships, I do believe it is, in the LPL. This is a team that are kind of known as the Kings of Summer, right? RNG are the Kings of Spring. They're the ones that go to MSI, but it's EDG who owns Summer.
And what's crazy is, for the longest time, EDG was the international failure for the LPL, always getting knocked out in the quarterfinals, maybe sometimes even groups, right? They just could never perform on the international stage. And then last year, being world champions was very different to what EDG fans are used to, but now that pressure falls on their shoulders once more. Can they do the back-to-back? They find themselves 2 games up, but DRX are not going down without a fight.
Certainly in quite the battle here, only a 1,000 gold difference. Scout gonna go ahead and let this wave get crushed as he knocks down these minions and denies as much gold and XP as possible. Zeka only now walk into this lane. He lets the wave die. He'll get the rest of this gold, pick up the 500, and walk away clean, putting the game a little bit closer. 500 gold difference, 2 Drakes to 1. DRX with a lot of pressure though, Kingan. Despite being counterpicked here, Aatrox versus Fiora, despite being a player that I think has often been maligned for his laning phases and just overall, he's one of the ones people look at when it's like, they lost, yeah, top diff. But he's actually been winning the lanes like largely against Flandre in the series.
Yeah, no, I think he's been doing a good job. You know, I mean, largely people look at the other side of the half bracket and they're thinking about Breathe, they're thinking about 369, they're thinking about Zeus, and they're saying, all right, that's the top lane side. This to me has been the bot lane side, right? It's Deft, it's Viper, it's Ruler, it's all these guys, you know, battling it out who are considered, you know, elite at that level. But it doesn't mean that even some of these players who aren't considered, you know, to be the very best in the world aren't still truly incredible.
Might. EDG gets one, finally pays back. There's a ward that got put down. My thing pop. Thank you very much. Control ward killed. Gold handed back for the ghost ward.
It always feels so bad when you're doing a buff and then the enemy jungler just walks up, steals it.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, ulti goes in for more flash or flash. Ooh. That means he's low. Ultiable. Goal! Step by Kingen.
Look at Zeka, he's so far behind them, he actually TP'd in there. They're gonna look for the deep flank.
Big flank, wants a stun, is he gonna find it there? Make it a shield.
Waiting.
Get ready for the rest, what's he gonna steal? Looks at the Everfrost, nothing else, doesn't want this fight anymore. Immediately pulled out by Viper.
Yeah, but that's Mako's flash. Mako flashed immediately there before he got pulled out. Gonna be a sidestep on that ulti. He's gonna try to redirect it through them, but won't be able to find the angle. Remember, Deft has been farming up these stacks for a long time since his cash-in. He's again back to nearly 300. He's at 265 stacks right now, so it could be another massive cash-in if he can get it. And Pioshik, as you had touched on earlier, did hit his 4th mark off of that Gromp, so he has really hit that critical point. Looks like he's going towards a Wit's End next, so not going to be going towards, you know, IE kind of max damage style of build, but still, you know, showing respect over the fact that Scout is going to be such a threat.
Okay, 40 seconds until the next dragon. DRX do have the push in bot. They have control over mid. When you look at the vision around this objective, you can see there's one deep ward around the Raptors for EDG, but not really much else. Not much vision has been invested. It's largely been a contest over these waves. DRX are trying to make their way deeper into the bot side jungle. Zeka will gain a little bit more information, and Kingen is clearing this out. So here we are, DRX now with good control around this objective. The EDG forcing their way through mid will give them access into the river.
At half HP is mid lane turret, but it's not going to mean much. EDG are first to the river, at least with numbers. King was there, but going to get pushed out a little bit. Attempted poke by Pioshik, not going to land for much. Viper a bit low, a little bit low on mana as well, and ulti is down.
EDG do always have such faster push because of this Victor. There's not great wave here on the other side, so going to be a little bit more difficult. But Pioshik is in the pit. Remember, he can ulti the dragon if he wants. Zeka.
Deal. Berserk hits absolutely no one, and claimed by Pioshik. It's enough time to jump in, smite, and get out.
Exactly. Yes, he doesn't hit anyone, but it's because they all had to run away from the dragon. So Zeka, with the zoning ultimate there, stolen from Mako, pushes them back, gets them the dragon, and now going to get them the tier 1 as well. That was a beautiful position from Zeka.
This is something we saw a lot from him in the group stages. Zeka stealing away Maokai ultimates to act as zoning tools, and now EDG committing to a dive.
No flash, no ulti anymore. He's going to drop down. Flana gets the kill credit. Something on the cross map. EDG need to wait for the next wave to kill the next turret, but you can see DRX grouped up around Baron. TP is up for the victor. He can join the team, and that 4v4 is more than DRX wants to play for. They'll take Krugs and lose bottom.
So a small blunder there from Kingen. He should have recognized that his team was pathing up towards mid and top, and he was left alone, whereas EDG was still hovering around, and they wanted to secure that bot tier 1. So he ends up losing his life. EDG get another tower on the board, and they get themselves another kill. Now they have claimed control over the gold lead, but it's only a small one. Both these teams are neck and neck here in Game 3, and it feels like that every single time this series, EDG have been able to come out on top. Their team fighting continues to dominate here in this series. Let's see if the same will happen again as we get closer and closer to one big fight.
Yeah, we're closing in on that soul here, 3.5 away. Securing that last dragon so big for them, but Scout is becoming such a problem, you know, going for this really high damage build here. Zeka, though, threatening on the flank.
Wants to stun, but doesn't want to dive into these 4 right now. Scout gonna be able to walk away, no problem. Has the move speed with his evolved Q. Get away from Ping and W, does not get chained back up. You can see a 1,000 gold difference separates these teams. EDG still playing to the edge. Not gonna get locked down by Zeka, who then looks for Flandre and a TP back in. Looks like EDG pushing very hard to try to take his mid lane turret down. Full health and mana bar back on a Scout. Hoping they can find it. King is still on the wing. Still no flash, has his ulti back up. Poke from Mako, be careful, could be too far up. Gonna be attacked. And be Callista ulted back out, a long cooldown now missing.
Both teams are very squishy,
And we are seeing that a single big ability hit can just force a single meta out. The biggest difference is the sustain that DRX have at their disposal because of this Soraka from Beryl. Even though the poke damage is good from Scout, to the point at which it is lethal, this man has a death cap already 25 minutes into the game. But the sustain and the healing from Beryl makes it that much harder for EDG to find lasting damage onto DRX.
Yeah, it's becoming very, very difficult, and Mako, you know, has had to be ulted out, you know, in a couple of risky situations multiple times in a row there. Zeka just using the Victor ult to scout out that tri-brush, make sure that no one is actually coming for him, and we'll have to back it up, but I mean, Mako's only survivability comes from one Kingdom, right? Like, he is so squishy at this point.
And I will say, this mid-tier 1 whole series for EDG has been a pain in their ass. Like, it just refuses to fall. And every single time, DRX are committed to making sure that they hold control. But why is it annoying? Because it makes it that much harder for EDG to move into the bot side jungle and actually set up that control, which we consistently see from DRX. This team is very good at understanding how to control space in the enemy jungle to then give them control of the neutral objectives that they want to secure.
I always like seeing these little things, these little champion mastery things. You know, Bioshik using his W, putting it over the wall so you can see if the Wolf goes out and attacks anyone over outside. You know, being able to make sure that he is clearing that out, keeping it safe. And they're trying to have this battle for vision over on this top side. Zeka really wants to finish off this tier 1 tower top that is very, very low on health, as you can see on the minimap, but has not been able to get access to it. JJ and Bioshik are just going back and forth, trying to clear out the vision to allow their solo laner to be safe to push up.
1,500, EDG actually slowly clawing a lead. Some of that could be first strike on the Victor, to be sure. But also point out that Deft has been stacking and stacking 362 stacks. That's 362 extra true damage for execute on his R if he gets someone low enough. There's always a chance he gets that one and cashes in and goes huge.
Yeah, for Scout, he's now up to nearly 900 gold, 800 and something up on the first strike. It's 272 gold on the other side for Zeka, so of course, you know, much more earned as expected there for Scout. But he will still have the opportunity for that additional burst in the later stages of the game, as long as he's not actually getting it poked off him. But it was definitely a pretty interesting, I would say, surprising choice here on the Sylas. You know, not something that you do see a lot. Sometimes you see it taken on Assassins, but we'll have to see if Sylas can actually get into the fight quickly enough before it's actually popped off to have value in a 5v5.
Oh, for sure. Now we see EDG once again contesting this mid-wave. This mid-wave has been a massive point of contention throughout this series, and it's all because of this tier 1. But EDG are saying, this is our time. We're looking to secure it.
Shriller's get away from Zeka. There's going to be enough space to knock down the mid lane outer turret. So 3-3. All the outers are dead in this game. And Dragon's Soul is alive for DRX. Their third Cloud Drake, a possibility. EDG would love to keep that away and creep that move speed off of DRX.
Look at bot wave right now. DRX have a massive wave pushing in underneath the tower. Oh, but the poke onto Beryl is significant. DRX are just buying time, forcing EDG to lose out on gold. And this reset from Beryl means that it's unlikely that DRX will be able to contest
this play. A step ahead is EDG. They think, okay, you're going to cross-map Baron, and we send for Drake. We're only going to send one for Drake, though. The rest of us are already going to try to poke you off the Baron, down to 11K.
I just don't know that they can do it in front of Scout. I don't see it as realistic, but they're going to try to rush it down. They use Zeka for the zoning ult again, but yeah, there's just no way you can do it in the face of this Victor.
The other problem is you have no real tank, right?
Yeah.
We talked about how squishy everyone is in the face of this Baron, especially with the resistances that it takes away from you. You are so susceptible to Scout's damage, and you can't take the risk. So DRX, they concede the mid-tier 1, they concede the Drake. EDG extend their goal lead to 2.2k now, and they still maintain control over the Baron.
But one good thing working here for DRX, the IE is now done for Deft, so he has completed that 3 items, is on a very, very big spike, and up to 395 stacks here of Adoration, almost 400 now that he will crest on this wave.
That's money.
That's money, but that's also an execute, right? So that it does increase your power, that one-shot potential here, you know, one auto, and if someone gets low enough, you have that potential execute here to knock them down. So we'll see if that can really come into effect, as this game is slowing down to a point where it really is starting to feel like one of those games that will be decided in one decisive 5v5.
And you know, for DRX, if they lose that one 5v5, the year ends, and Deft goes 9 years in a row, 8 years in a row, like calendar years of not winning a quarterfinal at Worlds, and sits there again with, sadly, only a top 8 to his name. Zeka's international debut, honestly on the Sylas, looked pretty good, but has not gotten his team over the line just quite yet. still wait for the next bit of the game to be played out. 3.5 still to go until the next chance at a Cloud Soul. EDG mostly going to play for the top side. It feels like they are the ones with pressure over the map with a 2,000 gold lead.
I will say, I think the EDG could leverage Flandre in the side lane a little bit more. Perhaps they are concerned about him in the 1v1 matchup, but they really shouldn't be. At this point, Fiora should be able to outplay and get the better of the Aatrox, especially with the level advantage Flandre does have. And because they can create this threat and then have the TP, they can just dance around the Baron. I like this a little bit more from EDG. They are a little hesitant to overcommit for the time being. They're moving back to mid, making sure that they have this push, but I feel like EDG actually have a lot more options on the map than they're leveraging. Instead, for the time being, they're just slowly farming, making sure that they clear out the vision. And perhaps they're just waiting for the next dragon to spawn.
It feels like that's what they're playing for, right? You know, even with this Fiora, as you're saying, they could play on the map more heavily, but it feels like it's more about the 5v5. You know, even the build here for the Fiora, going for the Frozen Heart here, you know, trying to prepare for that 5v5 against this double marksman. But EDG, they say enough is enough. We're going to start up the Baron here. They're going to pull Kingen up, who's not there quite yet, but it's not going down very quickly.
Again, there's no front line to hold it easy.
It's an awkward force.
The Renata shields aren't enough. Like, there really isn't a way to sit there on Baron and be like, because if you poke at them, there's no engage. You can't peel off Baron easily and be like, we're full health, and we Ornhorn. We're going to find the move speed on towards Beryl, and he's able to flash to stay alive. Somebody heal now down as well. The whole squad stuck in a little ball, but no one finds the engage back onto it. Scout looks at the poke, can't find it in the fog.
At the end of the day, trade of flashes there. Mako flashing in, trying to find the handshake onto Beryl. Couldn't quite do it. Not going to get anything more of that, but yeah, neither team really has the engage. So if both teams are okay farming, it's going to be a lot of farming, right? You know, you're not able to actually find that pick very easily unless you can get someone to face check into you. But because both you guys have highlighted, neither team has a tank. The Baron take is not that safe. EDG, though, going right back towards it. It is spotted now. What can they do about this?
They're a team fight. Zeka gets interesting ulti. He can throw in a teammate. I'm not sure who he's bound to. He can pick at the start of the game to buy a black spear and tag someone for it. Not sure who his friend is, but regardless, not going to find a chance to use the ulti in that fight.
Yeah, it's possible it's Pioshek. That's the most common generally. You know, when you do have mid lane Syas, you just grab on your jungler. So if there's a potential Baron Seal opportunity, grabbing that would have made sense. You could even, you know, have him flash in and then pull him out and things like that. Could potentially be big, but of course, you know, not a team fight ultimate as far as the damage that you're going to be dealing. Pioshek does spot JJ. They have the push here, and there's not a tremendous amount of wave clear, but DRX are very far out on the map, and a little bit hesitant to fully commit to that tier 2 because they don't necessarily know where the TP wards are. They don't know if they could be getting flanked.
It's what I call awkward, boys. Both teams find themselves in a very awkward position when it comes to knowing what to do, but they don't actually have the tools to do exactly what they want to do. And it was a really good highlight by Freak as well, talking about the turnaround ability. Like, often when you start the Baron, you get the enemy team to come into that choke point, and then you like Ornhorn into that choke point to then force an engage onto one side of a potentially split up team. But you usually don't really have that unless they're willing to throw Mako in, and he did commit the flash to try and find Beryl, but he immediately then flashed away. What they do have now, though, is control over the mid wave. They see 2 members of DRX top, which means that this dragon should be theirs for the taking, but they have their eyes set on the tier 2, and it looks like DRX don't have the wave clear to stop them.
Yeah, Death has got to be so careful. You don't want to lose your stacks at this point.
Keep going.
He's got to be close to 500. They're just going to keep going, as you say. Yeah. There's no answer here. I mean, the wave clear is horrible for DRX, and that is one of the big advantages that EDG have.
2v1 top side means nothing. Fiora just takes the farm, feels good about it. They will stay a little bit, but keep in mind, it's going to be a 5v4 soon. The difference, though, is Shirelia's diff. It is, of course, it's on cooldown for now, but you still know that Renata can give teammates haste. When you land a spell on a teammate, they get even more above that one as well. And they're going to walk away. Zek getting shunked down to half HP, rended, and pushed out. They're still playing in this fight. Fiora deeping in a mid to guarantee the kill. Renata ult, going to land a Fiora, and they're going to catch a whole lot of damage. Scout has to burn his Zonias. Will the re-engage look good? He's silenced, he is shut down! A huge fight for Def! He gets the auto he needed. Flandre is low, gets to repost it, but it's already a second kill in for Zeka. What DRX needed may have been found, and he's got to stack up the Ren. He's got to stack it and pull it, and it's not gonna happen! 3-0, DRX are back!
A 1,200 goal cash in there for Deft. He gets so much off the fight, and they're gonna head to Baron here, surely. It should be theirs for the taking. DRX are not done at Worlds yet. The gold is tied again, Thaddeus.
Zeka dances on the edge of death time and time again, but with the Reaper on his side, it is he who comes out on top. DRX will secure the Baron, and they will walk away the victors of this fight.
Deft basing with 3,000 gold after that. Gonna be able to finish up the LDR, gonna be able to get a Zeal on top. That was such a huge moment for them. Pioshik also getting a shutdown. That's going to try to slingshot him towards his next item.
But look at this. So initially, Zeka loses half his HP. You're going to watch him steal away the Renata ultimate here and land it crucially onto the two big carries of EDG. Viper and Scout are going to be trapped here. Zeka sees his window to engage, and then Kingen comes in from the flank. The silence underneath Scout as well limits his options of escape, and he gets one shot. Deft delivers the final blow, but the moment the Scout is gone, the rest of EDG are easy pickings for DRX.
And look at that riposte there from Vlandre, just keeping himself alive against Deft's ulti on the side. Viper can't get away, so he's trying to stack up the spears, but all they have to do is silence him. The silence goes down, so he can't actually pop the rend as the ulti is expiring there. Yeah. So not a chance at a kill. Beryl playing that out very, very well. Back-to-back uses on that silence were massive, and now DRX have the Baron. They know Scout is top, so the wave clear isn't here, but he's going to TP. Can they kill the tower first?
They're going to try to get a bit of damage. He's going to show up onto a silence. Renata going to get the disengage, but not enough. Another turret falls, and DRX looking to find a win. They were robbed in game 2 by a quarter of a second, and now the gold lead balloons, grows and grows, 4,000 nearly to their name. Next Dragon is a soul.
We haven't seen LCK dominance in a number of years, but with the way DRX is playing, we'll see if they can make the reverse sweep happen. Zeka once again dashes in.
Pioshik, and finding it again, low health bars. Pioshik, yes, he's going to be inside the ulti, staying alive for this one. Middle inhibitor is gone, but the fountain, of course, is on one side of the map, so EDG get their health bars back. Look at the bot lane, but time is limited. Bear only has so much healing. Summoner Heal and Wish are up. They're going to feel comfortable for this one. Without Kindred, the burst is still a possibility. Bot lane inhibitor turret drops. They cannot find anything too big out of Vlandre just yet.
DRX don't need to rush this though. They can take their time. They know that Death is incredibly strong, and they have the empowered minions on their side. 2 inhibitors down. Now they just need to disengage. Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time. They need to go back, spend their gold, because there are some big items to be picked up back in base.
Yeah, Death Cap coming through there for Zeka. Rapid fire for Deft. He is full build. Full items on that Draven with the rapid fire. You get that crit auto. That's 100% crit here onto one of these squishy carries. That can be devastating. That can trigger Zeka or Kingen to go forward and try to finish off that fight. But it's all going to come down to one final fight here, potentially. 2 minutes until Soul for both teams. And we know, Vedius, how clutch EDG has been in the 5v5.
Certainly do. DRX have been in this position before. It was about an hour ago. They had an exposed Nexus, and they were incredibly close. Now, of course, those towers are still up, but DRX, they have to be cautious of that. They do not want to let this game slip away from them, otherwise their year will end.
And I will say a key difference between this one and the last one. In the last one, I think they didn't feel that they could 5v5 any longer. So they were going towards these split push, these kind of backdoor tactics. In this one, I do think that they feel that they are on even keel. They have been willing to take the fights. They have been looking for these 5v5s. Deft is in such a position of power right now. And Zeka as well with that death cap. We know the burst is huge.
I mean, I think one of the other big differences is Viper, right? He was such a problem for them the previous game. He felt like a wall they couldn't get past.
Can he get stopped?
Second gets this wrong. And a half second late again. Deft not able to land the push.
Very close there. DRX almost secured themselves a pick, but it doesn't matter. TP now gone for Vlandre. That silent threat isn't there. Zeka can stay top now as he pushes in the top wave. We'll have the teleport available. Notice, too, that the bot lane is pushing in favor of DRX. Big crit on to Mako. Should force him back, and this is likely the soul for DRX.
It looks like it will be. They're going to TP back here, and we can see Mako is basing. It's 20 seconds until spawn. Will they try to get out there? Vlandre just based and completed his death stance. He doesn't have TP, but they are running out of the base here. It looks like they want to try to find some sort of an angle if they can.
Taking all the vision first, right? Getting everything, so you have to walk through 7 miles of fog of war. Get anything done, then it's down to 4 seconds. Absolutely no wards down there, which means there's nothing you can easily do as EDG. You're gonna guess, what's safe for us? And the answer is nothing. As Drake is burned and slain, and a Cloud Soul comes through for DRX.
And Pioshik picked up another mark. He's up to 8 now on the Kindred, so he's got his second range upgrade already at the 7. He's just going for bonus damage there, bonus stats. He's going to have that backline access. And And I love the purchase here of the Black Cleaver. CDR very effective on the Kindred. And is going to be cutting down the armor for the Aatrox, for the Draven, as well as for himself.
EDG can feel the pressure now. DRX are slowly but surely claiming more control over the map. These items are terrifying. DRX, they feel like an unstoppable force right now, but EDG have a tendency to find these miracle fights where you least expect it. They are still very well respected in the LPL and internationally. And this team is a team that you cannot afford to underestimate with the names that exist on this roster.
Absolutely. You can see Viper knows the physical damage threat there is massive. Looks like he's building towards probably a last item Randuin's here. But here comes Kingen and Beryl.
Kingen wants to walk in. They're going to throw in the run out of it. Scout nearly dead. Gets the Zonias away. Gets away from the flash. Berserk on the backline. Isn't enough damage. It is not. Run out of drop. Pyosik gets the ulti with 50 health left. And he's going to burn the stopwatch now as well. Flandre needs to live. Get a bit of healing, but it's not going to be enough. Chicha mostly left alone. Knocked up and slain. And Def will take another head. And another. And another. And that's going to steal the deal. Scout left alone, trying to clear waves, but DRX are 3v1.
DRX do not falter, they do not give up, and they stand strong in the face of the reigning world champions. They will bring us to another game, and they will take down EDG.
The inhibitors likely will not save you now, but we'll wait till the whole thing falls. Kingen dives in for Scout. Cannot find his man just yet. May in fact drop, but they're on to the Nexus. Deft finally gets the shot. DRX take a game.
What a game from DRX. Happy birthday to Deft. He knocks down his first Nexus in this quarterfinals, and DRX stave off elimination here. They're gonna have to do it 2 more times if they want to stay alive in Worlds. But this was a great first step. And Deft gets his first ever career win on Draven here. Not something you would be thinking he'd be saying this far into his career, or at such an important match here at Worlds. They would bring it out, but he brings out the Draven, and it really worked out for him.
And Deft, unfortunately, has a horrible history of getting 3-0'd in quarterfinals, but today will not be that day. And I feel like that has to do such wonders for his mental, because you think about that previous game, you think about how he was on the edge of winning, and then he finds himself 2-0 down. Oh no, another 3-0 to add onto my long career, but not today. He's able to stand strong with his Draven. Zek is able to come up clutch, and DRX find a huge win to keep the reverse sweep alive.
It's just crazy because one more out on the Nexus, they're at match point.
Yeah.
They're 2-1, right? It really just made such a tremendous difference, but great game from DRX.
Yeah, I need to give kudos to Zeka, though. You touched on him briefly, but the 2 Renata ults that I saw that he stole were massive. There's one he threw from Fog that, like, it felt like EDG mind read. This was like the first Baron standoff where he's for sure on Fog. There's no wards. He tosses it, and EDG were like, actually, don't love it, and just sort of did this, and out it went. But like the first Dragon Steel that he got is like, you all have to run into bot lane tri-brush. Like, it's guaranteed yours in this one. You can see the game was back and forth, but like, I really do think him taking Renata ults was the single like biggest sort of overarching thing in this game. His Sylas is so damn good.
It really is. You know, it wasn't as much about the damage this one. You know, from the Sylas, I also think Pyosik had a really, really good game on the Kindred. Was really where he needed to be at the right time, at the right place. You know, landed a lot of key smites, had some good ultimates in these team fights to deny a lot of the burst from EDG as they were flying in. But you've got to say, Scout has been, I think, excellent in all the games. Like every single game, he is topping the damage charts. He is really positioning well. He's not dying. It's hard to ask for more from this guy.
I agree. He's very good.
And I think the Aatrox kind of matters here as well. There was so much bullying from Flandre when it was Ken and Fiora, but Aatrox twice in a row, he's winning the early game. He's got pressure, he's got CS leads, and it feels like he's converting pretty well in that one. So a lot to look at. We'll see what happens over in Game 4. DRX are staying alive in our series, down 1 and 2. We're running it for Game number 4, so let's get over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. DRX and Def to breathe new life into the series as they take the comeback win against EDG. The power of the alpaca is with
You
us.
still have the angry one?
Yeah,
Nice.
Chronicler.
This is the first game that Deft has won in a quarterfinal since he got knocked out by IG in 2018.
And to be clear, he's been to a few quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And he did it on Draven. And he did it on Draven.
You know what I said when Draven was locked in? 3-0.
Yeah.
I didn't believe.
It's true.
I should have.
His win rate not so great on the pick, if we're being honest, and hasn't even picked it that much in his career.
Better now.
And to pull that out in an all-important game. Now, granted, he gets to pull it out alongside Piosik's classic Kindred, so that's another piece of the puzzle that we have to talk about. And for a second game here, the Aatrox goes over as well. So I think a better look at a DRX, but it still was not easy by any means, Kobe.
That's my biggest issue for EDG. I think you got to stop giving over the Aatrox.
Yeah.
This whole tournament has been one giant experiment, everyone trying to figure out what do we do about this champion, and the only really positive answer was T1's Zeus with the Yone. But as we get right into these highlights here, this game was so drawn out.
Is it a highlight?
Highlight.
I know.
Becca, baby!
What I do think is something that has been a problem for both these two teams throughout the entirety of this series, and that is that they are both allergic to drafting hard engage, right? And if you combine no hard engage with champions like Renata or Silas with Renata, Aatrox, it becomes so hard to find decisive fight, and I think that's what really draws out these games.
I just think that Flandre is not that guy to play Fiora, okay? His split pushing was atrocious in this game, trying to ever get side lane control for them and then teleporting in at the inhibitor right into the face of this big stolen Renata. Ultimate was one of the big failings there.
This is a problem I have with a lot of Fioras, not just Flanders, but this is actually, so in my opinion, EDG actually could have won this game if they hadn't overforced here. It's just everything you don't want to happen into this fight, including a TP that's about to come through from Flandra as the stolen Renata ult comes out from Zeka. One thing that is crucial if you are playing a Fiora is that you need to recognize when you can be getting side lane pressure, and your team needs to also be able to play around that really well, right? And in this, we saw them over-grouping. This TP is kind of an example of it. This was more just they stayed too long and then tried to commit to getting that inhib health because it was so close to going down. And in my opinion, this is what really gets DRX back into the game. They get Baron off of this.
1,000%.
But yeah, like to the Fiora point, my big issue with it, and I've been really critical of this with multiple teams, I'm about to be critical of it with EDG and Flandre, is that the strength of Fiora as this Aatrox answer, right, is that you have ultimate side lane pressure. You're supposed to be hammering turrets down while the rest of your team is doing something else. And Flandre was almost entirely with the team. I'd love to see like a proximity stat on that. And also they were almost always around mid. They tried
we
to
spent
that
way
mid,
too much
that mid tier
way
one.
too much time group just 5 in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And yeah, it definitely, again, I just want to contextualize this whole conversation with the fact that we opened up the day saying, or expecting rather, that neither of these teams would be ultra top lane focused in their picks or their play, and yet they've kind of, you know, they've disagreed with us.
This was such a great team fight from the solo laners here from DRX, with both Kingen and Zeka getting right to the back lines. It made it so easy, created so much space for Def to just run them down on the Draven, finishing out this game. Honestly, yeah, it was crazy, and you could see the angles there for EDG and some of the openings, but I'm excited for DRX to push us further in the series.
I'm glad you brought up the top lane pressure, Dash, because I think it's super interesting, especially in a game like this, right? Where you have Draven, and then you have the Kalista. And we know that Kalista, even though it was picked into the Draven and might not be the best answer to it, she can take over an entire bot side of the map, right? And have complete Drake control, that kind of stuff. And I was expecting the junglers to path bot side. And they both are still pathing top.
I mean, I'm going to quickly bring our bingo card back.
Yeah, we already hit bingo, by the way.
Well, we did already hit bingo, but the reason I'm actually going to bring it up is because a lot of the things we put on here are about bot lane and about putting your top laners on things like Gragas, you know? So, like, weak side top lane, go
we
bot,
had a proper bot
things like
dive,
that.
yeah.
No ganks top, exactly. Like, what happened?
I don't know. Are you used to seeing DRX play through topside?
No.
Because I'm not.
No, because they shouldn't, because they need to draft Ornn. I've already been over this.
Okay, all right, but now let's talk about this fourth game, okay? Because DRX did come away with a victory on the back of some very impressive Draven play, but an extended game at that. It is EDG with side select, though, and so they are going to hop over to blue. This is going to disrupt the 3 games in a row that DRX has played on the blue side. So if DRX wants to take us all the way to 5 games, Chronicler, what is the recipe from the red side of the pick ban phase?
Ooh, that's very tough, because I do actually think that the Aatrox, even though both these top laners have been kind of up and down, is such a tough pick. So I think you got to give over the Azir to Scout, calm ban that away, but then have one of the answers, the Sylas or the Akali, and execute better than you did in game number 2.
So you got to get rid of the Aatrox and the Yuumi for
Aatrox,
sure,
Yuumi.
and then like Caitlyn as the last one, or what?
Yeah, maybe. That will be a good one.
I like it. I got Chronicler on my side in this one. Deft and all of DRX have made the first step towards the semifinals. Let's see if they can tie the series in game number 4 right after this.
Is it too much from Zeka? Stealable, but doesn't land it. Is it too much from Zeka? He's ulted, and he dies! He invades for a red buff and gives up his own blood. Deeping in a mid to guarantee the kill. Renata ult, gonna land a Fiora, and they're gonna catch a whole lot of damage. Scout has to burn his Zonias. Will the re-engage look good? He's silenced, he is shut down! A huge fight for Deft! He gets the auto he needed. Flandre is low, gets to repost it, but it's already a second kill in for Zeka. What DRX needed may have been found, and he's got to stack up the red. He's got to stack it and pull it, and it's not gonna happen!
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
to Worlds 2022, DRX have shown signs of life. They, of course, nearly took down Game 2, but they did actually win here in Game 3. The reverse sweep path is alive.
It has been 2,942 days since Deft has last won a quarterfinal series. That is a large number of days, gentlemen.
It is.
I couldn't tell you exactly how many years that is, but if you have quick maths and can do three...
It's
wait,
October 4th, 2022.
Wow.
Yeah, it's my stat. I was like, hey, stat, tell me when. And you just steal it from me, Venius!
Wow, yeah, I did. Well, you didn't read it, so what do you want? I was going to
I introed the series. I was going to wait till, like, in Champ Select or something when it was
my bad,
more, you know, relevant. No, it's okay. It's okay, Venius.
Synergy is ruined.
It's a
This is a disaster.
We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back.
Going down in flames.
There's a reason it's the Doug duo, not the Doug trio. You haven't shaved your head.
Yes, because he's not bald.
Yeah,
that's
Okay,
why.
so I'll invest in it, I promise.
All right. Well, what I'm really interested to see now is EDG on blue side. What will they try to change up here? Will DRX allow them to grab Aatrox if Flandre wants to play it? Because Aatrox has been largely going unbanned. So far, both Caitlyn, Yumi, and Aatrox are all available.
This is
Victor,
surprising to me. They chose to ban Azir. That made sense.
I feel like they're going to ban Azir too. I feel like they're going to leave multiple OPs open.
Yumi open and
try to trade. Because otherwise, I think the Victor ban makes no sense.
Caitlyn blue side ban. Yes, Silas gone. Yes, Akali gone. Azir is a trade. Obviously, Yumi's a trade. Maokai and Orin have been left up. Yumi is gone.
I don't like it at all.
Graves.
Yeah, I don't like
Graves'
it at all.
first pick is an angle. Aatrox is the bigger one. And I want to know, does DRX get something good as the answer? Because you've left up a huge champion.
Can they do Graves Azir, right? Like, do they have the confidence to actually bring that out, right? Because a lot of these big picks have been banned out. Sejuani is another absolute power pick if they want to play triple melee topside. But then maybe, you know what they're doing? I know exactly what they're doing. They banned out Victor. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that I thought they were gonna leave up Azir and then go Yone with triple melee topside into the Azir.
Yeah, right.
But instead they just do take it away. This could be still a flex, of course. It could be King, it could be Pioshik.
I love how you see, like, I see the puzzle, and then every team.
It was all coming together.
No.
And I guess they just want control mage versus control mage, you know. But they're going to ban one away, right? So they're going to ban away what they think is a good control mage answer.
Scout LeBlanc. Okay,
baby.
I'm excited. This is already a much more early game focused draft from EDG, and now we just need to see Mako on an engage support. Please, EDG, come on. Put him on the Thresh, put him on the Nautilus, put him on something that has agency, because it felt like that last game, EDG just had no tools to start any fights.
Yeah.
It was really all about Zeka finding creative ways to kick off the fights and come out ahead. We had, it was 17 kills in a 42-minute game. It was hilariously slow.
And the priority they have, do they want the answer to top lane? You can see the hover over all the things that were played before. The Jax and the Fiora did not actually quite win the lane against the Aatrox, who still was up in farm, and it's going to be Camille is Kingan's chosen answer.
So comfort for Kingan.
Yeah, just trying another one. One of the other answers there, you know, that people have been playing up towards it. This one does give them engage, though. DRX have very good engage. When you're looking towards, the Camille can go in. We have that really good pairing with the Sejuani as well. So the topside 2v2 is going to be very powerful. You have Sejuani ult, you have the follow-up as well. Hextech ultimatum, the Azir ulti there, all looking really strong.
Yep.
I also think that Camille into LeBlanc is also just a good idea in general.
Yeah.
I think the added lockdown makes it so much easier to mitigate her obnoxious mobility. I will say, though, that Lee Sin is then again a good answer into the Camille, the kick being able to provide that extra bit of peel for any carry that may be locked down. The respect being shown to Deft once again. He will, of course, have... Hang on, I say that. I'm so used to DRX being on the blue side. But it will be DRX that remove the Aphelios from Viper and the Draven this time round. We're now going to be looking at things like Kalista. We're looking at Jinx. We're looking at Ashe, all being up and available for Deft to get his hands on.
That's interesting. You know, would they bring out the Ashe without the Heimer? I'm not sure. You know, maybe they are. I'm trying to think about what they would want to be going towards that they're worried about the Draven for, right? You know, would they be willing to go towards the Sivir? That's one thing that a lot of people really dislike that matchup. But Sivir, we haven't really been seeing without Yumi whatsoever. So it might just be Kalista. They don't want to play the other side of the matchup that they put their opponents in. So it will be Kalista. It feels like likely you would go engage on 5. But again, Beryl has such a big bag of tricks The Soraka has been banned out, the Heimer's been banned out, but he could still pick an Enchanter to try to win lane, something like Renata if that's available. The other option is, of course, going heavily towards Engage.
I actually really like Varus here, just as a strong laner. This is one of the things that's been tough for EDG, is actually having pressure over the bottom side of the map. Yeah, the Sivir scaled in game 1, but was under his turret the entire time. Varus actually is a solid laner. Someone like Kai'Sa gets run over. I think Sivir gets run over by Kalista as well, so can actually fight back. Yeah. You can go Tom Kent if you're like, I really care about the Sejuani lockdown, the Camille lockdown, I ult him out of it. There's obviously other Enchanter options as well. Like Lulu Varus is playable. He can take the Renata away from Kalista as well. This allows you to play the 2-on-2. You've both got good attack range. You can actually push someone out. It just means that it can be scary if you get dove upon.
I feel like the Renata made the most sense for me in terms of an isolated bot lane 2 versus 2. I do have a problem with the fact that once again, EDG's ability to start fights is very limited. They have a couple more options with things like the Varus ultimate, the Renata ultimate, but their actual hard engage start fights is very limited.
It's real support, baby.
Look at the smile on his face. He's just going over them.
Yeah. Oh, it's support. We weren't far off.
This is actually really fun. This is something we saw Sven bring out a couple times in NA, has been played around the world a little bit. Very often it's Hail of Blades, and we might actually even see double Hail of Blades if they want to go hyper aggressive for the 2v2.
Yeah.
And you can get really in the face of your opponent. It becomes very, very difficult to actually take these trades in the early lanes. We had seen it more as an answer to some of the short-range ADs, though. This was picked into Kalista and things like that I have seen.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see it actually picked into the Varus here, which is a little bit of a different one.
I mean, double AD carry is always going to give you the ability to trade aggressively in the early 2 versus 2, right? And I imagine the DRX's intent is to be able to get that early push. They can look to try and do the same thing with the Z in the mid lane as well. And then they'll leverage that early prior to either look for dives or maybe even mitigate what Scout can do on the LeBlanc. Because when I see EDG's draft, Lee Sin LeBlanc is a tried and true mid-jungle combo that is always very lethal and difficult to avoid in the early game.
Absolutely, but the Ashe, the Hawkshot may help to deal with that a little bit if you can help to track that Lee Sin, allow your Azir to stay safe in the mid lane, and it's an additional engage option as well, right? You know, it is a lot of engage on the side of DRX. They should not have problems picking fights between Camille, Sejuani, Ashe, and even Azir there. That can be looking really, really good. And it is double Hail of Blades. As I kind of expected here, you know, generally when you do go Ashe support, you really are all inning on these early trades that you're going to try to take here.
And they got to win this one, and they got to win the next one. DRX backs against the wall, and they withheld the pressure, and they won in game 3. They've got to do it here. They've got to do it in 1 hour's time as well. EDG, the reigning world champions, narrowly lost in the LPL playoffs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And you can hear the fan support behind them. One of 2 remaining LPL teams, JDG waiting in the other semifinal. EDG hoping to step up to Gen G next weekend, seeing if they can keep that trophy in their own trophy case.
Oh, this is cute. I've never actually seen this with Kalista. So he held onto the Black Spear until they went into lane. Beryl dropped his ward, started his recall, and then he actually channeled the spear on him while he was going back to base. He was able to continue the recall and then had the little death animation once he landed in the base, in the well.
That is min-maxing to the extreme.
It is, but if you're going to rush down bot for that lane ward, you can't actually channel the Black Spear then go down. You'll be way too late. So that's a clever little optimization there from Deft and Beryl. I love stuff like that.
Very good spot there, Azael. Now you will see this early vision investment, wary of an early invade. It's going to be sweeped out by Scout, but also that deep ward on the on the red buff rather, coming out from EDG to identify where Pureshik has started. They see him not starting off on the red buff, which means that he's likely going to be on his blue, pathing up towards the top side of the map. We'll see what JJ does with this information. Again, we talked about this mid-jungle. I love seeing Lee Sin's play through their LeBlanc lane because LeBlanc has so much powerful setup. Her ability to land the chains and the damage from Lee Sin LeBlanc is just so scary to deal with in the early game.
And meanwhile in this bot lane, you can actually see Mako has the read, like this lane is not actually playable. He went Relic Shield as Renata. Normally you're like, yeah, I'll take the mana, I can fight back. It's like, no. I'm getting poked forever by Ashe. I'm just gonna last hit like 2 minions under the turret, like make sure the cannon doesn't get dropped. Like we're gonna be getting a bit of gold here and Beryl's gonna play. Pinner's at the limits. He knows there's no surprising engage tools yet. JJ gets level 3 as he finishes out his left side of the map and goes for an invade path. I believe not spotted by the Trinket. You see it hugs the left-hand wall. Trinket Wards will not see over that one. So he is behind, and Zeka doesn't know. He needs to land the chains. Can he do so? Pioshik's around. Yeah, there's the hop to a teammate. Sidesteps the slow, and Scout will stay alive.
Man, great read from Pioshik, just walking through mid. And he's not going to actually lose any time there because he walks through mid, and then if there's not any gank happening, you just queue over into the Raptor pit, no problem. So smart coverage, and they're getting a bit aggressive here. Will be a nice spear trade.
Chain lands, Q lands! Is enough to kill Zeka. He's for a bit of damage, but otherwise still going to live. A flash still forced, though.
I love seeing this level of investment in the mid lane. We already talked so much about Lee Sin LeBlanc, and I feel like this is what you have to do. At level 3, you have your chains, you have your dash, you have your Q, you have everything you need as LeBlanc to set up the kill for your Lee Sin, and they've already gotten the flash out from Zeka. This is going to alleviate a lot of pressure.
Mid-prio difference, though. Pioshik can't easily stick around. He's got top pressure, but if LeBlanc lands a chain, there's a lot of damage there.
Here's the thing, though. If Pioshik gets out, yes, you do lose the scuttle, but this actually delays the recall from Scout a lot. And Zeka now canceled his own recall, so he actually picks up the farm here. He doesn't actually fall behind on tempo. It will be dangerous now as the wave is pushing away from him, but it's going to mean that Zeka will have a better base than he would have otherwise grabbed.
Looks like it's still on that 0 stack of his Corrupting Potion. Scout misses 0 XP and gold from the mid push, but you're right. Zeka able to get a better recall, certainly nice. Looks for the chain. Electrocute auto, Shane gonna land, he can't go for any more. This time Zeka finally, I think, will be pushed out. He wants his plane to freeze, we'll force the TP. Yeah,
I was just about to say, the wave is in a really good spot. It's slowly pushing towards Scout. Of course, both mid laners likely just going to TP back into the mid lane off the back of this, but overall, Scout's pretty happy with how the lane is going. Double Scuttle Crab as well for JJ means them early game dominance in favor of EDG, but the early gold in favor of DRX.
Yeah, and he just has to be careful until he gets this shoved out. You know, really wants to reset this wave. Pioshik is not covering mid right now, is playing up towards top. But it does mean Zeka could be in trouble if Lee Sin makes another pass at mid lane here.
Flandre playing a bit safely, has his own flash, knows that, of course, Camille and Sejuani is plenty of crowd control. Hatching a ward, don't know if he ever saw it go down. But now with the wave pushing away, needs his Lee Sin, but JJ is on the other side of the map. Chain's gonna lead him again. Good trade, I like this one. Jumps in, gets himself a shield. All right, good enough, I guess.
But the problem is, mid lane wave still not able to actually be reset. So he gets that trade, and then Scout pulls the wave down. So as the wave comes here, he just basically pulls it over to the side here and creates this freeze. So it's still not unlocked. And what was a slight advantage for Zeka and CS is going to really go Scout's way.
I love watching good mid laners play, and we're seeing a really great synergy between the mid and jungle here of EDG. JJ investing the exact right amount of investment in the mid lane to set up Scout to just dominate the laning phase. Props to Zeka, he's still doing very well in the farm department. He's not getting zoned away by really anything, but both mid laners doing their absolute best to try and build up what advantages they can in the 1v1.
And the bot lane going pretty well here for DRX. You know, he will pick up the remaining farm here, and he's going to be up about 10, you know, 11 now, right now. But we'll have to see how much they can get done with this Ashe, because Mako and Viper have been playing it very far back. They have been really kind of just conceding a lot of the wave. I think feeling that they can't really scrap, they can't really trade autos at this point in the game, and I do agree with them. But that being said, the Renata is likely to have a lot more value in the later stages of the game, unless they can create what is a very big advantage, I think, in this 2v2.
We have Pioshik saying, yep, we got bot pressure. The wave is slow pushing down towards their turret. We have infinite control this one. You're not going to all-in us with a Vamp Scepter, so on he goes to the Drake and feels comfy. Even his mid laner got the first recall off, recalled in front of a cannon wave, able to inherit that one, dropping 1 or 2 CS. Now comes back in and has the mid push, so Mountain Drake picked up at 6:30. DRX, a lot of control here. Top laners haven't been back to base just yet, but both bot laners on Vamp Scepter. Gonna withstand the poke. JJ, best he could do is counter jungle a 90 gold Raptor camp. Mountain Drake worth so much more.
DRX firm control over the early game once again. And I'm impressed. Their bot lane, we knew that they would have the push, but really Deft has demonstrated that naturally the 2v2 matchups do help him, but he really has been able to get the better of Viper in a lot of these 2v2s. There was that exception in game 2 where Beryl was falling short, dying a couple times in the straight up 2v2 matchups, but other than that, Deft has had a phenomenal series along with Viper. And we get to see some masterclass AD carries going toe-to-toe at the highest level.
And I think when you talk about the ADs, when you're talking about lane, you also have to give credit to the supports, right? And I think a lot of the laning advantages from DRX have come through these creative picks that Beryl has been going for, right? The Heimer in game 1 especially was massive. The Ashe in this one really making a big difference as well. It's a lot of the creativity here out of DRX that I think is giving them those edges in the 2v2, and then it's EDG who has been often on the back foot, trying to pull it back in the 5v5 later on.
The lost cannon minion, everyone in the chat spamming -1 right now. Even though Flandre zoned him away from it, he lost the cannon minion. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, got the XP, I think, but yeah, it's 69 gold or so missing, so nice job, I know. I mean, it's well done by Flandre, very, very skilled. Though that said, the CS lead once again goes Kingen's way, so outside of the Kennen Fiora game, Kingen has been up every single game in this top lane in CS, but this one far enough away. His jungler not his side of the map right now, still busy taking a red buff that takes a big L on farm, and it's going to be Flandre, sorry, catching all the way back up.
Yeah, he will be able to catch up, but the wave will actually group and push towards him, so Kingen can take that base timing. They're both going to TP back towards top. First base from both of them, so we'll get a lot more dangerous. Scout could be in some trouble now.
One more auto will be the stun, but Scout's W back up. Actually has to burn R for it, save the cooldown. Flash away, it's going to be Barrel flashing out himself. Early burn on some cooldowns right now. Def going to be the better of that trade, it looks like, but his support quite low. Now playing the top side, is it going to be enough? Does it look for the chains, look for the kill? Will they find Kingen? A big knock up there from Aatrox. Smite for health. First blood comes through to Kingen. Smite comes across the rest of it. Pyosik will drop though as well. Scout able to claim the actual eye himself. Zeka getting dropped. Doesn't have any cooldowns left. Wander needs his Q back up, and he doesn't have it. Zeka gonna get away.
Nicely done escaping there, but it is the Herald going the way of Scout. He can push up mid, and he's going to be able to get solo gold on that when he so chooses. Bot lane, though, going very well for DRX. It does cost Beryl his flash, but they got 4 summoners from the enemy bot lane duo here. Just utilizing that faster level 6. Def hits 6, and they immediately go for the play there. Beryl now has his ulti, and there's no cleanse on Viper. So if they could call down Pyosik, there's a good opportunity for a gank, and that's why JJ is here and just...
Has to hit Ashe, has no flash, has no cleanse, but Kalista no ult either. But if he had flash, he pulls a ruler, that man dies, Lee Sin ganks with it, but never in range, Beryl not able to be hit.
Very close play there, but the respect from the DRX bot lane remains firm. They will not concede any kills over to EDG in this early game. The gold now dead even. Incredible stuff from both these teams. I think DRX continue to defy expectations. On paper, coming into this series, you would expect EDG to be the clear favorites, and we're gonna have a look back into this fight, mainly as to why. Look at the initial play setup here. JJ interrupts the stun. It looks like so much damage, but immediately the rest of DRX turn their attention onto JJ and get that kill. Pyosik, though, gets forced very low on the back end of the fight, allowing Flandre to pick up that initial kill. And I'm wondering where the third Q comes in from. We don't have time. Scout lands the root.
Yep, that's going to be forcing the cleanse out. Verisol lands. There is no way out for Ashe. You got to believe this one's going to be killed. Stuck against the wall. Pyosik can see it happen, but can't make the play. Scout comes in and secures the kill.
Yeah, they bring the extra man down, so despite the fact that Pyosik was in the area, nothing he can do about it here, as Scout is around as well. Scout's even going to pick up a plate. He does have the empowered recall with the Herald. They will get one plate back in mid lane from Zeka. But we'll see if they can get anything more off of that.
Looks like they weren't even able to secure that bot lane fight, so a little unfortunate there for EDG. You'd imagine that they wanted to convert that into something like a Herald, maybe even secure that tower. But it's good to see EDG getting out on the map with this mid-jungle duo. It's really what you need to be doing with the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. But Zeka doing the right thing of just pushing in mid and trading what he can.
It looks like the tempo was too important for that one. Health bar's a bit low. They need to get back into the base because the dragon comes up in 40 seconds. Sidestep, just barely on the arrow. 2 ults missing. Scout saves everything. Well done by him.
Smooth, very smooth there from Scout. You could feel the cold wind nipping at him, but he was able to sidestep it beautifully. Now the dragon spawns in 20 seconds. EDG do have control over the mid wave, but it's DRX that have access to the river. Good awareness from JJ there, and now EDG have made their way into the river, and Scout will use the Herald to generate this pressure in the mid lane, making it harder for DRX to come and contest.
Yep, and because it was on the mid laner, it's 320 gold right there to Scout. He also picked up the 200 for the kill, plus 100 local gold, so that's 600 gold he basically got just straight up from the Herald.
Nice stuff, but now Scout has to play for his own mid lane as it was so grouped up against the turret. He's got to get in there for that one. I want to see if Aatrox can join. He's got the Eclipse. He's got the first mythic of the game. That is a big power spike. Without TP, he would have to walk, and you can see he is going towards the top side of the map. So ahead or not, it doesn't matter. It's about the 4v4 on the bottom side. Chain will land, but Scout not getting the better of these trades right now.
Well played.
Zeka hits him back pretty well. Distortion not going to land. The ulti on cooldown, and he can't get much more than that.
Yeah, there is no ultimate available for Pyosik, but Barrels is now back.
Really slick. Zeka gets out in time to shuffle backwards. Had his own ulti, there's an overdive. Ultimately not killed, but now another recall forced by the Scout.
And now, DRX could potentially just start this up because there is no TP on Scout, right? And they have the HP advantage here, so they should just start this up. They have the Kalista. This should be their Dragon, so it should be a second one going the way of DRX. It is a 1K gold lead for EDG, but more than evened out by these 2 Dragons going the way of DRX, and they are still the team that has all the engage options here.
Nicely picked up. Dragon on the board. The top scoreboard favors DRX. The bottom scoreboard is different, the nameplates are different, but as far as things earned in the early game, better for the red side right now. You want to see if Flandre can get himself the next plate. Not quite, though. A little bit of poke, though.
It's also worth noting that it's going to be Mandate Ashe, so he's not going for the lethality style build. Oh, nice try on the delay there from Kinga, but the timing was great from Flandre on the Q3. But the poke is definitely going to be annoying here. You go for the Mandate Ashe, you have the Ludens on the Azir that's going to be built towards. That combo there, volley into the Q from the Azir, is going to be really difficult to deal with for some of these champions over on the EDG side.
They're getting lower and lower, but the plate's going to drop in about 30 seconds. It seems like the LeBlanc can't get too much more done. Is first to Ludens. He mentioned the gold getting funneled out of him, but the problem is that all lined up after the Dragon went down. Didn't have Ludens for the mid play, didn't have Ludens for the attempt on Zeka's life. Drake was playing off the lane pressure. Arrow! Oh, it still hits him! He distortions the wrong way, still gets tagged. JJ lands himself a Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike will not follow.
If JJ wasn't there, I think they maybe go in for it, but with the Lee Sin around, if you fly into the tower there, you're going down.
I'm telling you right now, everyone in this arena would have panicked, including me. I would have been hit by the arrow at least like 3 seconds ago. What crazy reactions there from Scout. We continue to see him dodge these arrows. We saw it in game 1, we're seeing it again here in game 4. The man showing the utmost respect and continues to prove why he is one of the best mid laners in the world. Scout on this LeBlanc, a lot of responsibility will fall on his shoulders to be that big poke threat later on into the game, find those picks onto Deft in particular. We'll see if he's able to do it, as EDG slowly but surely continue to build up a small lead. A number of plates went into Scout's back pocket. Does have the Ludens alongside Zeka, just picking that up for himself now. Looks like that EDG making their way towards the top side of the map. I don't think they can get anything onto Kingan though. They're just going to convert this into a Herald. Maybe they can use this to break down the mid tower. Really important Herald, because sieging against an Azir, very difficult to do.
That feels comfy, right? Ult, Flash, and Cleanse all available, so his lane mates can be safe on top of that one. 6,000 health on the Rift Herald, and here comes the pending team fight. Down to 4K. Yoshik wants at the front line. There's the Agony hit again, and it's going to be a smite. It's going to be ulti out of Jinja, and it just deletes the poor Lee Sin. Renata can't help now, but the re-engage looks good. Kingan quite low. No kill just yet. Second flies in, but everyone flashes back away. Re-engage. Ashe finds the knockup. Smite claims the Herald, and Zeka's killed off Mako. Chasing in for Flandre. Next attack would kill, and they'll knock him down. DRX taking the lead here in game 4.
What a fight from DRX, 3 for 0, and the Herald goes their way. The reaction times on both sides were incredible as Zeka swoops in. EDG flashed immediately multiple ways to get out of there, but it's escorting them into Kingan, into Pioshik, into Death. We're creating the space. They get the initial first kill, and then watch the Azir as he swoops in here towards Mako and Viper, but the reaction times are there.
I thought we were going to see another Showmaker play right there. I thought it was going to be a one-sided affair, but the response from EDG is incredible. Mako, though, after losing his flash, finds himself in a very awkward position, as it felt like the DRX just had so much more space in the fight. Yeah. EDG was funneled into like one side of the river and this awkward choke point that they couldn't get through, whereas DRX had the entire river to play through. And Kingan, this man finding the right targets in the fight, coming up clutch on one of his big comfort picks and able to take apart EDG.
I mean, that is the power of drafting for engage, and now barrel up towards top side. They're going to see if they can get an arrow here. He's trying to play in fog, seeing if he can find an angle on towards Scout. They would want him to use his ulti first, but JJ now.
Information gained. Q's guesses incorrectly of where Ashe might be. I think might have actually seen the hawk shot over his head. Doesn't get it quite right.
Wonder if he was actually aiming for the Crux there.
Yeah, looked like it.
EDG find themselves on the back foot once again. DRX have this tendency of finding these early game leads against EDG. They're not significant. Often they're only a couple hundred gold, maybe even 1,000 gold. And it's EDG finding ways to come back. But when we talk about team fights, you've been talking about it so much, Azael. It feels like DRX are the team that have so many good engages. Arrow sidestepped once again. But it doesn't matter. DRX have control over the mid wave. They have the Herald to create even more pressure. And this should give them access into the bot river, but they're actually moving away from it. They are hesitant of what Scout can throw out. They will get good damage down on the mid tier 1.
they're going to be able to get that. Zeka in some trouble now. We'll have to back it up. The Electrocute at least doesn't proc, but he's chunked down to narrowly above half. Kingen, though, on the top lane, is going to be able to take down that tier 1 tower, and that should be the first of the game, and it's going to be solo gold. So a lot of gold going into Kingen's pockets there. He's already ahead on this Camille, but EDG do have the inside track on the Dragon and would be able to potentially stop the snowball.
All right, it's going to burn down 10,000 health from this Drake, and honestly you can see no one's really sitting around to play for it. Kingen is still staying up there, so it's a guaranteed 5-on-4, and it means they know. You can see Scout sees him on the waves, says, okay, cool, I can go back to mid now as well. Dragon will be handed off. Now it's traded for an entire top lane outer turret and a lot on top lane tier 2, and Kingen is still hitting it.
Let's have to see exactly how much. Oh, the timing!
Caught out, Rended. He wants to get a flash over the wall, but doesn't have it available. Deft pushed away enough, but Zeka might try. Doesn't have his own flash, but it could be enough. JJ holding his own kick. Man, I can't believe Mako lived.
That was really clever, though, from Def. You know, gets the eyes on it, sees the desync recalls, gets over the wall, and it is another tower going their way. So yes, they lose the third Dragon. They would have loved to be on Soul Point here, but instead they get 2 outer towers. They get a little bit of damage on the top lane tier 2 as well, so it's more gold in the pockets here for DRX, who have now opened up a 2,000 gold lead.
Wow, DRX continue to surprise the world after what was an incredibly mixed year from the organization. No one expected them to qualify for the World Championship. No one expected them to finish top of play-ins. No one expected them to finish top of their group. And now here they are pushing EDG once again.
Even just going here is winning in Game 5 both times. To go to semis, it'll be winning in Game 5 again for 3 in a row that their series would be to 5 games to make it this far. After Zeka hadn't won a best of 5 in his entire career up until it's time to qualify for Worlds. He's got 2 in a row, looking at his third if he can make it happen.
And he's having a great game on the Azir.
Yeah.
And if DRX can win with him on these control mages, that's when you have to really start getting pretty frightened. Because this was actually a draft. Oh, a scout. We'll have to pull back. This was a draft where both the Akali and the Sylas were banned out first phase by EDG. They're saying, all right, you can't play anything else, right? So if you throw down that gauntlet, and Zeka is able to answer, Zeka is able to bring out the Azir here and have an incredible game as he seems to be doing thus far. Then things get harder.
Uh-oh. That's a chunk on a barrel. That is a very dead Ashe. Burns the arrow. Deft himself as summoners will get away. But a pretty big pick with Baron spawning in 10.
Scout is just ruthless. He continues to deal so much damage as he has done throughout this series. Kingen, wow, continues to do the same on the other side of the map, really winning out on the 1v1. This Camille has come online, and now she is a split push threat that Flandre cannot deal with.
Yeah, playing very respectful. You know, could have potentially gone for the all-in there, but with the abilities on cooldown, it would have just been the all damage into some auto attacks, and he wasn't sure that he would have enough damage in the tank to actually finish off Flandre, who had the ulti, who had his abilities ready. So instead, he just takes the tower, pushes him back, and continues to extend that gold lead, which is nearly 2,000 just between the top laners. And that is such a problem because Aatrox does not catch up in this sort of matchup. There is no playing for late. It is going to be down to Flandre's team fighting to try to find something and then cross that arrow.
Ooh, just sidesteps, happen to walk left. But guess what? King is either side. However, JJ is around, and it's going to be a hook shot away to stay alive. 2 minutes into the next Dragon spawn. DRX would find their third. EDG would get their second. They're really stacking, making EDG not a threat on that objective.
And I do like that Barrel's just taking some shots with this arrow, right? Because when you are going for this style of build, you get such heavy CDR. It's only a 50-second cooldown at this point, so about every 2 waves you could fire off an arrow. And as you do get later and later on the game, you're picking up more and more CDR with these standard builds through that mandate path. You can get it down to really, really low marks. So just keep firing it out, look for those opportunities. That's very low cost.
It's great that you mentioned Barrel as well, because it's crazy to think that we actually have 2 world champion supports going up against each other, right? And it was actually Mako that knocked Barrel out of that title last year in the full 5 games in the world final, EDG versus Damwon. Barrel obviously had a very mixed year overall alongside EDG, and both supports trying to prove themselves as world class once again. Barrel with his creativity, Mako with his consistency. We'll see if DRX can force EDG into game 5 as the poke continues to come out from EDG.
Theoretically could have kicked for that one, but probably was going to be a one-way trip with the Lee Sin, and certainly no guarantee Kalista dies. We tick down 1 minute into the next Dragon spawns. EDG got the last one as DRX opted to cross-map instead. Got a turn and a half and a couple of waves for that play, and gold positive. though did lose some Dragon pressure. We'll see what the play is next time. 40 seconds now, the timer.
And again, Pyosik going towards this Warmox. And I actually think it's so smart against a team that has no real engage, right? What they can look for is poke with Varus, with LeBlanc jumping forward, just trying to poke and prod. So Pyosik can just constantly be the one to face check, be the one to step forward, take this chunk of damage, but they're looking for the engage now.
And he saves the cleanse the whole time, knows he's safe with an Ash Arrow and is correct about it, so still has that for next time around if we're going to see Chains or a Berserk.
Ult for ult traded, but this is DRX controlling space. They've done such a great job of this throughout the series, just gaining control of EDG's quadrant of the jungle and mitigating and suffocating them from vision. Kingen is looking for the flank. He should be spotted on this ward. He will be. And EDG, do they react to it though? Kingen knows that he's been spotted. The Dragon has now been started. EDG looking for a way into the fight.
7,000 health. When we get the ulti's coming across, the poke's pretty solid. Flandre is in to the front line. A little poke towards Zek is going to be still okay. 4,000 health. Lee Sin can come in. When does the fight start? Dives on and looks for the kick. Into the wall. Not going to Pyosik. Smited by DRX and he stays alive. On the other side, we've already seen the kill on a glass, but it's a 1-for-1. Now 2 as Zeka safely fires to the back. Flandre pushed away. Scout could be the target. He is stunned and Barrel shoots them from behind. Is it going to be enough though as they throw in the clone? Going to be able to stop that with his own passive, and Scout still on the way out. Should be able to survive this one. Turret will fire once, maybe twice. Over the wall comes Pyosik, but can't find his kill either.
Wow, DRX are out team fighting EDG, and they're doing it in convincing fashion. The TP now comes in from DRX.
A quick slow, needs one more auto, and he can find the stun, he will get it. Here's the rest, flash volley, it's a flash to safety. Viper chunked again.
Man, the slows are so oppressive from DRX. It took so long for EDG to be able to disengage from that fight with the non-stop volleys, with the Ash Arrow coming through, with all of these tools that they're utilizing. Some great micro with the clone, though, from Scout to actually block Barrel coming back in with that Kalista ultimate. Really smart stuff from him to stay alive and avoid complete disaster. But it is DRX on Soul Point now here, and Hextech Soul to boot. It's going to be easy for them to apply that constant little poke and prod with damage.
Sees Barrel, no reinforcements though. Mako is around, but not enough. Red Spike for a bit, but now is a stun. He ward house and has nothing else left. He might try to find a kick. He is stunned, but tanky. Merc treads Gore Drinker, stays alive. Death Stance halfway there.
JJ just looking for a pick. He almost saw one onto Barrel and will get the heal out from him, but not going to result in much more. JJ will be able to get to safety of the assistance of Mako. DRX, they're the ones in control of Game 4. After we thought that mental would be broken after Game 2, they've come in and they've shown EDG a plethora of different styles and a confident draft here in Game 4. They're now looking for Scout.
No ult. W is going to be enough, though. He's going to be clearly out of range.
But DRX, looking really, really strong. And in this game, one of the key differences is not only they have an incredible Baron take with Kalista plus Azir, they can just bait and turn. And they have a real tank with Warmox. Like, their Baron setup here is amazing. If you can deny the vision, Warmox Sejuani does not care about the damage that's going to be coming out from the Baron here. Zeka plus Daps can do the damage that you need. But Kingen.
Okay, the play towards Kingen. Ults to ignore it what he can, but kicked right back out. Hookshot gets a lot of space, but will it be enough? Other side of the map, of course, is 4 versus 3. Kingen buys what time he can, goes to the sweep, gets a slow. But they're going to find the rest of these. Wants to hook away, gets a shield, and Azonia's a stopwatch to buy some time. Baron is still low. He almost finds the kill, but look at the other side. The 4v3 looks good. Scout, it's his clone. It's Death getting 25 gold, but it has stopped the Baron. Pyosik, low on health.
They're going to start this. Oh, they're going to choose to disengage.
JJ's in bot lane. They know they can't kill this.
I thought that JJ might just make a beeline up towards the Baron, but he decided no. They will trade the TP in order to stop this Baron, and they will get a kill onto Kingen. But overall, not a significant change in the overall game state.
Yeah, it is just that one kill. One thing that can mean a lot for these team fights, though, is no stopwatch now for Kingen. He's very far from a GA, so that stopwatch critical in allowing Camille to try to just dive into the backline, one-shot someone like Viper with the ultimate. Now going to be a one-way trip if he does look for it. JJ will be spotted, but should be fine. As you can see, Zeka not going to continue to chase. So it's just back towards the dragon stacking here, I think, for DRX. They've got to continue to set up vision in this area and look to get ready for that. It's going to be about a minute and a half, so complete as many items as possible. You can see most of the carries here have their 2 cores now.
Difficulty is on the EDG side. Tell me a champion who is known for team fighting on the EDG side. Lee Sin, if you really skill gap.
Aatrox.
Aatrox in exactly 2 times ever. Like, they're okay at it, but you look at, like, here's Azir and the Camille sitting at the dive. It's the Sejuani to front line, and it's like, wow, it is so much easier to play DRX's side of the dragon stacking.
I agree. It's very, very difficult, you know. So EDG is going to have to get some vision control here around this Dragon to make sure that their opponents are coming into them. Because if you can be playing from Fog, all of a sudden the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, champions like this become way more threatening.
Sure. And also, Free, do you know why EDG are the reigning world champions? Why? Because they are very good at team fighting. And while on paper, their comp doesn't look the strongest, I'm always impressed with what these individuals are capable of. And it's one of those things where often you have to take the nameplates off, but with EDG, you have to keep them on because these are some of the most talented players in the world. And we'll see if they can get the better of DRX, because right now they're in firm control. They have a 2K gold lead. They're looking to push in mid. Zeka will throw up the tower.
Scout wants to find some poke. Of course, Deft has his own bit of lifesteal, though that wave's going to get cut by the Azir turret, so doesn't have access to it right now. Scout still wants to find his own bit of poke. 15 seconds to Drake. It would be soul for DRX. EDG, it's a consolation prize. It's slowing the game down for 5 more minutes. Trying to find their way back in, though, but Zeka's Azir, still a heavy team fighter.
And it gets awkward because now King can just go towards the tier 2 mid. EDG have got to decide. Do you just straight up go for the Dragon? They will. They're going to leech it on spawn here, but here comes the arrow.
Just sidestepped. Mako could have been dead.
Scout.
Out flash. Team fight coming soon. Pyosik could walk forward. It would be Dragon Soul if he claims it. Gonna jump in. 2K health. Trying to find the fight. Picked up at 11 HP by Jeje. In the backside is Azir rooted out of place and stuck away. They're all running. Does Scout find his kill? He dives in and he shuts down the mid laner.
Scout will find the pick and they're looking for more. Deft is on a sliver of HP.
A lot of damage to the backside, more and more poke coming across Flantre, nearly dead, just a Death's Dance, running him down. Over the wall they go, Jeje barely stays alive. Scout needs his ulti back in 10 seconds. WRQ would kill Deft. Flash in, there's the E, but it's not enough just yet. Ludens gets the kill, they get the other one. The bot lane is dead, and it might be time to look for Baron.
And EDG prove once again why they are a phenomenal team fighting team. The positioning, the execution, everything comes together as they secure the Dragon, and they will take down DRX in the fight.
Oh, Viper's left alone. And that was a Fog guess, I'm pretty sure.
TP
coming,
though.
But he's far away.
Another
Viper's come back.
TP.
It's a 2v2, but will it be enough? Zeka has everything. Can Scout make it happen? The first arrow misses. King goes in for the stun. Cleanse, but ult makes it happen. There's the shutdown. Oh! He still kills one, but a 2-for-1 in favor of DRX.
A critical kill back there from Scout, but what a great play from Kingen. Realizing that the recalls could be disjointed there, finds Viper, gets his summoners, and gets the kill off him. And now I think DRX should try to threaten the Baron potentially here. Will they actually have the confidence to go over for it? You have Kalista plus Smite plus Azir. JJ does take the scuttle.
Wait.
His Smite's down for a long time,
what
though.
is the cooldown
He used it to break the shot. It's like 40 seconds plus.
I mean,
now, that's not a guaranteed information
45
known.
seconds.
They don't know, though. They don't know that he doesn't have another charge of it.
They can't know for sure, but even still, though, EDG have no damage. There is no threat on this team. Renata, Lee, Aatrox are not going to win that fight. DRX know it, and they know off of heroics from Kingen. Heroics to dive into a fog of war brush, get a 2v1, they kill both carries and secure Baron.
That is massive. One of the critical things there was the fact that Scout TP'd bot to try in that play, right? So even when he respawns, there's no way he can actually get back and try to contest at that Baron. So DRX make the right call here. They find the window to get the kills. They find the window to take the Baron. Okay, not gonna land.
Look at second now, 2, 1, and 5, level 16. Very close to that third item. Let's have a look back at this fight where it starts. Oh, he sidestepped that? Wow. Viper able to get away with his life. Pyosik forced into the pit. Oh my word.
Smite to 11.
11 HP there.
HP.
And then you can see how much damage is being done. DRX, they're playing from behind the Dragon Wall, which means that their access to the backline of EDG is very limited. This makes it so much easier for EDG to focus down a single target at a time. And DRX, they feel still confident enough to go for this fight, so they end up kind of going back in one at a time, once again making it easy for EDG to pick them apart.
Absolutely, but Beryl, you know, bought a lot of space here with the constant volley spam, slowing them down. And then Kingen, you know, finding the window here as they were in that recall. Baron now taking, though, DRX on the push here. Going to be looking to see how much they can take down. They only have the one wave pushing right now, though. They're actually going to lose a tower in bot lane, so not getting much just yet with this Baron power play. They need to get mid lane working in their favor, and you can see Deft is pushing down towards that. They want to play in this top lane quadrant.
Nice try, not
and
gonna
try to bounce there.
Not going to get the arrow stun. Is going now towards Grievous Wounds himself. Knows there's healing in the opposing team's Viper, JJ, Flandre, all doing a bit of that. So it is Ash getting Grievous on the squad. Still going for volley poke around the wing. Looks for the engage. Oh! Gets the stun of the W snapback. And Scout is bailed out for just a second. A kickback of the tank might not be nearly enough. Rooted in place though, Viper does what he can and Ignite secures the kill. Pioshik has to flash to stay alive. It is a 2-for-1 though. It is a fight. Victory for DRX.
What an ult from Pioshik, though. Had the Mad Life read there with the Sejuani ult. Nails it onto Scout. They get multiple kills. Pioshik may be low, but not for long. He's going to heal right back up. Zeka nearly has his TP. He goes back to base, but it looks like they will be happy with just the tier 2 for now.
And DRX are very quick to balloon their gold lead off the back of this Baron. 4K is now the advantage that they find themselves with. And DRX, again, continue to surprise. A single play from Kingen was enough to get them this lead. And you can see here the read from Pioshik. Beautifully done. He predicts the return on the W, is able to shut down Scout. And then they do not have enough to get another kill in order to bring him back to life. JJ also falls on the back end. Good Ignite means that they're able to get at least 1 kill back for EDG, but the damage is done. DRX walk away the victors, and now they're on
Soul. Now, almost every smite has gone the way of JJ. Is it going to happen now again? Pioshik at the front line, 3K health, dives in, claims the soul, but on the backside, Scout nearly picks off an 80 carry, but the health bar is getting so low. Scout, that is his clone. The clone drops. The jungler, though, does as well. 1-0 DRX. Barrel still holding the front line, but not a big damage threat. I mean, 1-0 in a soul is plenty good enough. DRX happy with this fight already.
And DRX, they walk away with 5 members alive and the soul. They're even able to get the kill onto JJ, so they feel confident enough to TP back in and look for the fight.
Zeka has ulti, no flash, but is it enough? Gets a slow, gets a whole hell of a lot done. Berserk buys some time, flashes in for the Q. Viper and Scout combine for the shutdown. Pioshik barely lives. Scout needs the rest. Able to get away from the arrow. Barrel on cooldown now.
Oh, it's so close, back and forth there. Kingen not quite able to get the kill. The bailout would have been enough to save Viper, very likely anyway, but he does force flash off both Viper and Mako in that situation, so key summoners now will be missing. And we'll see if they can take advantage of that, but so much pressure at this point in the game on both sides.
You feel like that this is DRX's game to lose at this point, though. You can see a very close smite fight once again between the two junglers. Not quite enough damage. Looks like Lee Sin's smite wasn't even up for that exchange, allowing Pioshik to secure it. And at the back of this fight, Scout doing what he can with his clone to bait, but JJ got locked down with a single target CC, whereas EDG didn't quite have enough damage onto the backline of DRX to secure any trade kills. Kingen then sees a window here, saying we can actually commit to this fight, we're healthy enough, sidesteps the handshake from Mako, Pioshik dies onto Scout, and then Kingen just overcommits as Zeka can't get close enough to deal the damage.
Yeah, Kingen flashing forward there with the Q3, trying to get, oh my God, inside his model.
Yeah, the hitbox is like midway through the arrow on that one. Has been for like ever.
Yeah.
We'll change it one day, who knows.
Yeah, not quite able to land there, but geez, that was really close. That would have been Scout going down very likely as well. Even more CDR now picked up, and Beryl has hit rank 2 on the ulti. So the cooldown on the arrow now, 36 seconds. So he can fire that out basically every wave. Just continue fishing for this. He's going to have the Hawkshot up quite often as well here, which is going to give them the information advantage. They do have Soul in pocket, plus a 4,000 gold lead, so you can say it's about 8.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts.
Oh, bit of a slow. Pioshik going to be rooted in place. They catch JJ. It's not going to be enough for the kill. The ward hops away, but Scout has nowhere to go. Knocked up by Ash and shut down by Dev. Thank you very much for the double kill. Both soul lanes are down. Berserk going to mean a whole lot of nothing.
That is such a big pick. Scout, one of the biggest carries of EDG, is shut down, and DRX, they continue to turn heads. They continue to surprise the world as they're looking to bring the reigning world champions to Game 5.
And they're looking for the play at Baron. Zeka on the way back over, and DRX going to grow this gold lead farther and farther and farther ahead. You can see there is no chance to play for it. Your consolation prize is a red buff. The King might allow you to kill. Mako spots him with a ward. Arrow's gonna go wide. He's on the way out. I don't think there's anybody to chase him down here.
I think for EDG now, your last hope has got to be a play for Elder. The great equalizer in League of Legends is that. Scout, though, in trouble here. The arrow connects onto JJ. The stuns are there, but Scout just doesn't have his ulti up, doesn't have his W available, can't actually create enough space. They pull in Beryl, and Beryl holds the Kalista ult until after he uses the Distortion to follow after him to ensure that he can't get away. It's just beautiful stuff from the DRX bot lane there.
And it's just a phenomenal punish from Pyosik, right? He's been doing this consistently onto the LeBlanc throughout the game.
And you can see the years fading away from the stress every time you go to the coach camp.
I mean, again, no one expected DRX to be this competitive at this year's World Championship. The 4th seed from the LCK, barely making it into the World Championship. Pushed down 0-2 in this series, now on the brink of bringing us to Game 5. DRX have done what many did not expect. A team that is consistently underrated are turning heads here at this year's World Championship.
And look at Beryl trying to play in Poggy. We'll look for the arrow.
Not quite gonna land on the target, but it's gonna be up in 30 seconds from now, so get ready. That's gonna find a different stun. Your combo looking pretty decent there as Mako's pushed away, and the bot lane inhibitor has been laid bare and will be slain. Double inhib down. Looking for the rest of it. Now top lane has no wave, but they can cut this one and get the push to happen. TP back in for Zeka to make this push. One that ends the game, has to burn a stopwatch, stays alive with it. Jeja low, attack again by King and Flandre. Stuck in place here as well. Bailout not gonna be enough. They've killed off Scout, they've killed off Mako, they'll kill off Viper, they'll kill off everybody. And this Nexus is not gonna be saved. They're gonna take game 4 and DRX bring us the silver screen.
Doubters be damned. DRX is here to compete. They will push us the distance. Reverse sweep now on the table. Both teams at match point here. And what a series. Back-to-back days. We have had such incredible series delivered to us.
Korea is looking to prove itself on the world stage again. And I feel like, I say prove it, it's already done it, right? The fact that yesterday went the 4-5 games, T1's dominance, and now we have DRX, the 4th seed from the LTK, pushing EDG all the way in a series that no one expected them to do so. What a phenomenal performance from DRX.
And it was a quarter second away from being 3-1 and over already. That Nexus barely lived in game 2. And we have Game 5 coming soon. I cannot wait for that one. So check out EDG's pick, Burn It All Down, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen and join us as we head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. DRX is not done yet. We're going to 5 for the 2nd day in a row here in our New York City quarterfinals. DRX really testing our reigning world champions now at this point, putting 2 together back-to-back and on the verge of reverse sweeping, Kobe.
Yeah, and EDG are failing this test back-to-back here. Honestly, so much credit to the bottom lane here. I mean, Beryl with these picks, the Ashe comes out to support this time around, but I mean, the Heimerdinger was ruling the Rift as well for them. A lot of this creative aspect that we look to when we look at this team is what they're drawing on when their backs are against the walls, when it's must-win scenario for them, and they keep on pulling it out.
And the most surprising part to me in this game was Kingen, because Kingen, justifiably so, I've joined in, has been often criticized when he's not on tanks, even though his Ornn was the scorn of the LCK for the first couple of weeks of summer. He just generally doesn't look that good, and I think that his Camille was actually such a great pick. Into the Aatrox it was okay, but it was more about the lockdown and the setup for fights later on.
And on that point, for me, it's just the fact that it was into the Aatrox, which was the pick that we were discussing kind of right before that. It's like, well, it goes to the other side, and actually maybe it's not such a problem if Kingen can play like this against it.
Yeah, I think the other important thing, and again, I feel like people are probably going to be like, Emily, shut up about side lanes, but...
Well, you'll find out soon enough. We'll have to say it or we won't.
He was creating side lane pressure for what they want to do, right? Which was actually ends up being really important. Again, if you are on a pick like this, no, it's not as bad as the Fiora, because sometimes I think Camille has more angles into 5v5 fights, especially with the way her ultimate works. However, that was the thing that really impressed me here, because you can also see on the other side what EDG want to do, in particular with the Lee Sin LeBlanc combination, and that's definitely why Jeje was pretty much constantly in mid lane early on.
Also want to highlight that even though Scout, to me, still has been the best mid laner, even in the games that they lost, Zeka on the Azir had so much of a bigger impact than we've seen him have outside of his Akali and Sylas games.
Yeah, and you could tell they targeted him in this too, right? So it was really cool too.
Not the best
Obviously,
example.
there's a flash away right there.
Well,
so
you
maybe
flashes. Summoners, yeah.
producers are, you know, trolling us a little bit maybe. No, it's just
We asked for this
unlucky
replay.
timing.
What-
It was
what is
unlucky
great replay?
timing.
That was a good
And
example.
there's
That
no
was
way.
3 flashes
There's no
he
way.
caught.
Yeah, there we go.
I would Kobe on this one, yeah.
I think the big thing is that was another thing that EDG targeted in draft, right? They were like, okay, we're on blue side. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to ban away 2 of Zeka's best champions.
Which was
and
good.
I think, it's a good plan. And I think Zeka proved he's like, no, you know what? I can still contribute to my team really well. And the thing that's impressed me, I think, the most about DRX is the fact that they have been a lot more well-coordinated than they were in the LCK split.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this whole series has become a series of expectations that have been subverted over and over again. We came into this, we're like, these teams, they're so similar. They're so predictable. Yeah, their top lanes are garbage. They're always going to go bottom lane, play through bottom lane. Yeah, Zeka has to be melee champs. These mid laners only had 4 champions each.
Look.
And yet, all of these expectations are challenged and proven the opposite direction here over and over again. So side lanes being very important. The Azir performance from Zeka coming out super important. The creativity from Beryl again as well, but this is one of those examples of the chameleon you're talking about, because it's not just pushing side lanes and getting these turrets down, it's also finding the picks. The Hextech ultimatum, locking people in. Pioshik as well did so much on this Sejuani, with these Sejuani over.
I think interesting point of comparison for this series compared to the other 3 that we've seen is that all of the games in this series feel like they've been decided in those very, very late game moments, because no one gets an absolutely astronomical lead and just runs it from start to finish.
We also see how big the dragons are, because these games are so much longer and so much slower. Getting a Hextech Soul when you're playing against Ashe with Mandate and Azir is a nightmare.
And that's why, again, it's super interesting that it is coming down to so many of these fights and skirmishes in the Dragon setups, because neither team has focused that much jungle attention bot lane like we expected, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Just, reliving a few of these moments. I mean, again, everyone playing just kind of on a knife's edge.
So the reason, by the way, the model, the hitbox for Ashe arrow is at the very end of it, because it would look weird if when Ashe shot a point-blank arrow, the thing was pointing out of the back of her head.
Right.
So it's gonna stay that way. It's always at the end. If you want to dodge it, dodge the end.
Right, yes, you can flash over Ashe arrow, but you need to flash over the backside of the Ashe arrow, not the front end of it. But that'll, of course, bring us to the final fight. As we mentioned, it's not easy for any of these teams to close games, but that's also because it seems like most fights are not definitive. They're not 5-0s. They're not clean aces, right? A lot of times it's getting a pick or 2 and trying to figure out what to do with it from there. But with a Baron buff in hand, that Soul as well, DRX will be able to find it. You can see there, Scout doing everything he can and trying to get on top of Deft, but with Beryl at his side, there's just no angle for him to find.
You bring me to my final point, and which is why I'm not changing.
This is Kobe's final point, everybody.
Final points! I am not changing off of EDG, despite the last 2 games here with the DRX resurgent, because Scout deserves to win. Scout has been performing every single game so hard.
But you know whose birthday it is?
Deft's birthday.
It's Deft's birthday.
It's the birthday boy versus a Scout and all the work that he's been doing. Emily, did we double check that stat on how many reverse sweeps there have been in Worlds bracket stages? We were trying to run it down, and somebody had thrown out that there'd only been 1 in history. I don't know if that was ever actually confirmed.
Oh,
but
I only looked at Deft's
Deft's
World
specifically.
Series.
Okay.
Yeah, and so there were no reverse sweeps in those, but. There have been actually a surprising amount of 3-0s, because you go back to when he was 3-0'd by Fnatic, 3-0'd by his sister team at the time, Samsung White, the 2014 World Championship, and then 2015 World Championship. It's only been his series against Rocks while on EDG, losing 3-1, and then the absolute banger KTIG, where he lost 3-2. So this is another 3-2 either way.
Here we go. Ball's in EDG's court as they get side selection, but they're also the team that has taken 2 losses in a row. They're going to stick to their guns, though. They want first pick. They want that priority, but what do they spend it on at this point?
All right, so EDG, you obviously don't want to play through side lane split push pressure, and that's okay. You know what you can do? Draft Hard Engage for Mako.
Whew.
I want to see like the Thresh come out. I want to see something where he can control these 5v5 fights and EDG can fight front to back, because I think it is their best look.
And the thing making it hard for him to do that, and for EDG in their draft, is Barrel.
Yep.
He keeps on playing these poke supports that it's going to be so difficult for Mako to actually, you know, have one of those champs into, which I agree, EDG need him to be able to be there engaged for their...
So is that put even more bans in the barrel? Because in their second phase, they double ban.
He's already taking two.
Exactly.
Hear me out.
Like, what do you do?
You don't try to ban out because it's never going to work. Because he is an endless
He's just going to pull something weird out.
He's got weirder stuff. I am 100% sure. You just kill him. Just murder him, hard engage, and just run him down. Because if there's one thing that Barrel has actually struggled with, is he's been caught out. We saw it last year at MSI, at Worlds. We've seen it even within this very series.
Look, I realize that today we haven't been right about much.
I want you to make them choose the side. Because they never even predicted.
I do like that strategy of just murder them. And actually, I'm with you, Kobe. I think it's time that we make some decisions here on the desk. It's a best of one. I know that Kobe's on EDG's side, but I want to hear from Emily. I want to hear from Chronicler. Who's going to take it? Do the defending champs move on to the semifinals, or does Deft finally make it back to a semi?
We're going to roll the dice. We don't know. Nobody can possibly know.
Idea.
Okay, 1 to 10, it's EDG.
Okay.
11 to 20, it's DRX. It's 4.
Oh, okay.
Heartbreak for
It's
Chronicler with the EDG prediction. Emily, are you going to stick on the EDG side?
I have no idea.
You're going
roll
left.
dice.
Yeah,
Part of the
roll
dice
the
as
dice.
well?
There you go.
All right, here
roll
we go.
the dice.
It's going to be a split one, isn't it? No,
7.
Okay, that would
EDG
also
across
be
the
easy.
table here. We'll see if they can get
And
it
you're
done.
sticking to your
It
prediction.
has been 2,942 days since Deft has found himself in the semifinals. He can change that all in just an hour's time, where one game stands between him and that next best of 5 on the road to the Summoners Cup. We'll dive into that 5th and final game in just a bit. We'll see you on the other side of some scrapes.
Worlds 2022. I have a date for you, October 3rd, 2014. The last day that Deft won a quarterfinal at the World Championship. Fast forward 2,942 days later, and he is a game away from making it back to the top 4 and fighting then Gen G next weekend for a shot at the final.
And I think it's so incredible because we've heard so much about the possibilities of Deft retiring after this year. I even said, in interviews going into today, if he could win the World Championship, he thinks maybe he could retire without any regrets because this is the last obstacle that he really wants to get past. This is the last accomplishment that he really has been chasing for his whole career.
For sure. And to be able to do it against his former organization as well, EDG. We heard in that promo how he talks about that this was an organization that at first, after they won, he was happy for, but then he started to feel that they had done it without him, right? And that they had replaced him. Yeah, they left him behind. And it was kind of sad to hear, because throughout his career, he's achieved so much, and the expectations have been so high on his shoulders. And you can see the sheer amount of support that he alone has, let alone the rest of DRX. There are so many people that want to see him succeed. It's a difficult obstacle for him to overcome. There's still one game left to play, and we'll see if he can do. He came so close in game 2. He was literally an auto attack away from being in that semifinals. But EDG, they won't give up. Scout has been a monster throughout the series today, and I imagine that when the pressure gets going, when EDG get forced into these game 5s, this is a space and a position that they are very familiar with. And you know that they will not be pushed to the edge on mental warfare. They're going to come into this game prepared and ready to go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the EDG Game 5 point is a great one because last year at Worlds, it was 5 games in quarters, 5 games in semis, 5 games in the finals for EDG. They came out on top in every single one. So they definitely are no stranger with going the distance here in these VO5s. But I am really interested to see what the draft will be here. EDG not going to be doing the double ban towards Zeka. I think that's the reward he gets for having an incredible Azir game last game, right? You're not just going to ban out the Akali and the Sylas because he performed so damn well on the Azir.
And it's EDG banning the Aatrox where it's like, look, our counters aren't beating Kingen, but Kingen's counter is sure as hell beating up Flandre, so all right, no one gets it. We're not winning that side of it after all. Never mind. Azir is still off the table. Victor could follow. We know Yuumi is so often more important.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Yuumi based on everything we've seen so far, unless they really want to throw a wrench in the gears, but I wouldn't expect it.
Yeah.
Graves is available, though. Callista's available. Lucian Nami's available. There's so many high prio picks. Sejuani, another really big one for these teams, especially because both these mid laners do like playing, the melee champs. And we know for sure Zeka would love to do that here. He is on red side on 3. He could easily go towards Akali or the Sylas and pair that with that Sejuani, which would make it such a deadly combo.
Graves Sylas would not surprise me in the slightest. The other option I was thinking about was EDG could just prioritize Aphelios Lulu as well, if they wanted to, but then the question would then come down to, does Scout feel like he has a deep enough pool that he can leverage from? Because the expectation right now is he's going to go Akali. You would look to try and pair the Sejuani up with those 2 melee solo laners so that she can really be enabled. But do you actually value making sure that Viper and Mako can have a bot lane where they can have a really strong performance on?
And it's been really interesting because EDG hasn't always gone for the melee pairings with the Sejuani. Pioshik looking like he wants to go back towards Maokai potentially, so he will swap last second here to the Viego. So it is going to be an AD plus an AP pairing there. Going to be really, really nice for Zeka. And it's interesting because last time we were in this situation where Zeka was going for his mid laner into an already chosen Sejuani, he went Akali. I really was talking in that game, I believe it was game 2, that I preferred Sylas because of the stolen engage opportunity there. You can steal away the Sejuani ult, give yourself that potential to engage. You called out the potential for the Aphelios.
This is the response. Okay, so this is actually really smart. Okay. I was thinking, what are they going to do if they then do Aphelios and Lulu? But EDG is sitting there and telling me like, well, you know what, we'll scrap the Lulu and we'll just lock in the Akali. So Scout on this Akali. It's going to be a big skill matchup in the mid lane. DRX hovering the Malphite right now. An old school answer into the Aphelios.
So what's interesting, though, is Scout hasn't been a big Akali player this year. Fiora is going to come through as the top lane play. We'll see if they flex the Sejuani and Kennen comes through. That matchup clapped last time for Flandre, so we'll see if that ends up being the play yet again. But though he's got a historically good win rate on Akali back in time, it's only 8 total plays, and none of them are, summer split onwards.
It's mainly at this World Championship where we've seen a lot of scout success on the Akali, especially during the group stages. I feel like that we saw some really incredible performances from him. See if he can look to emulate those performances here. The Renekton now being removed from the top side of the map. They're trying to limit some of the good matchups that can be played into Kingen's Fiora.
Yeah, I wonder if they do go for the Kennen again, you know, because as you said, we saw that matchup earlier, I believe. It was Kennen into Fiora, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
So definitely something that they might want to limit, but then if you do that, then you're not banning out the Alulu, right? So there's only so many options you can go towards. So banning out the GP, very interesting. I wonder if they are concerned enough about the Lulu that they would take it. I don't think they will because it's Beryl, and I think he wants a support pick on 5 to try to get an answer. But there is always that possibility if you're really concerned about this Aphelios plus Lulu combo.
You know what I'm thinking? Jinx needs to be banned right now if you're EDG.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's Def's classic pick here, and it is a great answer into the Aphelios, so it is the Varus instead. Now, Def just slam it down.
If I was DRX, I would consider a Lulu pick now into the Jinx, but perhaps they want to make sure that they can get the support counter pick.
Exactly. They want support counter pick, I think. And this is the opportunity, man. It doesn't get any better than this when you're thinking about it. In a pivotal game 5 here.
Okay, so they're going to actually stick to what we were talking about. But the fact that they go for Karma opens them up for the Ezreal as well. It does suggest, remember how lethal Def's Ezreal was. It is his all-time most played. He's very comfortable on the champion. When you associate the name Def, it is often with the Ezreal champion. We'll see if they do decide to lock that one in.
And nearly was able to take down that game. You know, in game 2, that was the Ezreal game where he's 1 auto away from actually knocking down the Nexus here. Jax as the answer. Jax, I will say, we have not seen as many impressive games on the pick in Worlds. Has been brought out a number of times as an answer to Aatrox, as an answer to Fiora. People have been struggling. You can see 36% win rate on it so far through Worlds. The Lulu, the expected pairing here, into the Karma, will give the poke edge over to Deft and Beryl.
Yep.
And I am kind of expecting, as you said, Vidius, I am expecting it to be just going towards that Ezreal. It does mean, though, that really your only engage, again, then, is a stolen Sejuani ultimate. So they're going heavy for this poke lane. Most played pick all time for Deft here. Extreme comfort for him. Extreme comfort for Zeka as well.
And what I'll say is that in the Ezreal game last time, there wasn't much threat onto the backline. That is very different now. You have an Akali that is dead set on executing Deft. There's a bit of a personal history there with Scout and Deft, and Scout said, it's nothing personal, you know, I'm gonna stand, if you're standing in my way, I'm gonna have to take you down because you're just my opponent. And on Akali, that is the perfect champion for being able to find and execute this very mobile AD carry.
And again, it's a lot of squishy members over on the other side here. You know, on both teams, there is a lot of threat coming through here. You know, when you're looking over at the DRX side, Fiora, Silas, Viego, all the potential to get in there on that backline towards Lulu, towards the Aphelios. And likewise, on the other side, Karma, Ezreal could theoretically be easy pickings for the divers on the team of EDG.
I'm really worried for DRX based on this comp alone. Of course, they have been able to surprise us consistently throughout this series, and when I have doubted them, they've been able to prove me wrong. So we'll see if they can do it in one more game. DRX have pushed EDG all the way to game 5, and now there's only one game left to determine who will go up against Gen G in the semifinals.
Both teams just spamming through 5-game series to get here. DRX, both of their matchups in the regional qualifier got here. Hey, they 5-0'd the group stage in the play-ins, they got out. They took the first seed in the actual main stage, group stage, got out here as well. And now poised to reverse sweep the reigning world champions. And a date with the LCK champions to move on from there. Deft would love to add that Summoner's Cup to his trophy case. We'll see if EDG can stand in their way.
Viper back to the Ghost, so it's the same setup he had in that last game, in the game 2, when it was the Aphelios, where he gets that solo kill on a Deft. He was playing Ghost in that one as well. We can see again, it is Ghost Fiora also. Looking for the nice little wraparound here, but EDG had the read that they could be coming over the wall. That's why they placed their ward there instead of in the Tri-Brush, so that they could spot Zeka with that E-start coming over the wall, and it will allow them to go for an invade of their own and get down some vision here.
Pings from Pioshik. He has spotted out the Jax.
Minions
We'll see the Sejuani returning as well. I'm sure that EDG are not expecting Pioshik to just be sitting here in this brush. Does give DRX a lot of information as to what EDG are up to. How will Pyosik respond, though? He could just move straight into the blue. Maybe they're looking to punish.
And Fior's around. I mean, this is actually a 3-on-2 if they take the fight. Silas could obviously be there first. There isn't much to be done. A quick defensive trinket ward into Pyosik starting on his own red buff. It's going to be the start. Sejuani going to get a small leash to play for her own top side. So both these junglers, at least starting top to bot, see where they end up. I feel like this lane is very hard to gank.
Yeah, definitely. It is double first strike here for DRX, both Barrel and Deft going for that. So much is about landing the poke here. And you can see, as soon as Deft uses Q, Viper step forward with the Sniper Auto to actually poke off that first strike to get a nice little trade in. And we'll see how well DRX can play this out, because when you are playing Karma Ezreal, this can be a very weak side lane or it can be incredibly impressive. It all depends on how many of your skill shots you're able to land. If you're hitting everything, it can be really hard for a champion like Lulu to lane into it.
Keep your eyes on the early CS discrepancies, and you can already see Kingen off to a good start. Of course, there's still a large wave up on the top side for him to be able to catch, but this Fiora versus Jax matchup, another big skill matchup. We see Zeka with a very good trade. Notice that Scout just used the Q. Q at level 1, 130 energy. Of the 200 energy that Scout has, it's a lot, which means that there's not really much you can do unless you skill the W up second. JJ will be spotted out on the red buff, but Zeka playing around those windows very well. Of course, a very experienced Akali player himself, understands how to play the matchup very well.
As camps go down, we see bot lane pressure indeed belongs to DRX. I mean, they played for Ezreal Karma. This is one of the most lane control wave pressure lanes you can play. This is the team that was playing Heimerdinger earlier on, had the pressure there as well, playing around bot pressure. It's Pyosik. You see that, okay, you are on Raptors now. Knew he went for the red. Knew he had done 3 camps up to it. Knew which ones he cleared. Raptors rep doesn't matter though. Scout playing far enough away. Realizes that Pyosik is indeed here. An early control ward, spotted it out. Pyosik sees that no one is coming down towards him and will kill off the control ward.
Yep, gonna be able to take away JJ's control ward there. JJ, though, can just go up towards topside, grab a scuttle of his own, so it will just be a trade of scuttles here. Scout does have a little bit of the push in the bot lane for DRX, of course, is having push of their own. Gonna be able to farm away on some of those turret plates here pretty early. We'll see exactly how much damage they can get done.
I love watching Akali versus Silas matchups. I think that there's typically, in the very early laning phases, Silas can get a small edge, but Akali, with the consistent sustain that you do have, actually going for the Doran's Ring rather than the Doran's Shield, opting more for a little bit more damage in the trading plan. Obviously doesn't have any mana issues. See Zeka very low.
Oh, it goes in! Wants a solo! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Scout replace it! Might not have had Q! And Zeka gets the first blood.
I don't think Scout had the energy for it.
Energy.
He ran out of energy. He went for the flash follow on the Q, but he didn't have it. We gotta watch that replay again. I wanna see for sure, but I think he ran out of energy on the flash follow, and Zeka makes him pay in game 5. It is Zeka with first blood in the 1v1 here.
Unbelievable. That was actually unbelievable.
He could die to this. Like, I don't know how you, I guess with the 2-on-2 they feel good enough. They're actually gonna look for Pyosik who flashes, they find the stun, follow, and counter-strike is there! And JJ is gonna get the kill credit. He needed help with the top wave and he gets it in time.
Pyosik just ran it. That was terrible. He went straight in with the W stun, but he was a mile away, and then you're walking through Sejuani plus Jax, and it's a massive wave. It's not as though King can even help you here, so let's watch this one more time. We can't see the exact, so it's 200 max energy or so.
At level 4, it's 115 energy to cast the Q.
Yeah.
I think he has it, right? The bar is yellow.
No,
I think he's just
crossed over.
I really think he's just short.
I agree. He was about 104, 105. He realizes his mistake there.
That's got to be so frustrating. He was like, I played this perfectly up until the point where he realized, oh no, I don't quite have the resources. If he was level 5, that would have been a kill.
Yep.
But Zeka ends up quick reflexes getting the better of his lane counterpart.
And right when Scout went down, he was in fact 1 energy short. So he was at 114 out of 115 energy as he died. I'm not sure if when he died, if he was still quite in range or not, but incredibly close to being able to actually finish him off. But luckily for EDG, Pyosik donated 1 back on the top side with a really poor gank.
But in terms of the mid lane matchup, we talk about how this is very much a skill matchup. Being able to come back into lane with Lost Chapter, it's massive. Like, small or single kills like that can change the dynamic of the 1v1 so dramatically. And now that Zeka does have that experience advantage as well. It's something that Scout is going to have to be very cautious of. Kingen looking for a bit of a favorable trade hit. Doesn't quite have the mana to overcommit, but still gets a bit of damage off.
And once again, crushing the lane outright. We got a play now on the top side there. Flash in. Can he find the stun? Yes! Reinforcements. JJ will not go quietly into the night.
The jungle diff up towards the top lane. JJ gets a kill up there, then back towards mid lane, punishing Zeka, who has no flash. EDG 2-1 now. Scout picks up the kill, and mid lane is right back to parity.
Exactly. That's exactly the play that JJ needed to do. I really liked how he was playing around Scout last game in the early to enable him on the LeBlanc. I imagine that Scout's being like, hey, I just need a single gank. He's got no flash. He has my ultimate, but it doesn't matter. We can lock him down. And again, we saw the advantage of running that melee mid matchup with the Sejuani. Very quick to stack up those passive stacks, and they're able to lock down Zeka and secure a kill into an early Drake.
And this is huge. Yeah, they grab that dragon as well. You can see the bot lane for DRX has not really created much of an edge. In fact, it looks like maybe even a couple more CS for Viper to pick up. They're basically at parity now and likely will be after these waves all go down. So EDG, I think, going to be feeling really, really good about the early minutes here in this Game 5.
Of course, the gold is still very even, and I think it's important to recognize that EDG throughout the series have had a number of games where they've gotten the early kill lead, but it's not necessarily resulted in an early gold lead. DRX have done a great job of investing in early plates and finding those advantages. Pyosik, though, wants to make amends, is hovering around the top side.
Because Flunder has mana, he'll be okay. JJ coming around. It does not get spotted in any way up there. Viper walks in for a lot. Ulti forcing the flash away from death. Karma does not deal nearly enough damage. Goes for first strike to earn more gold, do more poke, but without Guardian, that damage sticks a lot better.
Man, Viper just got such insane value out of that Ghost. Just goes straight in on top of them. Even has that move speed still at the end to actually sidestep just barely Death's ultimate. Getting an excellent trade, forcing out the flash there from Death and the ignite from Barrel for just the Ghost, which is that shorter cooldown compared to the flash. Viper again showcasing just how good he is.
Dodging all of it, using the fleet move speed that time around, get away from the chains. Nice sidestep there by Mako as well, getting out from Death. Of course, Tyr Sheen is the buy you want, and Ezreal, but running a bit low on mana. Could mean that this lane can get a little bit tougher for him, so he can't spam the Qs quite as hard. Pyosik coming around the bottom side, sees the red buff is up, goes, I think I got this one. Sejuani actually, other side of the map, will get a steal.
Sejuani's looking like she's wrapping around towards mid, actually, you know, trying to pressure again, but has been spotted by that ward. So could look for a gank still, but Zeka should be able to play far back enough that he's not really in trouble. I'm surprised, though, that Pyosik was going to reset. He should look for a gank bot, it feels like, because they saw Sejuani on top side, and Lulu and Aphelios are pushing, so they're going to go for it now.
Flash follow, but Dev pretty far zoned away. Here comes the jungle. Is it enough for him? Lands the Q. Ulti is a knockback. Viper buys what time he can, goes for Barrel, can't kill him. Pyosik's on the board, 2-2.
A good play from DRX. They recognize they need to make the cross map happen, and Viper and Mako are pushed up way too far without having proper jungle support. They definitely can.
Misses. Stun might be enough. Flashing away from it, looks in for some damage out of Death, but he flashed just to find himself dead. Gifts away a summoner spell.
That is massive, and even Death gets the kill there. They take a plate too. Flandre on the top side, though, is pressing, and EDG did claim a Herald back on the other side of the map, so that's big for them. And it looks like they want to continue this pressure around mid. JJ just constantly hanging around Scout here, trying to help this Akali snowball.
EDG find themselves at a gold deficit. DRX securing a couple kills on the bot side of the map. With a much needed early advantage. DRX, they are struggling in the top lane, now struggling in the mid lane. And again, you kind of look at the minimap and you can see that jungler on the top side of the map, EDG, they don't really need to force this wave underneath the tower. They can just let it bounce towards them. But instead, they want to try and catch another wave and then look to reset. Pyosik in the right place at the right time, able to get a good punish. And then you can see here, Mako, no mana, means that there's very little he can do to get out of this situation.
Honestly, so much of it was just about this ward on top side, right? That one ward that actually spotted the Sejuani. If it weren't for that, I don't think DRX actually looked for this dive, and Zeka potentially even dies in mid. So that ward paying massive dividends as Pyosik was already down on that red buff. You know, he was actually resetting after, was starting the recall, but they spot him. And Zeka now has the crown, so he's actually going for the more defensive option here, not the Ever Process we normally see.
Scout deciding not to commit to the fight here. Crown being completed does mitigate some of the burst potential from Scout. If nothing else, it forces the Akali to wait. You know, you have to proc the crown, and then you have to wait for it to disappear, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing for an Akali, given that she has to wait with her ultimate anyway, but buying time when playing against an Akali is always a valuable thing.
Absolutely, and my expectation is we're just going to see Scout go Rocket Belt, and then they basically have the same cooldown, so you just end up trading it out constantly. You just use the Rocket Belt to proc off the crown, and then you just wait to bide your time there. Doshik lightly spotted by that pink ward in the brush. Yeah, pinged out now, so they do know he was in the area.
Yeah, see if he can poke off that ground again. Two, of course, available. Ulti, nice read. He was on, you know, his own brush. He was in Fog of War, but it's like, typical Ezreal stuff. Walks in the Fog of War, looks for the ulti. Both of them jukes to the top side to get away. Depths should be happily wave clearing down here. Once again, going to the Trinity Force build on the Ezreal. My preferred build. I think it's the correct one. He does it now twice in a row.
Two world-class AD carries continuing to go toe-to-toe in the laning phase. Just a spectacle and a joy to watch. The mid lane is now down to 1.
He has ulti. R2, I believe, has landed for much right there, but Crown was on the whole time. Doesn't take basically any damage the way back, as far as I can tell. Really comes for this one. A red buff steal gonna come through right under Pioshik's nose.
JJ does have the Rift Herald. Pings are coming down into the mid lane. Scout does have the ultimate available. The Crown is there as well. Looks like Scout's just going to choose to oh no, he actually wants to catch this wave. But look at the Lulu moving into mid lane as well. EDG is saying, Zeka, if you try to trade onto me, you are going to lose your life.
Barrels lands the E. They can follow this one, but Zeka could also put him towards the turret, land the stun, get a big heal. No kill to be had.
And I think they actually spotted Mako right there. That ward in mid lane caught the edge of the Lulu, so he wasn't going to go aggressive there. Karma was also moving down. Kingan, I think, spotted there by JJ.
They spotted him, yep.
Now hover the ward.
DRX are all over the mid lane right now. 2 in the bot side river. Is that the dragon being started off? It looks like that it is. DRX looking to trade in terms of early objectives. JJ will be spotted on this ward, but this means an easy cross map for EDG. They have the Herald, they have a wave stacking up, and as Scout returns to the mid lane, there's very little that Kane can do to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, with Diego so far away, that is the entire tower to the top side. So finally, Flandre getting a lot of reinforcements here, and JJ, he did attack the turret, so he is, of course, easily in local gold range, shares 400 to himself. Not a full funnel towards the Jax here, but obviously after the races.
Yeah, I mean, it was Kingan who was winning that 1v1, you know, actually ahead in the farm, despite the fact that Pioshik did give over that kill, the 1 assist to the Jax. But now with that Herald getting the first tower, obviously Jack's going to be quite a bit ahead, but on the bottom side, they are at least trading some gold back here. Spell Thief's Karma, of course, anytime you have push, if you're playing Spell Thief support, it's really nice to farm that gold off the tower. And it's their 4th plate now here, down in that 2v2. Definitely feeling really good about that. Won't be able to quite finish off the tower here, but we'll see exactly how much. Oh, he's actually staying in because the plates fell. Yeah, so it gets very weak there after 14.
Well, look at that. First turn of the game did go EDG's way, but you can see DRX up 1,300 gold. Some of that sure is first strike on the entire bot lane, but honestly, looking very good here with Theft up 6 CS. 1-0 and 1 there as well. Scout gonna find his play on the top side. Furl comes across and gets many of the markers here. Has to flash away because that ulti tick could have guaranteed the rest of it. Kingan honestly burns a shorter cooldown. Zeka gonna force away Scout.
Oh. The flash there, I think, was a little surprising, but he recognized that Zeka and Pioshik were making their way up towards the top side of the map, and he realized that he was at a pretty significant numbers disadvantage. The good news is that it's going to be a long time before Kingdom can get to the bot side, because Scout interrupting his base means that Flandre has a huge amount of time here, and he should be able to secure this tower completely uncontested, meaning that EDG can equalize the gold a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's just going to kind of leap Flandre ahead. You know, he got that first tower gold up on the top side, now he gets another isolated tower down on the bottom side. He's going to start feeling really good in this matchup. It is one that I do think starts to favor the Jax more and more the later the game goes, and he's now over 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. Thanks to that Herald Crash top and his isolated time in the bot lane.
Yeah, the previous game ended with a 12,000 gold lead to DRX. 4,000 of that was Kingan over Flandre. He was a third of the entire lead. This one is tied, and Flandre is up 1K himself. The rest of the map's still looking very good on the DRX side. And unfortunately for EDG, they had not, in the prior games, found a lot off of Flandre's leads. His side laning hadn't gotten them much purchase. See that James here to this one is going to get rid of the control ward and now playing for the second Herald.
Okay, DRX in a position to contest this. Kingan has been brought up. The ultimate goes through, does some damage on a Mako.
Zeka gets the Akali ult, can be an assassin. Now they've got the Jax around. A close fight. Who's going to win it is the question. He comes in to join the squad. Zeka Maybe in a bad spot, has burned his E, but they can't quite push him away. They want to bop off the shield, then find the rest. Looking for a smite combo here, claimed, but is it going to be enough now? Zeka jumps over the wall, stays alive, still a 5-on-5, Herald claimed, but will it matter? Good poke out of Def, good sidestep on that Q.
Yeah, EDG able to claim it. DRX not willing or able to really fully commit to that. I think they were hoping to get more poke down and really try to push them off because they don't really have any go buttons here. You can't just run in with the Viego into that team. You'll just get burst down. So without JJ committing his ultimate or anything like that, there was not really a window for them to do it.
EDG choosing to avoid the fight and just walk away with the objective. Overall, I think that they're going to be pretty happy with that. They can use this now to break open that mid-tier 1. Dragon spawns in about a minute's time, so they can hold it for that, making sure that they guarantee prio in the mid lane. Yoshik just hovering around Zeka. Zeka going for a bit of a cheeky trade underneath the tower. Yeah. But Scout now needs to... Oh, I'm actually surprised. I was expecting him to reset. He must be very close to having enough gold. Yeah, he is in fact very close to having enough gold to secure that upgrade, which means that he'll have the rocket belt ready for the Dragon spawning in a minute's time.
Here comes the dive on in, wants to fight on it against the first stun. Nearly a kill and a Scout, needs to get the shot. Oh! You gotta be freaking kidding me, Zeka! Crushes the 1-on-1 again.
Back-to-back solo kills for Zeka in this 1v1. The first one, you could say, Scout overplayed his hand, but this time, Zeka, no tower involved, gets the outplay, gets the 1v1 solo kill.
I'm telling you, the difference in that is whether he completed Rocket Belt or not. Like, the fact that he decided to commit to that rather than just looking for the reset. He wanted to keep the tower alive, and while he did do just that, he handed a kill over to Zeka. Beautiful play from the mid laner of DRX.
Zeka, Silas, the man is built different on this champion. The respawn's come in time to play for it right now. Still close in gold, a flash forced away from Death. Keep in mind, no cleanse means the escapes from Sejuani are not there. Herald charging to mid, will nearly end mid lane turret.
And we'll just see now, it's EDG moving into the river, trying to grab their second dragon here. Peril does have the tether on the Flandre.
Flandre could be taking a lot of damage here, puts the ulti down, but still loses half his health bar. Nearly drops stones back to his team. You can see how much damage DRX can put down. And Kingin is here. Lulu ult required. He can't quite find his way in. But off of the disengage out of Barrel, Flandre can't fight and DRX get the river.
I mean, DRX just had such a good read on the situation there. The route from Barrel onto Flandre allows him to land so much poke. And then seeing that the ultimate was coming in from Viper, everyone on DRX backsteps, avoids the ultimate there from Viper, and they get that big HP advantage. But it is Flandre TPing back into the team. Scout on the flank.
Has the ulti still, no flash, but that might not matter. 9,000 on the Drake. One apiece so far. Flandre leading the charge. Yeah. No ulti there either. Scout wants to jump in, gets hit with the stun, looks for depth, misses a shuriken, but they're gonna find the damage. The rest of the squad dives on in. Scout no longer has the invisibility, but they found the stun and a Kingin. Will it be enough though? In goes Flandre, buys some time, but it's Pioshik going for everything that he possibly can.
The reset!
Gets the reset, and he's gonna do it all! Death may not get the kills, but his teammates are here to back him up. Flandre left alone. He's certain to fall, certain to die, and you can hear this crowd cheer for DRX.
EDG is wiped off the map. DRX are looking to make the reverse sweep happen, and even though Def lost his life, it is Zeka and Pioshik that come up clutch. Exquisite performance in the fight allows them to shut EDG down. They will take the mid tower, they will take the Drake, and they are looking to make history.
What a fight there. This was a great start though from EDG. You see Scouts waiting down here. They had already forced the flash off of Def, so they just corral Def into Scout and they get that initial kill. But then it's about Zeka and Kingin on that top side of the fight here. Coming in, Scout has used all his cooldowns. JJ tries to commit. Zeka goes in and just is bursting down Scout alongside Pioshik, who comes in, gets the first execution and the reset, and then Zeka softening up the second one, gives him another reset, another onto Sejuani as well. De Viego just gets that first kill and he goes off.
The mid-jungle combo absolutely popping off. DRX, you can see the elation on
cheerleading from the sideline on that one.
He may very well be making his way back to the World semi-final. And the excitement from the DRX crew backstage. Elation. Of course, this game isn't quite over yet, but with a 3.5K gold lead, it is certainly looking good for DRX.
Yeah, the cards are in their hand. We'll see if they can make good on this advantage now. has been an incredible comeback in this series for DRX. Definitely a team that has not been a favorite by any stretch of the imagination in this tournament. You know, people definitely didn't have the confidence in them to succeed in the way that they would a Gen G or a T1. But DRX are showing they are a force to be reckoned with here.
For sure, and the growth, the incredible growth that they've made in the short time of this tournament has just been spectacular to watch. So many players stepping up, question marks surrounding Zeka. Well, what are you going to do if he doesn't get his champions? Well, what are you going to do when he does? The man looks incredible, and DRX, they're looking to continue this aggression.
Pretty good here, steals the Akali, finds the stun. R2, is it gonna land? A flash, it's early from Scout. Zeka waits him out and says, why the hell did you give me Silas again?
Back-to-back solo kills from Zeka in the 1v1 against Scout. What a monster.
The man is just better. They're looking for more. JJ being forced away from the tower. Zeka is feeling so confident right now.
It has just been such an incredible tournament for Zeka. The clear MVP from play-ins, played incredible in groups. He's a player who comes to the world stage as a largely an unknown for those outside of the LCK, and has really had one of the most impressive international debuts you could imagine. This guy has been playing out of his mind, and you say, what happens when he doesn't get his champions? Well, it turns out last game he just crushes you with the Azir, right? Like, he really is showing a huge level of growth. This is a very young player, 19 years old, I do believe, for DRX, and just making it look like he's a long-time veteran here.
And I mean, he's 2 levels up. He lands absolutely every single skill. He waits for Scout to flash, and it's clean, man. Starts with the W, has the ult up at the end. Oh, no. Oh, no. You had to go and do it to him. JJ now face-checking Barrel.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of pain for Sejuani. He has ulted up by the Fiora. Getting the last of the marks. Thank you for the heals. And it's going to be enough. Actually immune to the stun there as well. Can't barely move around. Takes the kill. King inside. 2-0-3. Flandre forced to run out now.
Oh, not again.
Number 4 in a row. Zeka 6-1-2.
The man is just better. Zeka, unbelievable performance. 6-1-2, wipes Scout off the map, and you just can't see DRX losing this game.
Zeka is in the zone. This guy is playing on another level here in Game 5. 4 solo kills against Scout is an absolutely incredible performance. He'll knock down the tier 2 as well, and he's closing in on that 3rd item.
In his 2 years in the LPL, he could not get the better of Scout. He fell short every time they met. In the 3 best of 3s, it was always Scout that came out on top. But today, things are looking to change. Zeka, his champion pool was questioned, but you can't question it anymore.
I gotta point out, this is the first playoff match that he might even win. He didn't play a single postseason game in 2 years in the LPL and dropped out first round this year both times in the LCK. Regional qualifier, 5 games against KT Rolls for the first BO5 he wins in that metric. Goes to the final regional qualifiers in 5 games, beats Liv Sandbox. Now goes to the world stage against the reigning world champions. Goes game 5 there as well, and is the single biggest difference in the match.
It is just incredible to watch here, and EDG feels like just falling apart a bit now, but Zeka's going in!
Looking for the fight, he's got Scout's number, but is it gonna be too much? Has to for the stopwatch. Will he have safety? Will he have the team? Flashes back out, stun's not gonna land. A little bit of damage from Viper. Drake is alive. They find the stun, ult out for Pyosik, stays alive himself. Scout waiting the fog, waiting in his own shroud. He will get rid of the control ward if they get river control.
That Mikhail's from Barrel was huge. He just completed it, was able to Mikhail's the Sejuani ultimate off of Pyosik there, keeping him alive, and Kingen now threatening the flank.
They see him.
What are they gonna do? Can Viper do enough? Can Scout do enough? Ulti still saved on the Akali. Spots Barrel. That's the root. That's going to be enough damage. Follows the Eon in. Can he find the kill? Gets it. Scout's on the board. 4-12, but is it enough? Kingen's still on the wide. On the side. Going to spot out Scout. Decent damage. Can blast plant bed over, but keep in mind, Scout has no way to heal back up.
He needs to go back to base. He does have the teleport, and he can rejoin the fight.
Exactly. He's got a TP back, and they have the Warmogs on JJ, so he's healing it right back up. EDG taking a commanding position in this area. Kingen is spotted, but Flandre's gonna mark him here.
Kingen riposted a bit early, Q's back away, Zek gets a blue buff, TP coming back in now. Jungler still alive, it is not Soul, but the stacks certainly matter. Claims it, Def pushed out, no Shuriken to land. But now they're zoned out of the fight and there is no play to be had. Down 7,000 gold, EDG find a kill, and they get an objective bounty off the Drake.
What a critical moment there for EDG. If you take this fight down this far, you lose it, the game is likely over. It would be the Baron as well for DRX. They get the 1 kill onto Barrel, and they keep their hopes alive here at Worlds, moving to their second Dragon.
It's still a terrifying position.
Oh, they're going to start it.
EDG to be in second.
They're going to start
level
it.
16. He is by far the highest level in the game. And here we are. Baron started for DRX.
Running it down, Def TP's on in, and it's time for EDG to find out what they can do about this one. 8,000 health, and the poke is going to be pretty massive out of Deft right here. Steals Sejuani ult to find the engage. Bot lane turret already dropped. Flounder was given so many resources and yet cannot keep up against Kingen. Burned his own ulti. Now there is a TP up for Flandre. He's gonna walk back to the base, get his mana bar back in, not find too much more. Ooh, a chance. They're gonna find the stolen stun. Is it enough for the kill? Trying to live as long as he can. True shot barrage hits 3. Mako nearly dead. Def finds the kill, and Scout could be next. Viper away, but Viper is unwilling to lose just yet.
When you have Viper, there is always hope for EDG. This man sees the angle, goes in, almost takes them all down, does get just the 1 kill, but it costs him his flash, it costs him his Gale Force, and it does mean he's gonna be very vulnerable in this next fight, but still, the respect has to be paid. Viper, the best AD carry in the world, he has nearly the IE now. We can watch this one more time as DRX are closing in on EDG.
You can just see the power of Zeka, level 16 to level 12. Oh, the damage is unbelievable as Mako is forced out. JJ is just trying to buy time for his team, and if Pioshik had just ulted again here, he would have gotten that kill into Scout, but he didn't have information as to where he was. Then Viper flashes in with the ultimate. The Infernum doing so much work, forces DRX back, and this is what DRX have to be careful of. Yes, you are strong. You have control over the game, but confidence can be a killer, and you have to make sure that you control this game to a clean victory.
Absolutely, but Viper there, really clean combo, ult, Gale Force, flash, Q auto, all with the Infernum, but you have to be worried now about can they keep Viper safe here. He has no summoners available.
Scout still got 3 kills, has some damage. TP's coming back in to reinforce the Baron play. 5,000 health, JJ doesn't see it. It's still getting put lower and lower. 2,100, they find the stun. They keep the jungler out, and it's Def. Who else? Who claims the Baron? Kato's the front line. They're trying to find that kill on a Fiora. McHale's flash, triple stun, but not a single man dies. Pioshik can't find the kill. Zeka has the Zodias, and Zeka's will die. DRX desperate for anti-venom. Viper finds another.
Viper gets the shutdown as well there. That is massive, but it is still the Baron on 4 for DRX. It is just the 1 kill, a pittance for EDG, but it should get him towards the IE here. That is a big buy.
You can see the support from the crowd coming in strong. All of the EDG faithful are believing in Viper right now. There are very few AD carries in the world that are able to bring their team back from a deficit like this, but Viper has done it before, and he will look to do it again as we look back at this fight.
It's just a great zoning play here from Kingen and Zeka. The stolen Sejuani ults onto the Sejuani allows them to finish the play here. And then Flandre in on Kingen, you start thinking, hey, there's opportunities here as Viper and Flandre flashing forward after the McHale's was used. 3-man stun, but the follow-up is not really there, and Zeka's threatening on the side, so Viper can't fully commit.
Viper really wants to, though, and the moment that they see Zeka invest the stopwatch, they're like, we've got a kill here. This is an opportunity. You can see how close Scout is to landing the E, but he can't quite connect it onto Def, which means that there's no cleanup kill onto the AD carry. 4 members walk away with the Baron, and now EDG is forced on the defense once again.
IE completed now for Viper, a Zeal on top. I believe that was a 900 gold shutdown that he was able to pick up. That is massive, but it's still DRX.
Def! I've seen this before. Does not get the kill, but Def can no longer fight this one.
Oh my word, Viper just looked DRX in the eye and said, you will not cross this line. But the tower still falls. TP now committed. The Dragon up in 25 seconds, but Viper doesn't have his ultimate.
Not a required fight. It is not Dragon Soul. Would be number 3 for DRX, and EDG might decide not to play with Viper, missing 2 crucial cooldowns, no flash. no ulti, and actually right now no Gale Force either. Only Mako is his back pocket summoner spell.
Yeah, and very little vision in the area. It's very shallow vision here for EDG. I think the call is to just give it up. You do not play for this dragon here with no summoners on Viper, I think. It's just too damn dangerous when you don't know where these members could be. Zeka has flash, Pyosik has flash. It would be so risky to go for it. And Kingen just pushing on the side here has the, has the hull breaker pushing down here. So he's committing to the split push, but Barrel in trouble. Oh, the self-Mikhails, that was beautiful.
Not sure if stun landed or not. Either way, hits the button, walks away. Smite claims the red. I believe that's actually JJ who gets it. He is at least wearing a red buff here.
Oh my god, Viper now level 15. Scout has had a really difficult game, falling short to Zeka at every turn, and is only level 14. He's very far behind in terms of gold and experience. Zeka is getting closer and closer to that death cap. Kingen in the side lane as well continues to be a nuisance. Doesn't have that much of an advantage over Flandre. You can see in terms of the isolated 1v1. Difficult matchup for both top laners right now. Viper is really the player that we're looking at for EDG. He's pulled this team back from the depths before. The main reason why EDG is considered a world-class team fighting team is because of this man in the bot lane, but he will be going up against Death, a world-class AD carry in his own right, looking to return to the semifinals after many years.
The gold lead is significant, but the longer the game goes, the less it starts to matter here. It has not really extended much over the last 5 to 10 minutes, so DRX still with a solid advantage, especially in mid lane, a monster advantage as the death cap has done 4 completed items for Zeka. He is that massive threat. But as Viper can have the perfect team fight, if they can create the space for him, speed him up with the Lulu, he can surely take over a game.
Not quite going to kill frontline as he is on the Zeal, instead of something like the Last Whisper. Goes for Hurricane. He wants to hit all of the melee champions. It's against triple melee. That'll look really good with Inferno in a team fight where he hits everybody. That's actually going to be really, really good damage. He's killing everybody.
Zeka now hits 18. Really capping out here. Can build one more item, but max experience, yeah, has that death cap.
Scout can't go anywhere near him. He can't. There's no way you win that 1v1.
I mean, we've already seen Zeka tie the record for this year's Worlds for most solo kills, tied with 4. Robo had that. The all-time record is actually 6 from No Man, so we'll see if he can find 2 more to tie that one this game.
Observers are pointing out the ward behind. Question is, do they know that Zeka's there? Well, they must know. They must have seen him looking around. They definitely know. He's not going to overstay his welcome, though. He realizes the Fiora hasn't quite pushed in the bot wave.
Oh, they're looking.
Now they
looking
know.
for the stun. Only a slow, though. Zeka gets blue spited. Not going to matter. Loses the shell, but he's fine. A bit of blast plant. Back to safety. Had flash if he needed it. Doesn't matter here. Pyosik going to see JJ. Not going to matter too much either.
So they're just funneling more resources into Viper, trying to get him as much XP and gold as possible. You can see now he will have the Infernum working towards those white guns after the purple one.
Yeah, it's just all about the dragon fight. I don't think DRX are going to commit to anything unless they see an incredible opportunity they can't pass out. Because it's only 2 minutes here until this soul that they could grab. The Ocean Soul would mean a lot when you're playing these style of poke-comps.
So a couple things is that Scout is very close to getting level 16, which is a big deal because it means 3 points in your ultimate, which is a lot more damage. On top of that, he's very close to securing the Zhonyas. With 3 items, sure, he's not going to be as strong as Zeka is, but he'll be strong enough to be a real threat to Deft. Note, though, that the stopwatch has been picked up for Deft, and that means he's going to have a lot more survivability, especially with his flash up for the next fight.
Oh, look at this. Zeka going to start shadowing King in here, both level 18. Those soul laners for DRX are a threat here, to be sure. Zeka will get spotted by this ward, but can they retreat? Here comes Pyosik
coming around.
Side.
Shirelli has to get away as fast as possible. They know how much threat there is. Scout was back in base, stops to get his Zhonyas. 3 items to 4. He's a full death cap behind.
It's the move towards Baron, though. DRX, the blue trinket is used, so they can clear that out, and now EDG just don't know. But it's Scout actually trying to go down towards bot side. They're going to try to see if they can find a pick, but if they spot Scout, it could trigger DRX to actually start up the Baron.
3 hits.
What?
Mako's nearly killable. I mean, Ravenous Hydra helped with that one as well. The extra splash coming through.
Wait, Fiora's coming!
Here comes King, but only kills a ward. Mako might have to fully recall, and that gives a lot of space. You can see they're on the way back up to the Baron, seals the deal.
I don't think EDG can contest this. They're going to try. Mako is so far away. Zeka on zone control once again.
They're just stunned. That's the shield popped out, and they have to disengage. The stun is huge. Has to flash to safety. But careful. Pyosik's at half. King spotted out, looking for damage out of that, and Deft burns his stopwatch.
They get the stopwatch, and they do get mid lane control. And now DRX doesn't have time to start the Baron again here, and the Dragon's going to be spawning in 15, so it's a play for the reset here. Flandre spotting them. Deft actually cancels the base. He does have his TP, so he should be able to get to the Dragon in time, but it buys time for EDG. They can get into the bot side river and potentially get a little bit of vision.
They're playing for the vision play. Blue trinkets are all the way down. They don't know they're all mid. They don't know they're all mid. And that's the polymorph. Repose, not possible. Deft has a flash, and he'll stay safe. But without a top laner, how do you fight as DRX?
A massive pick onto King. He does have the TP, but he does have 50 seconds on the death timer. EDG now setting up for the Dragon. Let's see if Deft can land the poke to potentially be a game changer.
He's Van Q's goes ulti back up. 4K health should be a clean smite. Whoa, it's going! Pyoshik gets the Ocean Soul! DRX don't need a top laner. They got a summoner spell. Viper attack stays alive. Double stun. Deft will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the quadra kill in his first ever World Championship. And on his back, he lifts the world. He lifts DRX, and New York erupts as DRX march for the Nexus.
Zeka takes the Quadra, and he claims his rightful place in the World Championship semifinals.
2,942 days ago, Deft won a World's quarterfinal, and today, thanks to Zeka, he does it again.
The reverse sweep happens for DRX. Deft is able to remove the curse of quarterfinals, and he will find an incredible win over the reigning world champions. He will not only defeat his former organization, but he will stay alive in the World 2022 Championship.
Beautiful moment there, hugs between Deft and Scout, Deft and Mako exchanging an embrace there. They get to take their time here to celebrate. DRX overcoming the 0-2 start here against EDG, taking down the defending world champs in what was an incredible series here. Just what a monster performance, though, from Zeka when it mattered most. The 19-year-old here for DRX.
Oh, yeah.
You may not have heard of him before Worlds. You certainly have now.
It's a roster of defying expectations. We talked so much about it. This year, no one was even paying attention to DRX. But before we get into that, we have to commiserate EDG, the reigning world champions. They put on a heck of a show. They're going to be frustrated. Scout is going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
He had a phenomenal series, and in Game 5, Zeka got the better of him. That's not to say that EDG did not put up one hell of a fight.
They certainly did. This was such a memorable series, so many memorable games here as well, so many incredible moments. It was a quarter second from being 3-1. The Nexus rush nearly worked. Deft almost single-handedly took that one. At the end of the day, it was Zeka with, he took that little bit extra in an overextension from Scout. And from there, just took 3 more solo kills back to back to back and said, you gave me an inch, I took your entire team.
And what a birthday present for Deft. Happy birthday to him. He's going to the semifinals. That has to be an absolutely euphoric feeling for DRX, for Deft, who has been working for so long to get back to this moment, who is potentially retiring after this World's run. I mean, it's just kind of that Cinderella story. It makes you want to believe.
And with this, LCK cement themselves back on top, right? Like 3 teams in the semifinals now. Yep. What an incredible bounce back from the region. What an incredible performance from DRX. And like, there's just so many things that tick the box. Beryl getting redemption against the team that knocked him out in the World Finals of last year.
2022 semifinals, baby. He did it.
Congratulations to Deft. The quarterfinals cursed is no more. He will return to the semifinals. He will be going up against his LCK brothers in Gen G. And I feel like given the way that they continue to surprise here at the World Championship, I'm expecting more surprises as he heads into his semi-final once again.
But man, these last 2 days, what a treat. The games yesterday, the games today have been so incredibly exciting. Such amazing moments we have had here in New York. It's just been such a treat to cast it in both these last 2 series.
Good job. Cast the best of worlds, please. As they all have to get you on every single game. We're pretty happy. And yeah, it's Gen G and DRX who are pushed to the limit, face each other. JDG and T1 who stomped their competition 3 days ago. They play each other too. Neither one has really been tested. They both slapped their group. They both slapped their quarterfinal. And it's like, oh, that's going to be exciting too.
It certainly will be. We're in for a banger of a semi-final, but incredible quarterfinals as well. And once again, massive congratulations to DRX. It's crazy to see the development that they've made in such a short amount of time. The level of this team, the way in which it felt like they controlled pretty much every early game against EDG. We talked about how typically EDG is not the strongest early game team, but neither really was DRX. When they came into the World Championship, they were the only team that had a losing record. Right, like the expectations of this team were not high, and to have them reach the semifinals, what an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, the fact they scaled so hard, because you come in, it's like, okay, play-ins, you 5-0'd. You beat RNG, all right, single best of 1, you know, like that could have happened. You played well, we know the skills are there, okay, cool. And they go to the group stage, it's like, well, you beat Rogue, actually, the tiebreakers. Like, you came out over top esports. All right, you know, good job, like, willing to listen. This one did go to 5, right? Like, it was clearly a tough fight, but the number of clutch moments we saw, right, how much they stepped up. I mean, Kingen, I think he top diffed 4 out of 5 games.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Fiora versus Kenna didn't go his way, but every single other game, whether he was counterpicked or got counterpicked, he's up in the lane, he's up inside pressure, and he's just doing better.
Yeah, and then the mid lane matchup, I think that it was really close. Scout had like phenomenal games for the vast majority of this series, but Zeka always found ways to have impact. On his Azir, on his Sylas, he continued to look incredible, but really this series was a battle of the AD carries. It was incredible to watch Viper versus Deft. The fact that it was Viper who replaced Deft, and the story there, it was just, it's great. It's great.
I mean, what a pleasure to watch, right? And it was really cool to see the creativity as well from DRX. Barrel, I have to give him a lot of credit. You know, drawing Heimerdinger bans, brings out the Ashe support. You know, brings out the Karma, which I think was also pivotal. You know, in this last game. So some really smart picks here, I think, from DRX. I do think they deserve a lot of credit for the way that they're actually drafting. I would say not necessarily like traditional stuff, but drafting to their own strengths and to what works for them.
For sure.
And I think that's such an important part of having success internationally is playing to your own strengths. And what a cool moment this is, as the crowd in New York, if you can hear them singing happy birthday to Deft, who is waiting on stage for an interview.
Yeah.
That's an amazing moment.
Yeah, he and Pioshik coming up soon. So, what can we say but DRX headed to the semifinals as a wonderful team, and we are joining Shox and the DRX duo of our birthday boy and his jungler in our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much indeed, the birthday boy Deft and Pioshik, as DRX make it to the semifinal. First up, happy birthday, Deft.
생일 축하드립니다.
Secondly, Deft, it's been 2,942 days since you made the last semifinal. What does it mean to finally be back?
우선 가장 먼저 2,942일 만에 4강 무대를 다시 밟게 되셨습니다. 데프트 선수에게 어떤 의미인가요?
안 울려고 했는데 이게 갑자기 눈물이 나가지고 우선 이번 롤드컵 이제 시작하기 전에도 이제 목표가 좀 개인적으로 우승을 못하더라도 좀 나아가고 있다는 기분을 받고 싶은 거였는데 오늘 경기하면서 그런 느낌을 많이 받았어서 그냥 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
So my goal for this Worlds, regardless of the result, even if I cannot win Worlds, I just wanted to get this impression that I'm making progress, I'm getting better. And throughout this 5-game series, I kind of realized that I am getting better, so I'm so happy.
And how? Pioshik, for you also, of course, a huge congratulations. I want to ask you about the Game 5, the steal near the end of it, and the final fight, and the moment you realized you would be making your semifinal.
표식 선수도 정말 축하드립니다. 마지막 세트, 5세트 정말 스틸부터 해서 끝내기 한타까지 정말 엄청났는데요. 우리 이제 이겼다 싶었을 때 그 감정 어땠는지 소감이 어떠셨나요?
저희가 일단 처음 두 판을 좀 아쉽게 2패로 시작해가지고 되게 힘들었는데 이제 경기 시작하기 전에 주한이가 뭐 예전에 뭐 펜싱 올림픽 때 분리했을 때 뭐 나는 할 수 있다 할 수 있다를 외치면 되게 도움이 된다고 조언을 해주더라고요. 그래서 게임 시작하기 전에 이제 계속 할 수 있다고 팀원들한테 다독이고 이제 마지막에 좀 피오라 잘렸을 때 아찔했는데 다행히 용스틸하고 이제 건우가 잘 들어가가지고 이긴 것 같아서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, we were in a very rough start because we dropped 2 games in a row in the beginning. But before of the beginning of the game 3, actually Juhan came to me and told me, in the Olympics there was a player who actually talked to himself like, I can do this, I can do this. Like when he was pushed against the wall and he actually won the medal. So I was like, maybe I'm gonna do that to myself. So I was like talking to myself that I can do this in my entire team, and it really worked. And also, well, in the game number 5, the last team fight, when King got caught, I was a little bit, worried, and then I was able to get the steal, and then Zeka found the perfect angle, and he was able to open a great team fight, and we were able to get this win.
Fantastic. I think it really exemplifies how much this is a team win. And Deft, I just have to commend you so much, you and the team, for staying in this series rather after the end of Game 2. And I just want to know from your perspective how you handled that within the team and how you overcame that to win the next 3 games.
말씀하신 것처럼 사실은 2패 상황에 몰렸을 때 데프트 선수와 또 팀 전체적으로 어떤 식으로 좀 극복하면서 남은 경기 치르고자 하셨나요?
사실 2경기 질 때도 저희가 경기하면서 못 이길 상대라는 느낌을 못 받아서 진짜로 저는 진심으로 저희가 더 잘한다고 믿어서 이제 팀원들한테도 우리가 더 잘한다고 그냥 하기는 했는데 이제 이 경기 때 제가 아마 넥서스를 깰 수 있었을 것 같은데 이제 그게 너무 아른거려서 오늘 만약에 졌으면은 이제 상상하기 싫은 것 같아요.
So yeah, I mean, even though we lost 2 games, I was still pretty sure that we can still beat them, And I was keep telling my teammates that we are better than them. I just wanted to remind them we are stronger than them. And I think like in game number 2, I almost got the Nexus, and that replay was leaving in my head rent-free, but I don't even want to imagine myself, losing this series.
No, and you didn't. So Pioshik, when it comes to DRX, I feel like you have been underestimated the whole year, even in making it to the World Championship. How rewarding is it for you as a player and as a team to show everybody that you can do it and you make it to the World Semifinals?
이제 또 표식 선수 그리고 DRX가 올 한 해 좀 많은 저평가를 받았던 것 같습니다. 월즈에 진출했음에도 이제 월즈에서도 많이 언더독으로 평가받고 저평가를 받았는데 이렇게 다시 한번 정말 중요한 순간에 본인들의 가치를 증명하셔서 얼마나 뿌듯하시고 얼마나 기쁘신가요?
이제 사실 평가나 그런 부분에서는 저도 객관적으로 봤을 때 제가 좀 많이 못했다고 생각을 하고 지금도 그 부분이 너무 후회스럽고 아쉽지만 뭐 결과적으로 이기면 그만이라고 혁기 형이 맨날 그러더라고요. 그래서 그냥 이기면 그만이니까 오늘 이겼으니까 괜찮은 것 같아요.
I want to say, it is fact that I was underperforming and I left a lot to be desired, and I was also very bummed about my own performance. I left a lot of regrets, but every time, Def told me, if you win, it doesn't matter, If you win, it's all that matters. So I guess we won today, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
It doesn't really matter anyway. Now, Pioshik, In the LCK broadcast, Ji-sun told me, and I went back to check, but there is something called the Pyoshik ceremony, meaning that whenever you win a game, you actually do an impression of a champion. Would you please do this for us today?
세레머니 한번 해주실 수 있을까요?
Should we take his mic, or? And what are you gonna do? What was it?
설명을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
오늘 바이퍼 선수 잡고 아펠리오스 세레모니.
This is me as Viego after taking down Viper's Aphelios and turning into that Aphelios.
Oh! That was great. Thank you so much for that. A couple more questions. Deft, when someone is victorious on stage, of course, someone unfortunately has to be at the losing end as well. And at the other side were two people you know very well, as well as an organization you cherish. Is there anything you'd like to say to Scout and Meiko?
또 이렇게 승부의 세계에 있어서는 승자와 패자가 있는 법이고 오늘은 이제 반대쪽에는 함께 정말 오랜 시간을 EDG에서 보냈던 스카웃 선수와 메이코 선수가 또 패배 고배를 마셨는데요. 그 두 선수에게 혹시 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
전 두 선수 다 이제 오늘 경기하면서 너무 잘해서 상대할 때 좀 힘들었던 것 같고 또 사실 제가 별 다른 뭔가 위로를 안 해도 잘 추스릴 수 있는 강한 선수들이라고 생각해서 네, 다음에 또 붙을 날이 왔으면 좋겠어요.
I mean, those two players are doing a fantastic job today. It was really rough to play against them, but I don't think they need any kind of word from me because they're strong enough to recover from it, and I'm looking forward to our rematch in the future.
Fantastic. Finally, Deft, of course, the road you still have a ways to go in this, and I think a lot of people want to see you go all the way. But up next, though, you have a formidable opponent in Genji. What are your thoughts on facing your LCK brethren?
이제 데프트 선수 앞으로 또 가야 할 길들이 남아 있습니다. 그리고 다음 상대는 이제 LCK 챔피언인 젠지인데요. 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
이제 사실 이 선발전부터 해서 뭔가 계속 상대방의 이제 저랑 같이 같은 목표를 가지고 이제 경기를 하거나 했던 선수들이 계속 있어서 뭔가 마음이 불편하긴 한데 네. 뭐 어쩌겠어요. 잘 상대해서 이겨야죠.
I mean, starting from the original qualifier, I get to just play against, my former teammates. We've been working so hard for the same goal, but we are now enemies. So it feels uncomfortable and heartbreaking at the same time. But what are you gonna do? You gotta win.
You gotta win, indeed. I think that's a great final note, but I do not think we are done yet. The crowd here in New York, you started something before the interview, and I'd like you to do it again because something is coming. Happy birthday.
감사합니다.
Oh, they've taken it away, but congratulations one more time, Pyoshik, Deft, and DRX. What a fantastic moment right here in New York. Thank you so much, Ji-sun. We're gonna kick it over to World's Cooldown.
Nearly 10 years of effort, emotion.
Fucking go!
Everybody get one!
God, man!
Let's go!
How are you guys not crying? I'm barely keeping it together here.
Somebody has to hold it together.
I don't cry.
And I'll be that man to do it for you, Chronicler.
That was the goated interview right there. That was
Absolutely.
amazing. That had everything. All emotions. It even had comedy with the impression.
Okay. That was great.
What a release. What release we just witnessed and so deserved to have that time and that moment as Deft has poured his heart and soul into this game for a decade and has been denied so many times ever since he tasted that first semi-final, and now he is back, and they did it in such a spectacular fashion. There have only been 2 reverse sweeps in World's history, and this is one of them.
Yep. It's not even just Deft, right? It's the fact that Pioshik was part of a DRX roster that went 2-16 last summer. Like, the team was absolutely in shambles. And he was, in large part, someone that a lot of the blame fell to. He was the player that stayed on that team. And then throughout this entire year, even up until the regional qualifier, no one, including me, by the way, believed in this team. And even today, I think we were all in greens that the expectation was that the reigning world champions would get it done.
That story, too, with Juhan coming up to him and convincing him to hype himself up, talking about the Olympian, hyping himself up. You can do it
so cute.
with a must-win reverse sweep scenario. People always talk about those sub-situations being so stressful and how much extra that can put on you as a competitor. But obviously the bond here between those guys and the progress that this team has made is just amazing.
And I love that you call back to the teammates, because as we know, this is not a one-man army. This is not a singular effort. It took an entire team around Deft to get it done today. While the victory might taste the sweetest for Deft on his birthday, it was an entire team effort. And in this Game 5, they really had to dig deep. You heard the question asked about the final fight. I was worried. I was worried when my top player died. But we found our opening. Let's relive some of the highlights of this Game 5, how it broke down to be that reverse sweep. Zeka as well, a name we haven't mentioned yet since the conclusion of the series. He put up a massive Game 5 performance.
I loved Vedius's line with all of the scrutiny that Zeka's gotten for his champion pool. What are you going to do when he does get his champions? Akali versus Silas matchup, his 2 best champions, and it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, you win by 1 energy not being there for the Akali. He gets that first blood, and he runs the game with it.
Yeah, you're gonna see him killing Scout a lot. And it's such a cool, like, redemption story for Zeka, too, because when he was in the LPL in his debut year, you know, everyone was like, we don't really believe in them. After this, it was not even close, right?
Oh, definitely not, right? And here's the other thing about that. We opened the day by talking about EDG, yes, defending world champions. Scout, the MVP of that world championship, and you just ran over him on your way to a semifinal.
Yeah, and this is another fight that just looks like is going to not go in DRX's favor. And then Zeka completely takes this entire fight over, allows Pioshik to go in, get the resets. This, in my opinion, is like the kind of back-breaking fight.
Here comes his Aphelios.
He did it on stage.
Oh, Chakrams, baby.
In this series, we also saw what happens if you don't give Zeka as champions. Then Beryl gets his run-of-the-mill, right? Because I do think that what DRX really showed here is also why they were able to get to their 10 out of 10 games in the qualifier, which is this team just has so much creativity and they just keep throwing really annoying strats at you. And like, if you deal with them, then you have Zeka on his comfort, you have Deft on his comfort, so there's no winning.
I love underdogs so much, and I also love new picks and creativity and the willingness to use them.
Will you guys entertain me for a moment? You go down a
let's go.
I love it.
trip with me?
Let's do it.
We're gonna go down a trip down memory lane. Deft and his experiences here at the World Championship. Let's relive some of these all the way back to 2014 quarterfinal here against Cloud9. This guy has played on the razor's edge in way too many games, I think.
At the Nexus again, my goodness. That just even reminded me again, this series we just had was almost like a 4-1 win with the inhib respawn in front of his face.
It continues. Let's go to a matchup against Fnatic, where you will see a familiar name.
The old Jace, baby. The old Jace bottom lane. That creativity was always there.
Here we go, right here.
Oh, God, my heart. I can't take this.
Why are you doing this to Emily?
Oh, God.
Not today.
Oh, God. I sometimes don't rewatch this series because I was in the crowd with the KT fans when the base race happened, which isn't what we're seeing here, but when the base race happened, like, oh no, it is. Okay,
Yes.
never mind. Yeah, no one knew who won. They didn't flash it behind them, so like everyone was just, and I was in the crowd. Oh my God, this is so good.
Oh, that was another like 1 or 2
Well,
autos.
imagine if DRX hadn't won today. Like, again, how many Nexuses are we going to disappear before Deft's eyes? And like, the reason why you see, I think, so many fans, even a lot of the EDG fans in the audience today, like, this player is just universally beloved.
I will never be jealous of a person who has to live through that many, you know, heartbreaking moments, but for it to eventually find its way full circle and to end this way again, that's where you get those tears on this stage in such immediacy as the best of 5 is won.
And now you can look back on that inhib respawning, and it could be a funny story, right? if they had not been able to complete the reverse sweep, though, that's not funny.
Did you see the relief on his face too? Wait.
Oh, this is us all reacting to all of it. Like, I don't even know what part of the game we're in yet.
I'm
It's
staring
not
out
over.
at the thing. Yeah.
Oh my
Did you see the
God.
relief just like drain across it, like from his face and his shoulders, and just
I mean, like that you already highlighted that interview, but again, I was thinking like, I'll be fine. I can hold it together.
Right.
And I saw Deft, and I was like, no, it's done.
So at the beginning of the day,
Sorry,
KT
I have
did
to.
die.
I'm a KT
I mean, we
fan.
just showed it. KT did die for this,
KT
but-
died for this several times.
So we could have Deft here.
at the
I know.
beginning of the day, Emily, you brought us
Yeah,
in.
the alpaca Macron.
Some macarons, and we decided that in honor of Deft
In
making
case
it
of
back
victory.
to a world semifinal, we're going to enjoy the
Cheers!
Yeah.
cheers
to the alpaca.
I think they're 2 different flavors.
Tango Chicayo, Death.
Top and bottom.
Sorry, my Korean sucks.
I'm not going to eat the whole thing because I probably have to talk more.
That's okay. We can.
delicious.
Oh, that's so good.
What a great time we've had here in New York.
I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I'm a sub today.
He's from the B team.
And it
He's
turned
on our desk.
And it turned
Hey, man.
into a reverse sweep freaking inhib respawning great series.
That's true, actually. The 2 quarterfinals you were on the desk for, Kobe, but we might have to keep you on to get more of that.
A sale on the
A Zale on the cast and Kobe on
in
the
air.
desk. Yeah,
Look, I don't make the rules.
guaranteed banger.
Okay? I don't make the rules. Apparently, that's just how it is. I want to thank the 3 of you for joining me on this wild ride.
Thank you.
I want to thank the Hulu Theater, Madison Square Garden, and all of New York City for playing such incredible hosts to us. Apparently, we have an interview. Is it ready? Sorry. Oh, we have an interview that's ready. This is not a toss to an interview, so I'll read this, and then we'll go to that interview.
Nice.
The World's 2022 Event Pass has launched, letting fans around the world support their favorite
You're getting trolled.
And in real life, fans can claim rewards and collect 2022 tokens to exchange for exclusive content like prestige skins and chromas. And to top it all off, 25% of the pass proceeds will be added to the World's 2022 prize pool. All right, now Shox is getting a few final thoughts from EDG's Mako in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm here to get a reaction from Mako as well. Unfortunately, not the end they would have hoped. But Mako, first up, when it comes to this best of 5, you were so incredibly close. What is your perspective on why it just did not work out in this match?
那其实说到今天的比赛是非常非常接近的，但是最后非常遗憾没有能够获得胜利。所以说你可能觉得是哪里出现了一些问题，可能是最后没有能够最后赢下呢？
感觉还是比赛当中的一些问题吧。然后包括其实来到纽约之后，训练的那个状态其实也不特别好，然后大家也有可能就是陆陆续续的在生病嘛，然后也是在隔离训练。其实说就训练的状态不是很好的话，我觉得可能在比赛当中的发挥肯定也会不是特别好吧。
So I feel like first of all, definitely we made some in-game issues for this best of 5, and also I must say, coming to New York, we didn't manage to show a very high level of performance, high level of momentum, even in the practice. And also we have so many players. We got 6. We didn't have a very good health condition, and we have to play the games in the isolation area. So I think all those can be the issues. And after that, definitely we didn't manage to perform so good for today's game. And I think that's the reason.
Okay, well, of course, that is a lot to take into account in a very difficult situation. You were not able to extend your World Championship title, but the fans will definitely also understand that it's been difficult. What would you like to say to them?
其实虽然呢，可能对于你们来讲，今年的世界赛征程到此告一段落，但是还是有非常多的粉丝，相信他们也会一直支持你们。有什么想对粉丝说的吗？
虽然我们就是这次只走到8强嘛，然后就是怎么说，也是大家感觉都尽力了吧，我觉得。然后希望明年还能见到大家吧，然后让我们为就是剩下的最后一支中国队加油吧。
So definitely, I feel a bit sad that we just ended up our worst journey at the quarterfinals. But still, I must say, all the players will just put in full effort into every single games. And I hope we can see each other next year. And definitely, our support for the last Chinese team, JDG.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to me, Meiko. We're also excited to see them next year. Back over to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Shox. And we say goodbye to our defending world champions. Never easy, but they did give us one of the best series of the tournament already with what was just put out there on the stage.
Back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, these last 2 days were just incredible. You see it there. Yes, we kicked off the knockout stage with a couple of dominant 3-0 series, JDG over T1. They will meet each other in the first semifinal. Then, of course, Gen.G versus DRX, both getting nail-biter 3-2 victories over their opponents. That will be a regional clash in the second semifinal as well. 3 LCK, 1 LPL remain.
I have to point out again, like, it was going to be so hard to follow yesterday's series, right? And how close that was, and the individual and team performances from that. But I think today's series delivered in terms of like narrative, the underdog story, the, you know, like some interesting plays and some phenomenal plays. Like, I don't know, I had a really good time today. Like, I loved this series.
Oh,
it was great.
It more than delivered. It blew expectation out of the water. And
it did.
And I think it was Piosik who said, right, for as much trials and tribulations as they had throughout the year, at the end of the day, if you win,
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And they won. So they
set.
are on to the semifinals. With that, it's time for us to start saying our goodbyes here in New York. And to do that, we figured there's only one real way to do that. Daniel, you're also... We'd love for you to join us here and celebrate
Daniel,
with a slice of pizza, if you will. Daniel, by the way, has been doing incredible work. Oh, this box is amazing.
Right?
I love
It's
this.
so
I feel so
comfy
tall.
too,
I'm as
yeah.
tall as Daniel.
Get in here.
Daniel has been absolutely incredible out here, running the stage, getting our crowd hyped, the fans themselves here in New York. Thank you so much. Hulu Theater, what an incredible host to the world's quarterfinals, New York City. I'm so glad I got to come back for a couple of weeks and enjoy my time here. So with one bite of pizza, somebody else say something while I eat pizza so that nobody has
Okay, I haven't taken a bite yet.
I miss being on the East Coast. Thank you for allowing me to come here. Like, honestly, I get really homesick around this time, and I'm from Boston, and it was amazing being here in New York.
Thank you for great League of Legends, always.
I gotta say, this is one of the first event with fans, and I don't know how you guys ever did without, because the atmosphere, like in venue, every single team had fans throughout the entirety of the event. The emotions, it's so hard work.
Look, we can do it, but I tell you, nothing compares.
Reluctantly.
Nothing compares to being live in the venue, celebrating the game that we all love so much, played at the absolute highest level. Screaming fans, emotions left and right, big plays, missed plays. We love it all because it's the kind of action we live for. You need a napkin? Absolutely, I can do that for you. Here you go. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you again so much for a brilliant quarterfinal. We have 3 more series to decide our world champion. From here, we pack up in New York. We head down to Atlanta to do those semifinals, best of 5s, and then on to San Francisco. But on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you in Atlanta next week for more Worlds 2022. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, all right? Good night.
Time, let me hear you for our 2 teams, DRX and EDG. The fight is harder, Zeka a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough though? 100 HP, Wish comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First blood, the latest the Worlds comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Piosik takes him down. Still not in. Shockwave catches one, Meiko stays alive. Here comes Fiora, finds the kill, but 2, and you got a bunch of damage still on Zeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple. They're gonna get the ace. Only Mako falls, and Baron's gonna be next in their sights.
And DRX patiently make their way towards EDG.
Viper wants his kill. On lands, and Viper screams across the world. It's a bot diff, baby. They're going. They send more. Sedge gets the stun, but inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured, but Def kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get the inhibitor! The inhibitor is back up! What? He cannot get the stun. No way! Oh my God, Def, no! So it's stealable, but doesn't land it. Is it too much from Zeka? He's ulted, and he dies! He invades for a red buff and gives up his own blood. Teeping in the mid to guarantee the kill. Renata ult, gonna land a Fiora, and they're gonna catch a whole lot of damage. Scout has to burn his Zonias. Will the re-engage look good? He's silenced, he is shut down! A huge fight for Def! He gets the auto he needed. Flandre is low, gets to repost it, but it's already a second kill in for Zeka. Lashes back away. Re-engage, Ashe finds the knockup. Spike claims the Herald, and Zeka's killed off Mako. Chasing in for Flandre. Next attack would kill, and they'll knock him down. DRX taking the lead here in game 4. Yosha gonna be rooted in place. They catch Jay. It's not gonna be for the kill. The ward hops away, but Scout has nowhere to go. Knocked up by Ashe and shut down by Def. Thank you very much for the double kill. They're gonna take game 4, and DRX bring us to silver screen. Dive on in, wants to find a lot against the first stun. Nearly a kill and a Scout. Needs to get the shot. Oh! You gotta be freaking kidding me, Zeka! Crushes the 1-on-1 again. Ulti back up, 4K health, should be a clean smite. Whoa, it's gone! Yoshik gets the Ocean Soul! DRX don't need a top laner. They got a summoner spell. Viper attack, stays alive. Double stun. Def will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the Quadra kill in his first ever World Championship. 942 days ago, Deft won a World's quarterfinal, and today, thanks to Zeka, he does it again.